Tonight's the night. And it's going to happen again and again.
There is a great disturbance in the Force. I have felt it.
Have you felt it? It's time to rock and roll, ladies and gentlemen. We are going live. It's MAGGCAST time. Buckle up. Hide the women and the children. We are about to go live. Let's go. MAGGCAST is live, ladies and gentlemen. MAGGCAST is live. Can't even speak. How's everybody doing out there? Listen, man, I did a 4-hour stream today, okay? I did a 4-hour stream today. Well, it was 3 hours and 41 minutes, whatever. But it was still a long stream. So, yeah, here we are. How's everybody doing out there, man? Let's go. We got some things to talk about tonight. It's going to be wild. But before we do all that, I just noticed something. If you look at the bottom of the screen, there's a blue line right there. I know exactly what it is. The camera on the tripod slipped down a little bit. So forgive me for 5 seconds here, and let me move it up. Here, give me 1 second. All right, that should do it. There it is. There's my stupid face. Well, let's say hi to everybody while we warm up here, ladies and gentlemen. Like I said, we got a lot of things to talk about. We got Arrow Nation in the house. Ben Angelo, RPG. He's here early today. Infernal Earth, Literal Table. K-Rock's in the house. Ion Storm, how you doing, buddy? I'll catch up with your show later. Well, not later, but tomorrow. Ben Angelo, how you doing? UK Shaky, what's up? Crash Zero's in the house. We got who else we got? We got Highlander Grim here. We got Ham. We got Nick Hulk in the house. Creed. Come on, Creed. Come on, Paper Champion. You better get that bad look off your face before I wipe it off. Creed's in the house. David Merrifield is here. How's everybody doing out there, man? J-Dog is here. We got Chava in the house as well. Let's go. Oh, I almost said the F word. Can't say the F word in the first 5 minutes. Got to give it a few seconds. What's up, Funky Playbox? How you doing, buddy? Yes. We got some things to talk about. But while we're waiting for everybody to kind of, mosey on in, let me tell you something, folks. That stream this morning was awesome. I loved it. What's up, Jardel? How you doing? I loved it. I love that game. And now that we're going to, now that I'm about to talk about Sorrows anyway, kind of overshadowed by, the events of you-know-what, we'll talk about that a little bit later in the show. I got my Pride Cup just for Magnum. Joey Abs, what's going on, buddy? Bobby's in the house as well. Let's go. How's everybody doing out there? Yes. We got all the big hitters here tonight, folks. We got all the big hitters, man. That's the way I like to see. That's right. Let's go.
But the cream will rise to the top.
Oh, yeah. That's what's up. What's up, Steven? How you doing? Street's in the house as well. Well. Might as well just get right into it. Might as well go for a soda. Let's get right into the show, folks. Let's talk about the new games before we get into all the serious topics. Josh Duckwall, I got to check out your video later, buddy. Go check out his No Quacks Given. He did his Michael review. I got to go check that out later. The Xbox One drama by PlayStation. There's a lot to discuss there, okay? Because this is an unprecedented situation because it has gone wild without official word from Sony yet. I know that there's everybody's like, oh, well, the AI bot said this. Like I said, we'll get into that later. And then we're going to talk about this because I got to say the biggest mistake Sony's making right now is not saying anything. Now, normally they're very good at that, but not saying a damn word right now, this is not the time to be quiet. This is the time to talk. Release a statement, tell everybody exactly what's going on. But like I said, we'll get into that a little bit later. Now, let's talk about this amazing month. Before we get into the, not so amazing stuff, let's get into the amazing stuff. April has been nothing short of absolutely amazing. What's going on, Sinless? How are you? I mean, come on, man. It has been absolutely incredible. And just in the matter of 2 weeks now, we've had Mouse PI come out, a stellar game. We've had Pragmata right now overtook, I can't believe I'm saying it, but it overtook Resident Evil as my game of the year so far. And then all of a sudden, out of nowhere, then there's what is that other game, Replaced, which a lot of people like. I heard mixed things on it. I will play it in May, and I'll let everybody know what I think about it. I have that 1 month voucher for Game Pass. When I do that, then I will go and play that game the same time that I sub with my 1 month voucher so I can play Forza Horizon 6 and I can play Replaced at the same time. So I will try all of that jazz. So yeah, so there's that, and then all of a sudden, just when you think it's over, and you're like, "Oh my god, I can't take any more of these awesome games. This is ridiculous." And you know what ends up happening? They smoke us right in the balls with Soros, and Soros, I got to tell you, folks, is amazing. It is amazing. I can't put the game down. I played it for 4 straight hours, and, well, whatever, 3 hours and 40 minutes, because you know someone's going to correct me. Well, Mag, you only played 3 hours and 40 minutes. You know what I mean? So, like, the thing is the game's incredible. I love it. And in fact, when I was done playing the stream, when I was done the stream today, when I did the 4-hour stream today, I just wanted to go back in. I wanted to go back in and play again. I was ready to go to the second level or whatever, the second biome, whatever the hell you want to call it. And I was all in, man. I was all in. I was just like, oh my God, I can't wait to do this again. And it's funny because you would think that after 3 hours of punishment, and then I finally kind of figured it out, and then I totally locked in on that boss that killed me. Like, what, guys? I know some of you guys were there in the stream earlier today. What, like 6 times? And I think it was on the 6th time or the 7th time I finally beat the son of a bitch. You know what I mean?
Yeah! Fine!
You know? But I mean, it was just amazing. What an incredible game, and I can't wait to get back into it. Now, the thing is, what's up, OA? How you doing, bud? Here's the problem with that game, is that I can't just go and, like, if I want to, like, show everybody, like, everything that's going on in the game, I may not. I may just play it offline. But the thing is, because it's a roguelike and it doesn't have any actual manual saves, if I go forward in the story, I can't make a separate save file or whatever, because I did that for Resident Evil and I did that for Pragmata, for example, and I made separate save files. So one of them was my quote-unquote streaming file, right? And that was the one where, you know, anybody was following the story or whatever, I would just go back to that save file and continue the story when I was doing the live streams. Same with Pragmata. We have part 3 of Pragmata coming up as well. So, you know what I mean? Like, so, like, I have a separate save file, and then I have my personal file, my personal file of, like, me playing offline, right? So I could just do my own thing. And the problem with that is that, LePedro, what's up, dude? The problem with that is that if I get ahead in the game, I can't go back. You know what I mean? At the end of the game, apparently, not apparently, it's a fact, when you're finished the entire game, you can go to any biome you want or whatever, and you can just sort of fast travel to whatever, and that's kind of cool. So there is that. But if I progress in the story even further or whatever, not that I know what the hell's going on in the story anyway. I've heard some people in their reviews are like, well, the only thing that we could say negative about, I mean, it was sitting at like an 80... The last I saw was an 89 and then a 92, 89 on meta and then a 92 on open. It might have gone down since then. I haven't actually checked, but there is that. But yeah, so the thing is that the story was one of the things that people talked about. They're like, well, we're not really sure what the story, the story is like not really, that's not as strong as Returnal and this and that. I played this game for like 3+ hours, almost 4 hours. I have no idea what the hell's going on. None. Zero. I have zero clue what's happening. I just know that there's some like a Vishnu, Hindu character with like 9 arms. There's an eclipse. It drives everybody crazy. That's about it. That's all I know. And there's a bunch of weird ass looking alien monsters I have to kill. That's about it. That's all I know about this game. And you know what the thing is? It doesn't really matter. Because the game is so good, I'm actually, for once, not invested in the story. I'm just purely invested in the gameplay, and I'm like, this is like Call of Duty level addictive. Like Call of Duty has that sort of like that dopamine rush of like, the risk and reward kind of thing, and you go back and you die, and you go back in, you die, you go back in, you keep going, and you're like, what the hell am I doing? Like, if anybody from like another era came and saw what we were doing with that, they're like, what are you doing? Like, this is literally the definition of insanity. You know what I mean? But the thing is, the gameplay loop is so addictive, and it has that sort of dopamine rush to it, whatever. Particle effects are fantastic, and all that. And I'm just like, I really don't care what's going on. What's going on, Grandpa Barbecue? How you doing, my friend? So yeah, I'm just like, I don't know what the hell's going on. Like, I don't give a shit, because the game is awesome. And it's climbing the charts, too. I got to tell you, man, this year, and I said it before, I'll say it again. We said it back in 25. We're saying it now in 26. Is that this year is going to be like a Royal Rumble. Like, you just don't, like, everybody's a Game of the Year contender at this point. It's insane. Keeley's going to have one hell of a time trying to narrow down these games. Now, I don't know if it's him that actually does it or it's the actual, the academy or whatever you want to call it, the people that actually vote on it. Maybe they vote for the games of the year and then they make the categories. I think that's how it works. So I don't think Keeley has anything to do with it. He's mentioned that before whenever there was controversy. They're like, why isn't this game in there? And like he's come out and said that. He's like, guys, I make the categories, but I don't vote on this stuff, right? So I don't know. We'll have to see. But either way, it just seems like every game that comes out is another Game of the Year contender. And I got to say, if this was any other year, any of the games that have come out thus far would have all won Game of the Year at this point. You know what I mean? Like, that's how good it is. Sorry, and I also forgot, I know it's blasphemy for some, I also forgot that Crimson Desert was in the mix as well. You know what I mean? And there's Crimson Desert.
What an idiot!
It's my fault.
Oh, what a loser!
Yeah, that's my fault for forgetting. But either way, Crimson Desert as well. Started off rough, let's face it, and then turned into a success story. 5 million plus copies, 8 million updates and whatever. The gameplay's incredible. You know what I mean? Dude, Creed, there's no way you could smoke weed when you're playing Sorrows. You would be so slow-minded, you wouldn't even be able to dodge all those goddamn bullets and the orbs and the bombs and the this and the that and the shock waves. Like, I mean, if you guys saw me face that boss, you know what that took to defeat that son of a bitch. What's up, Deceiver? How you doing, man? Bernie's in the house as well? That thing was rough. Now we're on the conversation of new games. Pragmata. I gave my review 9.5 out of 10. That was my marinated score for Pragmata. It is absolutely amazing. And this just puts, once again, Capcom in the not even just the conversation, they're practically already wearing the crown for Publisher of the Year. I mean, because they also got what else have they got in there? What's it called? Onimusha. Onimusha's coming out in 26 as well. They're going to show it at the I was going to say the Game Awards. They're showing it at the Summer Games Fest, so I will be able to see it there. Fantastic. And Capcom's actually going to be there at the Summer Games Fest and the Days of Play. So I'm gonna jump in head first and make sure I get to meet all the people at Capcom. That's going to be my big goal for that. So, hey, Cyber Gunter, how you doing, brother? Yeah, we started a little early tonight, folks. I said, I'm home. I wasn't running around as much or whatever, and I'm just like, let's go, man. Let's go. Let's start at 8:30, so we're starting a little early. So, yeah, Z-Birdman's in the house. How you doing? So, yeah, that's what ended up happening. We just started 15 minutes early, and you know what? I think everybody started getting used to the 8:45. We'll have more people kind of crawling in here as the time goes on. But anyways, back to Pragmata. I got to tell you, 9.5 out of 10 for me in that one. I haven't finished Mouse PI, so I can't give my score on that yet or whatever. I'll do that later. Saros is going to take a bit of time as well. But I mean, I read up on what is it called, PowerPix, that website, and PowerPix gave it a 3 out of 10 for the Platinum Trophy, and they said it takes between 20 and 25 hours. I find that hard to believe, as I've already spent 4 hours and I'm on the first boss, but I mean, there are people who are obviously going to be better than me. That's just the way it goes. And, yeah, it's awesome, man. But what a hell of a year. What a hell of a year. So, so far, we've got nothing to complain about. We've got nothing but a cascade of AAA God-tier level games, folks. It's just been amazing. And Saros is on that list as well. And so that released, early access released today. And the regular release is on Thursday. So there is that. I got the digital deluxe edition or whatever. So I may do a stream tomorrow, depending on how hungover I am. I don't know. We'll see. Normally I take Wednesdays off, but we shall see what goes on in the gaming world, and I might do another stream tomorrow. Maybe. We shall see. For sure Thursday and Friday we're going to be doing live streaming as well. That's for sure. So we'll be doing a lot of that. But either way. The gameplay for Pragmata is roguelike? Not really. It's more like Resident Evil, just with robots. You know what I mean? Hey, Pundo, what's going on? Jay Silver's in the house as well. Ambidextrous, how are you? Yeah, and like I said, I don't have to reiterate every single game that's coming out, this year, because we've already talked about it ad nauseum a million times and all that. But either way, we've got a hell of a year, man. Now, the other thing is, too, they showed Dawnwalker today. Now, I was doing a live stream while that was happening, so I didn't actually get to do a live reaction or anything like that. I know I heard about it, and I'm like, oh yeah, this is gonna do a thing. I'm like, yeah, but you know what though? I'm gonna do Sorrows. Forget it. I'm like, I'll do Sorrows instead. And I mean, it was not bad. I mean, we had 800 people come out to watch that, so that was awesome. How you doing, Mastermind? And yeah, so anyways, they showed Dawnwalker today. Now, what I did do is after the stream, I went to go chill out for a bit. I went to do some, IRL stuff, picking up the kids from school, making them dinner and all that jazz, workout. And when I was working out tonight, before we did the show tonight, I watched the Dawnwalker live whatever you want to call it, gameplay reveal and all that stuff. And I gotta say, it looks okay. It looks good. But it doesn't look like, hey, Golden Sook. It doesn't look like amazing, per se. I don't know. That's the way I saw it. I mean, it looks good, and I'm just like, yeah, very Witcher-like. Exactly, Deceiver. Very Witcher-like. And then the thing is, when I'm watching it, I'm like, when they're showing the NPCs, they looked really rough and stuff, and I'm like, there's one thing, and there's a couple things that I feel that are going to go against the game, and it's unfortunate, really. It's launching on September 3rd. And the thing with it launching on September 3rd is that you've already got 3 other massive games coming out in September, right? And all within a 2-week period, which is ridiculous. That includes Dawnbreaker. Is it Dawnbreaker or Dawnwalker? What the frig is it called? What's up, Nick? How you doing, man? Hey, Nick Marseille's in the house. What's up, dude? How are you? There you go. The event didn't make me fall in love with it. I saw your tweet about that earlier. Nick. Yeah, so there's that. What's up, Jaguar? How you doing, man? Witcher 4? Aw, dude, forget it, man. Ambidextrous. By the time you're like, it'll be more than a couple of years. I think it'll be at least another 2 years. That's just a guess. Maybe 28? Maybe 28 will get it? Maybe 29? I don't know. Dawnwalker. Thank you very much. Dawnwalker. So what I saw today, I'm just like, okay, it kind of looks like The Witcher 3, but like The Witcher 3 from like 10 years ago. Like it looked a little bit dated, not crazy. But the thing is, once again, sorry, I'll get back to the release date thing in a second. I want to kind of tackle this answer. Keeping you company while you have dinner? Well, that's lovely. Eat up, soldier. So here's the thing. When you've got a year like this year thus far, and you've got all these just knock out, like just all home runs, there is no room for slippage. I mean, zero. Why? Because I mean, it's pretty damn obvious why. Because all these games that are coming out that are either already come out, that are already amazing or whatever, people only have so much money and time to be able to to invest in these products or whatever. And if there's even just a little bit of an issue or a problem, whatever, that can't be overlooked, or it's like, it's a little dated, it's a little slow, clunky gameplay, or looks a little janky or whatever, people will skip over that because there's so much glossy awesomeness all around it. They're going to be like, yeah, I'm going to go for that instead, or whatever, right? And, I talked about that with Colt on XNC. I've talked about it here on MAGGCAST. Same idea, right? And the idea is that, once again, if you have anything, like if you even show just a tiny bit of a hole in your armor, you're finished this year. This is not the year to make that mistake, right? So you've got to come in 100%. What I saw today wasn't all that impressive. I mean, it was okay. It looked kind of cool, like like when he was doing like the little vampire run up the tower and stuff, and then you're doing the Assassin's Creed thing where you're looking around and you could like mark different areas. Very cool. And then when I kind of went over, I think it was like 5 or 6 minutes later, shows him in a town in the daytime. And then there's like, I don't know, there's some peasant lady there and you're fighting a couple dudes with your sword. And I'm just like, oh God, this doesn't look great. It doesn't look great. It looks okay. It doesn't look great. And the problem is, compared to what we've already received thus far and what's coming out for the rest of the year, it may be one of the ones, it may be one of the casualties. Because I can tell you this is a fact. Something, not one, more than one game is going to become the Titanfall 2 of 2026. I could tell you that right now. You know what I mean? That's just the way, I mean, it's not even just a feeling anymore. I'm telling you it's a fact. There are going to be more than one title that's going to get Titanfall 2 this year, and we're just going to have to wait and see. I have a feeling that this Dawnwalker game might be one of them, It
is unavoidable. It is your destiny.
Now, the thing is the release date. The release date is another situation which I think is unfortunate. And the thing is, the problem is, we've got this situation where we have all these games coming out in like a 90-day window in the fall, right? And I've been bitching about this forever. I'm like, guys, if you got a game that you can wait on, put it out in early 27. Like, for God's sake, everybody's trying to shove everything. Yay, Ricardo, welcome to hell, buddy. You just subscribed to the channel. Let's go. I'll give you another one. Welcome to hell, buddy. Welcome to hell. E-Ranks, how you doing? Clock Rocket's in the house. Broke Boy, how are you guys doing? Everybody doing well out there? Matt Collins here. Thank you, Matt Collins, for calling it Don Walker. Thank you. I appreciate that. So here's the thing. September 3rd is when Don Walker releases. September 9th is when Phantom Blade 0 releases. From what I've seen on the 2 reveals for gameplay, trailers, whatever, overviews, and all that kind of stuff, I can say without Ricardo Franco, how you doing, man? Welcome him to hell, ladies and gentlemen. We've had a new maggot in the house. RT Reviews, how are you? Here's the thing. Phantom Blade 0 looks infinitely better than what I saw from Don Walker today. Don Walker today was looking okay. It didn't impress. When I see Phantom Blade 0, when I've seen the gameplay, that looks impressive. Right? Now it's up to them to deliver on what they showed as being impressive. It's like a movie. Like, you watch a trailer, you're like, that trailer was awesome. And then you watch the movie, and the movie's shit. You know what I mean? So they got to back that up, too. I'm not saying the Phantom Blade 0 is going to be, the end all. But I'm saying what they showed was far more impressive. So within 6-day window of that, you've got September 3rd, you've got this Dawn Walker. 6 days later, you've got Phantom Blade 0. And for whatever reason, Sony, I don't know what the hell you're thinking. 6 days after that, you're dropping Wolverine?
Yeah!
What are you doing? 6 days? Ryther, how are you? What are we talking about? Why are you doing that? So from September 3rd, oh, excuse me. How can I ever forget that? Gears of War E-Day is coming out in September. There's no way. Now, people make arguments about Game Pass and like, well, only one out of those 4 titles is going to Game Pass. So therefore, by that logic, you would have to buy those other 3 games. And then if you had Game Pass, let's say if you're an Xbox player, then you're going to be playing Gears of War there. Right? Okay. It's not like all 4 of those games are available on a service, whatever. Those are all full price games, folks. So people are going to have to make decisions. There's no way you could just be like a strip club, just be, you know what I mean? Throw money around like that. It's insane. It's too much.
Ma, the meatloaf!
You know what I mean?
Fuck!
You know what I mean? It's too much. So yeah, so now you've got, like I said, between September 3rd and September 15th, you got 3 games, big games. Dawn Walker, Phantom Blade 0, Wolverine. Ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. I think it's too short of a period of time to be doing all that. At least give a couple of weeks per whatever. And then somewhere in the mix of all that, which I'm presuming is going to be towards the end of September, you're going to have Gears of War. Now, that runs into its own problem. Truth Serum, how you doing? The other problem is this. If Gears of War launches at the end of September, a lot of us are hearing that Call of Duty is coming out in October, not November, as it traditionally comes out in November. It's going to be coming out in October this year in order to avoid GTA 6. Once again, I always have to clarify this because people lose their minds. I understand it's not the same game. I understand it's not the same genre. One's a shooter, one's an open world, whatever, action-adventure game. Okay? I understand all that. However, anybody who's anybody will know that these are the same demographic of people are going to be buying those games. So you can't be shoving those within 6 days of each other. Call of Duty's going to get smashed. So they're going to show up in October, right? Give them a month before GTA 6 drops. Perfect. That's more than enough time to get your, get Call of Duty in there, whatever else. But here's the thing. If you got Microsoft out there doing this, Xbox gaming division, and they're launching Gears of War, which has obviously a very profound online experience, and you're dropping Call of Duty within, who knows, I don't know what the time frame is going to be. It could be a week, it could be 2 weeks, it could be 3 weeks, whatever. And then you drop Call of Duty, Gears of War is going to suffer. And you don't want Gears of War to suffer. You don't want that to suffer. I think Coalition, I know Coalition has got a hell of a banger on their hands with this one. I know they've been working really, really hard on this one, and they've heard the criticisms from 4 and 5. 4 and 5, listen, they did all right, but they didn't light the world on fire. Let's not lie to ourselves. You know what I'm saying? Let's not lie to ourselves. It didn't set the world on fire like the original trilogy did or anything like that. And 4 and 5 just, it was missing something, even though they added stuff, ironically. But it wasn't all that. You guys saw how fast the player numbers dropped, like almost within a week. You know what I mean? And you don't want that. And they put a lot of time. First of all, they put a lot of time into Hivebusters, which is absolutely incredible. I think it was the best thing that Coalition's done in years. Hivebusters was a 10 out of 10 experience for me. I loved it. And the word is that they're mirroring the success of Hivebusters with Gears E-Day, and they also went back to go to the style of the original trilogy. I mean, that is, you know what I mean? You know what I mean? That's what I'm talking about. And so I don't want to see Gears of War get overshadowed by Call of Duty, and that's going to be within a couple of weeks. You know what I mean? And the thing is, if you launch it earlier in September, well, now you're going to have a lot of people have their attention taken away with those other 3 titles. So, like, you're in between a rock and a hard place with this situation. I don't know, man. And something's going to suffer. Now, the one thing, I can tell you guys this, and I told you guys this last week, I think it was. I think I spilled the beans a little bit, but I could talk about it in a little more detail. Talking to a few people who are working on the new Call of Duty. Now, not just people working on it, but people who have actually seen it. Is that this new Call of Duty is going to be friggin' hot.
But the cream will rise to the top.
Yeah,
Oh, yeah.
that's what I'm talking about. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, he's here. He's here. Alex, Father Alex is in the house. Ladies and gentlemen, we got a priest in the house. And Alex, I got something special for you. I've been waiting all day for this. Whenever Father Alex shows up in the chat, ladies and gentlemen, first of all, behave yourselves because he is a man of God. But we've got this. Here we go. Father Alex is here. Father Alex, that's just for you, buddy. I've been waiting all day for that. Every time Father Alex shows up in the chat. Father Alex is here. I mean, I'm being really nice to him because I'm trying to get my soul saved. You know what I'm saying? Anyways, Call of Duty. I'm hearing some incredible things about Call of Duty. And not only that, I've heard, this is the exact quote I got. This game is going to be a performance and graphical showpiece. And not only that, they're saying the game is actually really good. I mean, we're going to get the reveal in like 5 weeks or whatever it is, right? So it's not like it's far away, and it's not like it's like a big secret or whatever. Like, it's starting to slowly come out. You know what I'm saying? And so, therefore, you know, we'll all find out the information at the same time. However, what I'm hearing from inside is that this game is going to be amazing. And they're likening it to, this is what I've heard, they're likening it to, what's it called? Modern Warfare 2019. The original of the remake trilogy. They're saying it's like, it's not exactly like that, but it's more like in the style of like in terms of the quality of that game, it's going to be like the quality of that game. Yeah. So it's going to be absolutely amazing. What's up, Silent Reaper? How you doing, man? Chavez in the house. The stream has been blessed. Yes. It's been blessed. Snow Dragon, how you doing, buddy? Let's baptize Mag in the lake. I've already been baptized. I'm okay in that regard. It's everything I did after I got baptized that's a bit of an issue. You know what I mean? Tarnished Gamer, how you doing? So yes. So I'm hearing that this Call of Duty is going to be amazing. So the thing is, you don't want to put Gears too close to Call of Duty, because if it gets too close to Call of Duty, then people are going to walk off of Gears and go, okay, that was cool for like, a week. I'm going to go over here. You don't want that. You want a thriving community playing that game for a long period of time. And then, of course, with the presumption that the PlayStation version is delayed out of day one, right? You want that community thriving so that when they come over and play it, you know what I mean? you want people there and you want that community there. But if Call of Duty's a banger like I'm hearing it is, that's going to be a thing, right? And that sucks. That kind of sucks, you know? But we'll see. We'll see how it all goes. Listen, I can't predict the future. I don't have a crystal ball in front of me. All I can do is make what I like to call educated guesses. If you've seen Deadpool, you know what I mean. It was an educated guess. That's all I can do at the end of the day, right? And that's all we can do. Apex, how you doing, buddy? So therefore, that's what's going on. So that's the update on all the new games that are going on right now. Pragmata, like I said, Pragmata is absolutely incredible. It is a tour de force, that game. It is a tour de force. What an incredible game. And like, I finished the game, whatever. Yes, I have a separate save file for the streaming so we can continue the streaming, because I know some people are like, yo, I want to see how the story ends up and all that. We will absolutely be doing all that. And but like, there's an end game part of this thing that you could get all this new areas, new challenges that are really, really cool, and then they unlock more stuff for you so that you go back and you face the bosses again, and they're more buffed this time, but so are your weapons, and so is your armor, so is your hacking, and it's just such an addictive gameplay loop as well. And it's funny that you got two games with back-to-back like super addictive game loops like Pragmata and now Sorrows. I mean, what an incredible time, right? So anyways, we got Sabaraj in the house. He said from Bruxelles, Maga. Well, greetings from Canada, my friend. How are you? How are you doing? Hail everybody. Hail everybody in the chat. And speaking of which, before we move on to our more controversial topic tonight, then I want to catch up with the chat a little bit for just a moment here. I know I say hi to everybody. That's kind of how I do my thing. But either way, we got Ion Storm coming in, a member for 10 months and a top tier maggot. Let's go. Let's go, Ion Storm. Thank you very much, brother. Go check out his show. Go check out his show. I always have to watch it the next day because Tuesday I'm way too busy to catch up on the shows on Podcast Tuesday. You know what I mean? Thank you so much, Ion Storm. And he says, thanks to the community and Mag, the channel will be a year old on the 30th. Let's go. Let's go. A year already? Wow. And Arrow Nation TV is my new host of GNL. Let's go. Outstanding, and congratulations, Arrow Nation. That's awesome, man. That's awesome. Thank you so much for all of that, brother. And we got, we got Father Alex. It is here. Father Alex has done it again. Father Alex has dropped a $2.79 super chat, and he says, I love it, Mag. The power of Christ. Save your soul. Yes. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, my friend. And we've got Literal Table coming in, a member for 5. Alex, that is my new favorite thing of all time, by the way. I'm just saying. I was just beside myself when I found that soundbite, and I'm like, oh, that's all for Alex. Literal Table, a member for 5 months. Let's go. Top tier maggot. Top tier maggots. I expect to see you guys on Forza 6 when we zoom it all up. And he says, thank you so much, Literal Table. And he says, Mag, as someone who suffered through all 6 seasons of Modern Warfare 2, I have no faith in Modern Warfare. I have no faith in Modern Warfare 4. If IW, that would be what the hell are they called again? Infinity Ward. If Infinity Ward is the lead dev, maybe in the campaign, but not multiplayer. All right. Fair enough. Literal Table, we're going to have to wait and see, my friend. We're going to have to wait and see. I'm excited. Listen, man, I'm just hearing nothing but amazing things about it. So I don't know what's going on over there. Maybe they got, maybe the brass came down and they're like, yo, dude, what are we doing over here? Modern Warfare 3 was dog water. Black Ops 7 was hot dog water. You're like, what are you guys doing over there? You know what I'm saying? And then like, listen, man, that's okay, man. We're cooking over here. So apparently that's the word. Okay, folks, even Colt Eastwood said the same thing. He said he's even heard from his people. He's like, yeah, I'm hearing that there's a lot of buzz around the Call of Duty this year. It's going to be amazing. Now, the great thing about that is they also dropped Xbox One and PS4. Finally! Get out! It's over. Go away. If you're still rocking those consoles, that's totally cool, but quit holding us all back.
You're fucking warned.
You know what I mean?
Never go over my fucking head again, you motherfucker, you.
Get out. It's 6 years. Get your life together. I know the consoles haven't gotten any cheaper, but the thing is, if you started saving up, let me tell you guys something, all right? I'm going to catch up with the super chats in just a second, guys. I just want to get this out of my system. When you know that a new console generation is coming, okay, you usually hear about it about 2 years before it happens, right? We did. We heard about it in the fall of 25, PS6, and the Xbox Helix are coming out in the fall of 27, right? So 2 years. From that day, I'm not asking for a lot. Put $50 a month away. Give it to your wife. Give it to your girlfriend. Give it to your mother. Give it to your grandmother. Someone who's not going to spend the day like, here's an envelope. Here's an envelope. Write on it, Next Gen Gaming Console Fund. Put $50 a month. That's not a lot of money in a month. Okay, I know it sounds like one of those ads for like the starving kids. For $1.50 a month, you can also buy a PS6. You know what I mean? But
ponies and ponies and ponies and ponies and ponies.
Yes! Yes, I have new sound bites tonight, folks. Put $50 a month away. $50. That's it. Not asking for $1,000, $800, $500 mortgage payment. $50. And give it to whoever. Put it in an envelope, and in 2 years, not only have you paid off both consoles, well, maybe not both consoles, but like you have a significant chunk of change set aside. Okay, you're looking at like what, $1,200, whatever the hell it's gonna be. $1,200 already sitting there, ready to rock. And then you trade in your other hardware. You get a couple $100 from that, maybe even more if you trade in multiple consoles. You're talking like $1,500 right off the rip. You haven't spent a dime yet. And then from there, you could probably spend $500. You can get both for $500. And you've been slowly saving for a couple of years, whatever. You could put more money in there if you want. I'm just saying, it's not that, there's not rocket science. Listen, man, when I first got married, I was broke. Like my wife and I, we didn't have any money. We lived in a townhouse. We had my son. We had no money. We had barely any money for this. When I was working in the restaurants, when I used to be the chef in the restaurants, we used to get kitchen tips every night, right? And I mean, I had my salary, right? The salary went to the house, paid the bills, did all that kind of stuff, whatever. You know how that goes. And then what I did was I got kitchen tips. So sometimes it'd be like $20 a night. You know, $25. Wasn't a lot of money. It wasn't like crazy, but I get tipped out like $20. I would never spend that. Because my regular life and my salary, I was still able to, do what I had to do, go buy beer or whatever. At that time I smoked, so buy cigarettes and all that shit, and video games. It was all part of like the salary that I had. But that $20, $25 a night or whatever, I gave it all to my wife, and I'm like, no, I'm not even touching that because that's not even part of my salary. That's just a bonus. So I just kept giving her that. When the Xbox One and the PS4 came out, I bought them in like 10 games right off, both consoles and 10 games right off the rip. Done. And it cost me essentially nothing outside of my salary, right? Now that was a little bit of a unique situation because I was getting a little bit more than like, $20 a night actually adds up quite a bit, right? But like, that's what I did. Anyways, we're going to get back to these super chats here. We got Meat Puppet coming in with a $5 super chat. Let's go, Meat Puppet. And he says, Mag, you say the new COD is supposed to be fire. Yes, that's what I'm hearing, my friend. Thank you, Meat Puppet. And he says, I'm not holding my breath. Fair enough. We'll wait and see. I would like to see a 05 Need for Speed Most Wanted remastered. I'm down for that too. I go for that. Most Wanted was an incredible game. Thank you very much, Meep Up, and I appreciate you, brother. And we've got me. It's the Broke Boy. Yes, it's the Broke Boy. What's up, Broke Boy? Member for 7 months. He says, does Father Alex know Buddy Christ? Of course he does. Of course he does. Yes, there it is. Father Alex, whenever he's mentioned, y'all know what we have to do. And Broke Boy comes in and drops a $2 super chat as well. Let's go, Broke Boy. Thank you so much, my friend. And he says, Xbox needs to do a Modern Warfare 4 Series S bundle 350. That would sell. That would sell quite a bit. You know why? That's a good move. Because a lot of people who are still playing on the Xbox One and have a catalog, have all their friends and all that kind of whatever, you just 350 that, and you would be able to get that. You'd sell tons of those. Now, the thing is, as I've said before, is that I know what they've done with the next-gen hardware. Excuse me, not the next gen hardware, with the current gen hardware in terms of the fall, because they know that Call of Duty is going to be current gen only, and GTA 6 is going to obviously be current gen only. And there's a lot of people on the Xbox Ones who have no intention of going over to PlayStation or whatever, right? That's fair. That's fine. Whatever. You do whatever you got to do. And here's the thing. So instead of actually manufacturing new units, what they did is they got all those countries. You guys remember that in the news? It was like a year ago or whatever it was, or a year and a half ago. And there was a lot of countries that just stopped selling Xboxes. And even here, like I call it here, North America, where you had Costco's and Sam's Club and stuff. They were all pulling them off the shelves and stuff. Xbox was taking them all back and putting them in their distribution warehouses. Not only that, from other countries, here's an interesting little side note. I don't know if you guys knew about this, but an interesting side note is that from other countries, what they did is that they took them and they retooled them with the power source for North American use. So, like, let's say, I'll just take a country, like, I don't know, like a United Arab Emirates or something, okay? Or like Turkey or something like that. And they're like, okay, well, we're not selling, American products here anymore. And so they pull them off the shelves, whatever. So Microsoft took them back, retooled, refurbished, whatever you call the power source so that it works for North America, repackaged them. It's not like they touched them or anything. They just, retooled the power source, put them back in, send them back over to North America to sell here for exactly that reason. So it's a very cool, interesting little thing they did. Now, the other thing is a lot of people are running with this story, which is indeed not true. They say, they ordered 5 more million, chipsets or whatever, and it's all for the series console. No, that actually is not for that. That's for the cloud. So they had done that for to bolster the cloud access for now and for the future. So that is why they did that. So what they did, but like I said, they already had the hardware built in other and presumably trying to sell them in other countries, which they did not. They brought them back. And so now they're going to sell them here. So there is that, right? So that saves a lot of, not R&D, that saves a lot of production costs and everything else like that, right? So it's interesting. It's interesting that they did that. And then, of course, like I said, the chipsets were, the 5 million chipsets that they purchased were used to bolster their cloud infrastructure. So very cool, very cool. So therefore, that's a great move, right? Because you're right, broke boy. A lot of you sell them for $350 with a bundle with Call of Duty, you're rocking. It probably won't be $350. That's a little low. Let's say $400. But either way, if you bundle it with $400, you make it kind of snazzy. I don't know, whatever you want to do. That's it. Maybe you don't do anything to it. You just leave it as the white thing with the black grate on it. Just leave it like that and just bundle it with Call of Duty. Done. You'll sell a ton because, like I said, a lot of people on Xbox One are going to be upgrading to the series consoles to play not only Call of Duty, but to play GTA 6. Right? GTA 6 being a huge draw for that. I mean, I don't think a lot, I know a lot of people know this, but like that is going to change the trajectory of gaming this fall. I'm telling you right now, it is going to not only be a cultural phenomenon, but it's going to literally be a complete turning point in the gaming industry where it's going to be like one of those monumental moments that people will talk about for decades to come. It really will. I know it sounds like really over exaggerated, whatever, but I'm telling you, it's going to happen. We got 78 ink, my brother, my friend. Let's go. And he comes in, drops for 5 gifted members. Thank you so much for all of that. And make sure whoever got those members, first of all, welcome to hell.
Welcome to hell, motherfucker!
Welcome to hell. You guys all have access to the members-only Discord now, of course, and Arrow Nation, thank you so much for doing that. Arrow Nation has put the link to the members-only Discord in the chat, and let me tell you something, folks. Sometimes when we go super late on the show, we have 2 parties going on at the same time. Thank you so much, 78 Inc. Appreciate you, brother. And what we do, we got the party going on over here, usually the after party, because when I'm done talking about video games, we just crack open some beers. We talk about whatever the hell we want. You want to talk about Marvel movies? We'll talk about Marvel movies. And then over in the Discord, they're having a whole wild party over there. And then it's funny because the members keep going from chat to chat. It's hilarious. Got all these things going on. So we always have like this multi after party going on there. So go check that out. Also, I do a quick update on the cooking videos. That's also members get access to that early. I have been slightly delayed because I'm waiting for my new microphones to come in, my new the portable mics, and they're still delayed. So I'm a little behind on that because I don't want to record new footage without the new mics, because the new mics are going to literally change the entire quality of my cooking videos. So I wanted my next cooking video is going to debut that new hardware. So I'm excited for all that. So yeah, man. It's all good, man. So yes, thank you so much. And like I said, look, of course, one of them. Look who's one of the.
Do not come.
Look who's one of the guys who got the memberships.
Do not come.
Look who got it.
I'm gonna come.
It's Mooch. He was creeping in the background. Mooch, you tried to hide. You tried to hide in the background going, I'm just going to lurk in the background while I'm just, doing whatever I'm doing. I don't know. What are you doing? You're stuffing cannolis, rolling pizzas. I don't know what Mooch is doing right now. But either way, he was lurking in the background and he just got out. And
But the cream
it always
rise
rises to the top, Mooch. You can't hide. You can't hide. You're a maggot now. Oh, man. You guys are the best. Seth Monsters, how you doing, buddy? Seth Monsters is saying something very controversial. He said it's never going to reach the hype. Yes, it will. Yes, it will. I think it will. Anyways, we're going to have to wait and see, folks. We have to wait and see. Now, okay. Now that we caught up with the chat and everybody else and all your generous donations, let's get into the Sony DRM situation. We got to talk about it. We got a bunch of things to talk about here. What I did is I tried to compile as much as I could, much information as I could from all these people saying all these different things or whatever, right? Now, the thing is, Sony... Do I call you DW Wright? I don't know what I'm going to catch. I'm not going to call you. I'm going to call you D Wright from now on. That's going to be your name. D Wright. That's it. That's your name. You really catch live. Well, you're on a live show now, buddy. Everybody say hi to him in the chat. DW Wright is in the chat, ladies and gentlemen. Go say hi to him. Okay, so here's the situation. I don't think that whatever's been going on for the last 48 hours, I don't think that the way that Sony's attacked this has been all that great. Why? Because they haven't said a goddamn word.
Yeah!
Now, I think they should have nipped this thing in the bud right away if it indeed is not going to be as nefarious as some people are thinking. Some people are going, totally, what, DW Wright? All right, thank you. There you go. I nailed it. People are going wild on both sides. And why? Because no one actually has the right information. I don't actually have the right information, but what I'm going to do is I'm going to present everything that I know up to this point, and then we could just kind of talk about it. You know what I'm saying? So, you know what I mean? Like, so we're going to talk about it. And the thing is, if Sony comes out tomorrow and goes, guys, it's not what you think, or, this, that, and the other, they should have done that shit today. I don't know what the hell they're waiting for. They got PR people. You know what I mean? I would walk in there. If I was the boss, I'd walk in and be like, guys, get the PR people in here right now. And I'd be like, get a pencil, get a crayon, get a dinner napkin, start writing shit down. We have to clarify what this thing is, because I can tell you one thing that Sony does not like. Sony does not like negative news. Okay? Look at like the whole Concord thing. They didn't just like quietly let the game die. They pulled it from the store like fucking E.T. You know what I mean? Like they did, like that thing was gonzo. You know what I mean? Like it was like they just say, no negative news. Get it the hell out of here now. Bury it in the backyard. Shoot it in the head. Bury it in the backyard. Get it out of here. And that's all there is to it, right? And so that's exactly what they did. So Sony doesn't like bad news lingering because they have a reputation they want to keep. The fact that they've been sitting on this for more than 2 days, that's not cool, man. I mean, Jesus Christ. When I wake up tomorrow morning, if they don't have this thing already, like, a statement put out there or whatever else, they're going to be like, you know what I mean? They're going to be now, in the end, is it really going to hurt them? No, not really. But the thing is, you don't like negative news. So, that being the case, I don't understand. Like, just go out there and say what it is. Unless, here's the problem. If there was something nefarious, now here's the thing. If there was something nefarious, maybe that's why they're delaying saying it. They're like, oh, fuck, what are we going to say? You know what I mean? But I don't know. There's a whole wild situation. So anybody who's not really, or hushing it away, that's a problem. Deceiver. They're not going to hush it away because it's literally been millions of people tweeting, retweeting, YouTube videos, views, all that kind of stuff. Everybody's talking about it. So it's not the kind of thing they could just kind of hush away. This is something they're going to have to face head on and be like, listen, man, this is what's happening, or this is what's not happening. Right? And then the thing is, other people are pulling out stories like from, I talked to an AI chatbot and they said this. And then another guy comes out and goes, no, that's not true. The AI chatbot for my conversation said this. And I'm like, what the fuck? Like, what do you got? Like, what's happening here? Why are we, you know what I mean? And then people run with that shit, right? So now people are running with like what an AI chatbot was talking about. That's something taken out of context. And I'm like, guys, this is not the way. This is not the way. Now, one of the stories is that the idea is that if you purchase a digital game or even it's a digital game, is that you have to check in every 30 days or whatever, or it locks you out of the game. That was, I think, one of the original stories that came out. Right? So that was one of the original stories that came out. Everybody went completely wild. Okay? Understandably so, if because a lot of people, they take a lot of things at face value. A lot of people hold back and they're like, wait, hold on a second. I don't know, that sounds a little weird. And then people started hearkening back to the Xbox One stuff. Let me tell you something about the Xbox One stuff. The Xbox One stuff, by the way, was going to be every 24 hours. Not the same thing. Okay, we could say that right away. 30 days, 24 hours, it's not the same thing. The other thing is you have to remember there was more impact in 2013 with that situation because the overwhelming majority in that time frame were still buying physical discs, and it was going to apply to all physical discs so that you wouldn't be able to trade them in at GameStop or EB Games or whatever, which was the modus operandi at the time. You buy 2-3 games, you finish them, you trade them in, you get another 2 games for like $20, or maybe even you get them for free depending on the trade-in value. And that was the way it worked. And then a lot of people bought the used games or whatever. And Microsoft was running off of a hot generation with the 360, and all of a sudden, myself included, I'm like, what in the fuck? I had a tower full of games that I would trade in every once in a while or whatever, and I'm like, am I now stuck with this shit? Right? So there was a lot of that there. It was a different time. It was 13 years ago. No, it's not cope. No, it's not I'm trying to justify anything. It's just a fact. That was a different time, different situation. They were talking about a 24-hour check-in with the internet, with physical games that was going to be continuous, and if you tried to give it to someone else, it wouldn't work. That was disastrous. Now, fast forward to today, this situation they're talking about with this digital DRM stuff, they're talking about every 30 days they would check in or whatever. Now, that's one story. Now, here's where it gets wild, okay? Then there's another story. They're saying, actually, no, what's happening is when you purchase the game digitally, you check in on it once, and then after the 30-day period, you own the game forever, and that's all there is to it. Just for them to check and justify that you have actually purchased the game, which is ridiculous in itself. Because at the same time, if I paid you my fucking money, you know that meme on Instagram, where's my money, motherfucker? You paid with your money. Then shouldn't that be all the justification you require? You took my money happily, didn't you? It's kind of like the government, when it comes to the, tax season. Make sure you pay your taxes on time, but when they give you the return, whenever we feel like it. You know what I mean? Like that kind of vibe to it, right? That's the kind of vibe I got from that. So, but the thing is, they said that after they do that and they do the check-in and all that kind of stuff, they say after the 30-day period, that's it. It's yours forever, blah, 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 blah. That's another story. I'm not saying any of these stories are true, like for everybody out there. What's up, Verge? How you doing, man? Dented Iron? Did I even say hi to you yet? I'm not sure if I did. I'm saying hi to you now. So, that's another story we hear. And then there was, of course, the arguments about, I'm going to buy physical or whatever. There's DRM on the physical discs as well. Not in the same aspect or whatever. Like, you actually don't really own the game on the disc. You own the right to use it, and of course, what do? They go and use that, like when you pop in the disc or whatever. They use the license agreement or whatever. They check on it to see if you own the game or whatever, and then you play the game. So it's there too. It's the word I'm looking for. It's like what do they call a bootloader or something like that? It's a bootloader that downloads content. And the funny thing is, and what does it do? The disc is just a bootloader that downloads content from the internet. You need to be connected to the internet to do that. Now, the internet argument, I'm going to squash this one right away because, other than extenuating circumstances like, I don't know, if, you're in a place where there's hurricanes and you got, your town got demolished and you don't have your power for like weeks and weeks or whatever. That can happen. I mean, that happens. I mean, you see it every year in the U.S., like in the South or in the Pacific countries as well. That shit happens all the time. It's unfortunate. Shout out to my boy Wilmy Hood, my brother out there, Wilmy Hood. He says he has. I remember last time when he was at a hurricane. He goes, "Oh, we got a hurricane box." And it's not funny at all, but I thought it was cute. He's got a hurricane box of like DVDs and Blu-rays so that when they lose power for an extended period of time, they got something to watch. Because everything else is connected to, guess what? The fucking internet. So the internet argument outside of the extenuating circumstances and the army, there are people in the army who get their consoles or whatever else and they go off and, they're stationed here, there, and whatever, and they go for long periods at a time without the internet. Fair enough, right? And that happens as too. Thank you for your service, by the way. And so there's a lot of that out there. But everybody else? What are we talking about? So like that whole idea about like the internet thing, nah, that's kind of crazy. I have to be connected to the internet. While you're telling me that, you're connected to the internet on your phone. You're connected to the how do you think you got all those beautiful 8 million updates for Crimson Desert? How did you just download all your games? From Magic? Did Harry Potter come in? Wingardium Wolverine, you know what I mean? And the game just appears on your console. Like, you had to go to the internet to download the thing. Day one patches, all that other stuff. Everybody, not everybody, but the majority of people that are in this space, I think at this point, like even Colt said it last night, he goes, it's such a small minority of a minority that would affect, outside of course, the army and extenuating circumstances. Everybody else is connected to the internet one way or another. How are you party chatting with people? You're on the internet the whole friggin' time. You know what I mean? Like that argument holds absolutely zero water whatsoever. What I have a problem with is behind that. We'll get into that in just a minute. The other thing is, there's other instances out there where people are saying, well, I paid for something, hold on, hear me out. I paid for something, and therefore I should own it. Well, that's not always the case. When it comes to entertainment. They say, all entertainment, if I paid for it, I should own it. I'm like, well, what about when you go to the movie theater? I'm going to go see Mortal Kombat with my wife, my son, not my daughter. My wife, she's too young for that. But my wife, my son, and my neighbor. It's going to cost us $150. So I'm paying $150 and I don't own shit. I'm there for the experience, right? So I'm seeing entertainment. I'm absorbing that entertainment, but I don't get to keep it. You go to watch an opera, you go to watch a concert, you go to watch a stage play, you go to do all that stuff. You're watching the entertainment that's happening in front of you, and a lot of it is digital entertainment. You're getting that, but you don't get to keep it. So like that one small little snippet of like, I've only seen a very, very small minority of people say that, and I'm like that really doesn't hold much water either. And especially like, what about Netflix, Crave, Amazon Prime, Disney Plus, Game Pass? You don't own shit. So you're paying to rent those services and you're paying to get those things. But as soon as they cut Spotify, as soon as you stop paying, it's over. You're gone. You lost everything. What is it saying? You'll own nothing and you'll love it, or you'll be happy. You'll own nothing and you'll be happy. That's exactly what they're doing. This is not an isolated incident. Now, what I have a problem with is this. The problem is this. If there is a nefarity behind this, that's where I have an issue. That's where I have an issue, because I know they can have all the lawyer small talk they want. Whenever you see like those things, when you start a game, or when you see like a new update show up. By the way, a new update showed up on the PlayStation just a couple days ago. I happened to notice. I didn't see a new update on Xbox. I saw one on PlayStation. I updated it, whatever, and everybody goes straight to accept. Do you ever read that shit? A lot of that stuff right there is a lot of the stuff that we're complaining about that we're not privy to, because people don't read it. They just take the left thumbstick and they scroll all the way down and they hit accept. So they can get away with it. So you'd be like, oh, I'm going to launch a class action lawsuit. Good luck. It's not going to happen, because all those things that you pressed accept to, it was probably there. Not probably. Guaranteed it was there, because they have lawyers way better than ours. So, you know what I'm saying? So they cover their ass in that way. Now, does that help their image? Absolutely not. The thing is, from a customer point of view, customers can say, you know, fuck you, dude. I'm done with this bullshit. And they walk away. And then the only way you can hurt a corporation is by taking away their money. So you can do that too. That's a way to do it. But the thing is, people don't have the balls to do it. And you know why they don't have the balls to do it? Because they love the entertainment they're getting. Netflix can piss me off left, right, and center. But I'm like, oh, fuck. What am I going to do? Get rid of Netflix? My kids are going to go nuts. They watch anime like all afternoon after they get home from school. And so, you know what I'm saying? It's like, you almost feel like you're caught. Spotify pisses me off. I'm like, fucking Spotify. I'm going to cancel it. And then the next time you have like all these parties and get-togethers, what are you going to do? It's 2026. I don't own any music. It's over. All my CDs and tapes and CDs nuts. I have all these tapes and whatever else. They're gone. Spotify's all I got left, and they know it. That's how they corner you. And it sucks. Now, the thing is, if you paid full price for a game, right? This is the way I look at it. If it indeed all this is true. I'm not committing to like one side or the other here, because I'm just giving my opinions on all the different things I've heard thus far. And I'm not done. I got way more stuff to talk about here. I'm just giving my opinions on each different opinion, because I like to give opinions from all sides, right? If it indeed you paid full price for a game, it's $100 a game up here, okay? It's $100 a game. It's 101, I think 667 or something, whatever the hell it is. It's 101. Like, Sorrows cost me $108, okay? If I gave you $108 and it's got my name on that goddamn credit card, and you know it's my goddamn name on that credit card, and you see my account, or you don't see it, it's not like there's a guy sitting there watching, but I mean, you know what I mean? It's on my account, it matches my name, it has everything else, I bought the game, the credit card payment went through, you took my fucking money, well then I should absolutely own that in every which way or form. All of it. If you went belly up one day, it shouldn't matter. That digital code should belong to me. Yes, Deceiver, it's $100 a game. It was 107 something, whatever it is, for Sorrows today, to buy the digital deluxe edition. So it worked out just under $108, right? So if I paid that money, even if Sony went belly up, I should be able to carry that game until my dying breath. Whether I play it or not, that's not your concern. Your concern should be you took my money and you bought yourself another, cottage house in Malibu on the friggin' ocean. Or you bought another country, whatever the hell you want to call it, retreat in Japan with my money. All the executives. So you're happy to take my money, but you're also happy to take away digital rights at the same time? Go fuck yourself. That's what I got to say about that, if that is indeed the facts. Father Alex, I hope you're doing the rosary for me tonight, man, because I got a lot of... You better be doing the rosary for me right now. I want them like this. Each bead, I want another prayer for all the horrible things I'm going to say tonight. Now, we don't even know if that's the case. I'm just giving you what I would say if that indeed turns out to be the case. Okay? Now I want to present something else to you guys. The other thing that people are talking about is that this DRM situation was to battle an exploit that was happening. Okay? This actually kind of makes sense. So, like, this one makes sense as well. I mean, they all make sense. It's just we have to weed through the bullshit to actually find out what indeed is true. And the only way that we can do that is not ask the AI chatbots on the PlayStation website. We need a statement from Sony. Otherwise, people are tearing themselves apart. The other thing that people are talking about is that some people have found an exploit. So what they do is they purchase a digital game, and within the 15 days or whatever, 14 days, they can refund the game. They take the code of the game, own the game, and then they get the refund, but they found an exploit around it so that they can actually keep the game. Did that make any sense? I hope you guys are trying to follow me here. I mean, it's very confusing to me as well, because I don't dive into that deep of the tech shit or whatever, especially the hacking stuff and all that stuff. I really don't know. I know a lot of guys who do that kind of stuff or whatever, but I'm not really into that world so much. So, You know, that was another thing. So they were saying that they're doing that to battle that. That makes sense. Some people say that they found an exploit that by jailbreaking the PS4 and being able to do the same thing. On top of that, PS Plus, that's another one. Now, for example, here's another thing. It actually just happened today, and this is hilarious. And I'll quote it here. Hackers say they've cracked Denuvo. Here's another thing, not nothing to do with PlayStation. Denuvo's DRM, 2K, and Denuvo have reportedly added mandatory 14-day online checks to some PC games like NBA, 2K26, and Marvel's Midnight Suns, as a result of the same thing that I just told you about with the Sony situation. So I think this was more, now this is another theory, is that it's actually a security issue. It was a security issue. It was not meant to, like, whatever, go after the consumer or this and that or whatever, or to make people's lives miserable. Why would you want to do that? That doesn't make any sense. It doesn't make any logical sense to me. But the thing is, it was to combat these jackass mother fuzzers, hackers, and all this other crap that always love to make people's lives miserable. And that was another thing, right? So that's a possibility as well. So the thing is, at the end of the day, we're going to have to wait and see what this is what's going on with this. I got another quote right here. I want to read this quote right here, okay? This is from WCCF Tech or whatever. While PlayStation supporters confirmed this new DRM policy via its chatbots, Sony hasn't officially come out with a statement so far. Some users argued that only games acquired via PlayStation Plus are subject to this DRM, while others pointed out how a dead CMOS battery, that's another thing, can also trigger the license expiration. I mean, I don't know how often that happens, but I mean, it could happen. Yeah, sure. I mean, that's logical. We can't be sure without official communication from Sony. See, that's the other thing. At the end of the day, their silence is a bit of an issue. You know, and then some people today, I'm going to get to these super chats in a minute. We're going to keep on going. We're going with this. The other thing is people brought up Steam. I watched Alex's video this morning. It was a very good video. Banana Man, pepperoni nipples. Oh no, it's Alex. Right? So he did a video this morning, and it was a very good video. And he was talking about all this, and people are saying, well, Steam's been doing it for 10 years. Yes and no, but it's also a lot of no. So it was up to developers to be able to put DRM in there if they wanted to. A lot of them don't. And on top of all that, like I said, I'm not as familiar with Steam because I'm not like a hardcore PC gamer by any means at all. I don't know anything really about it. But you could stay offline, but some people are saying actually you can actually stay offline indefinitely if you want to. You can run the games from the exe file. So I'm like, oh, okay. The issue that comes involved with Steam is that when you got third-party DRM, like previously mentioned, Denuvo, and with this whole 2K situation, you know, 14-day online checks for some PC games like NBA 2K6 and Marvel's Midnight Suns. There you go. So there's a bit of that too. So the thing is, there's so much running around out there, and I've had some people kind of pester me a little bit like, Mag, you got to make a video. Mag, you got to make a video. And I'm like, what the fuck am I going to say? There's like 8 stories out there. I don't know which one is real. Steamcast guy. Desert Cruiser. Hey, Magnum, how's it going, buddy? Magnum, you were listening to Fonz's podcast? Forgivable for now, but never let that happen again.
Yeah!
I'm just kidding. I know that his show was on about half an hour or whatever, half an hour before mine. Hey, Ghostbusters, how you doing, buddy? So, like, the thing is, I'm like, what am I going to make a video about? Okay, sure, I could talk about it here on the show. That's what we do. We talk about things on the show. We kind of iron things out or whatever. But the thing is, at the end of the day, how the hell are you supposed to... You know what I mean? How am I supposed to keep up with all this stuff? There's like 8 different stories out there and theories, and I talked to an AI bot. I talked to an AI bot. I talked to an AI bot. It's like, well, which one is the truth? I mean, it sounds like to me, this is my personal opinion, it sounds like to me that there's a bit of truth in each story out there. So it's almost like a buffet that's happening in front of you, and I'm like, oh, that sounds plausible. This sounds plausible. Yes, they're a corporation, so obviously they're going to be backstabbing son of bitches. I believe that. Oh, this is plausible. This is plausible. But until, just like in the article that I just read, a snippet of, is that until they actually come out and say something, it's going to be nothing but hearsay up until they say something. Now, if it all comes true, great. I mean, not great. I mean, not great. You know, I mean, if all, you know, some of those theories come true. Sorry, I phrased that totally wrong. Hey, what do you want from my life?
Idiot.
I'm an idiot.
Oh, what a loser.
Here, I'll play that again.
What an idiot. Oh, what a loser.
I didn't mean it's great. I'm saying it's great that we'll get an answer, but it may not be great news. Then you could say, all right, let's dunk the shit out of these guys. You know what I mean? Like, you know, whatever. Until they reverse it or whatever they're going to do. But we don't even know what the hell this thing is. So we're going to have to just wait and see. Like I said, we got a lot of theories out there, and a lot of them are good. Hey, Pistol Pete, welcome back. He was here this morning. What's up, Joel? How you doing, man? The store can install your games. Everybody knows that. That's right, Joel. That's right. All right, let's catch up with this chat. I want to see what the chat's talking about here. Let's see what the chat's talking about. And I want to see what y'all are saying right now. And we've got G Mania, my brother. There he goes. Comes in and drops a $20 super chat. Let's go, G Mania. There you go. You unlocked a rare achievement, my friend. You unlocked 50 achievement points. There you go. Add that to your total. He says, thank you, G-Mania. I appreciate you, brother. And he says, my friend has a PS5, and when he started up Pragmata and scrolled through the user agreement, oh, this is interesting. He says you have to check in every... Wow. Okay, he says you have to check in every 30 days. I would love to see that. Did he buy it recently? Just don't super chat me again. Just write it in the actual chat. I want to see what you said about that. Anyway, sorry. Let me continue. He scrolled through the user agreement. He says you have to check in every 30 days. He's the only guy I know who reads the agreement on every game he buys. Well, good for him. Good for him. That's good. That's good. That's vigilance. That's vigilance. That's good. Thank you for so much, G-Mania. And G-Mania, do me a favor. Write in the chat. Let me know when he bought the game. Because I bought Sorrows today. Mind you, I didn't read anything. So, like, I'm so used to not reading user agreements. I just click accept just like everybody else. I'm just as guilty, man. What do you want from my life? I'm just as guilty. You know what I mean? And we got Snow Dragon coming in, dropping a $5 super chat. Let's go. Snow Dragon? What does Snow Dragon say? He says Doom Eternal DLC should be a roguelike with Sorrows like Doom guy. Dude, that's a fantastic idea. I'm all for that. It's a great idea. It's a great idea. And listen, let me tell you something. It's funny because a lot of my viewers this morning, thank you to the almost 800 people that came to watch me this morning play Sorrows for damn near 4 hours. And of course, shout out to the chat who are helping me along, like some of the somehow already veterans of the game, like Eric Hutz for the win. Shout out to her. She was in the chat this morning and she was guiding me along. And I'm like, how the hell do you know all this shit? It came out today. Mind you, unless you got a review copy I didn't know about. You know. But anyways, a lot of people in the chat were like, hey, man, this plays kind of like Doom kind of thing. And I'm like, yeah, it kind of does. It kind of has that vibe. I mean, a little bit pulled further away kind of thing. But anyway, yeah, it'd be great. Yeah, it's a great idea, Snow Dragon. I like that. And we got 78 Ink. The man is a monster tonight. Ladies and gentlemen, he locks another rare achievement. And he drops a $10 super chat. Thank you so much, 78 Ink, an incredible supporter of the channel, of course. And he says, these companies want us to rent the games from them. Well, you're fucking right, they do. Ownership completely dead. DRM only gives us the right to use the game. Horrible. Absolutely. That's exactly what they all want. And you know what the thing is? 78 Ink, you're not wrong. And I'll tell you why you're not wrong. Like I said, go to all these other services that they have. What do they do at the end of the day? At the end of the day, they got us paying thousands and thousands and thousands of dollars, and we own absolutely nothing. I can't even tell you the last game I bought on an Xbox. Sorry, I can tell you. The last game I bought on an Xbox was Hogwarts Legacy. I bought that. Everything else I either consumed through Game Pass or didn't consume at all over there, depending on what whatever. But everything else I consumed through Game Pass, and the last game I actually bought on Xbox is what's it called? Hogwarts Legacy. The funny thing is, I still got like 750 games on my not my hard drive, but in my library, on my Xbox library, I have like 750 games, if not more. But a lot of that was from the Xbox One generation, and up until Game Pass happened. But then what ended up happening? Game Pass comes out, and what ended up happening? My library started to dwindle. It didn't dwindle. It stayed the same. It didn't grow. If I look at Spotify, I made a 9-hour playlist, by the way, ladies and gentlemen. You should go check it out. It's called the Mags 90s playlist or whatever. I had a bunch of dope-ass songs. If you're into, like, 90s, like, techno and house and even some newer stuff thrown in the mix or whatever, it's like a 7 or 8 hour dance mix for, like, parties and shit. It is the dopest list I put together. I've been working on that list for, like, 2 years. If Spotify goes belly up or changes their, whatever, user agreement, I am utterly fucked. I haven't bought a single piece of music in probably a decade. Right? And what have I been giving them? A lot of money. So they've been taking, up to this point, thousands of dollars from me, and I own nothing. You will own nothing and be happy. That's what they say. 78 Inc., thank you for the $10 super chat. And right behind that, we've got Clock Rocket. Let's go. And Clock Rocket drops a $10 super chat as well. Thank you so much, Clock Rocket. And he says, for $10 US, he says, I want to own everything I purchase. Fair enough. But as I get older, I realize nothing lasts. Even DVDs and CDs stop working sometimes. Yes, they do. Place your bets and try to enjoy your stuff while you can. Yes, it's an unfortunate truth, dude. It's an unfortunate truth because I can tell you right now, if it wasn't for my Xbox Series X, I would have nothing to play Blu-rays on. I don't own a fucking Blu-ray player anymore. It's 2026. You know what I mean? If I didn't have my Series X, I wouldn't have a place to watch a Blu-ray disc. Everything else I've transferred onto hard drives anyway, and then I sold all the hard copies of stuff, except for like the legendary things. Like I have like the original, what the hell's it called? Like the extended edition of Lord of the Rings that came in like those elven books and stuff like that. I did not sell those. I keep those because they look beautiful. You know what I mean? Like those aren't for selling. I'm not selling those. Those are like a showpiece that you put like on a shelf or whatever. I thought I had it over there. It's in another room. You know what I mean? I have the original Star Trek, like all like 10 movies in one box set or whatever. And then when you put all the DVDs together, it like literally creates the image of like the Starship Enterprise. Totally dope, right? But that's, for me, that's a collector's item. That's not like, oh, I'm going to pull out the disc. I did for years. I watched those movies over and over. I'm surprised the CDs didn't melt or the DVDs didn't melt. Right? But now I just keep it for as memorabilia. Be like, nah, man, I got the whole Star Trek collection right here, and it's got the beautiful artwork and all that jazz. Like that, you know what I mean? Indiana Jones, same thing. I got the original box set. I've got the original Star Wars trilogy before Lucas started fucking around and adding sock puppets and stuff into it. You know what I mean? And like I have those. Like, those are collector's things, right? That's different. But I'm not sitting there to like, enjoy all those things. If I wanted to watch those things, what do? Unfortunately, I go to Disney Plus and I watch Disney Plus because it's right there. I don't own it, but it's there and I just watch it. But at the end of the day, there's going to come a day that if these things come crashing down, we own absolutely nothing. And we're going to be left nothing with our nothing but our dicks in our hands at some point. And that's the way I see it. Satius, how you doing, buddy? Thank you for the $10 super chat, Clock Rocket. Appreciate you, brother. And we got G-Mania coming and dropping another $5 super chat, even though I told him not to. Oh my God. Hey John, how you doing, buddy? And for $5, G-Mania says, Spare Eyebrows, how you doing, buddy? Ocelots in the chat, so I couldn't even say your damn name. If Sony's DRM is true, we finally mentioned her name. Let's go. We're an hour and 21 minutes in the show, and we haven't even mentioned the lady's name one time. We got to do it one more time. Let's go, Asha. I see you. I know you're out there somewhere. Captain Jack's in the chat. How you doing, buddy? The captain is here. Arr! That's right. Captain is here. We're here to break the law. Break the law. Break the law. That's right. Let's go. Sorry, G-Mania. G-Mania says, if Sony's DRM is true, Asha should put out a video saying at Xbox you own your games. Yeah, oh, dude, people have already talked about that, but you know what? Let me tell you something. She's a woman of class. I'm telling you right now, she's a woman of class. She ain't gonna do it. She ain't gonna do it. She's gonna be like, okay, it's kind of funny, but I'm not gonna do that. We're not gonna be the blue meanie. Danny Passion, where the hell have you been? Moderators, kick him out of the chat immediately. I don't want this man here. He's hurt my feelings. He hurt my feelings. I don't see his face anymore. He used to show up to all the streams. Now he just shows up once in a while. He just treats me like a booty call. He doesn't call me the next morning. He just sends me in an Uber, uses me and abuses me, and then doesn't call me for another month. How you doing, Danny Passion? It's great to see you, buddy. I appreciate you. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, here it is. And we've got Grandpa Barbecue Game Cat dropping 5 Australian didgeridoos. Let's go! And Grandpa Barbecue Game Cat, thank you so much from the land down under, the thunder from down under. And he says, for 5 Australian dollars, he says, let's say DRM is true, all right? If I use the Sony PS Plus option to add title to my library, but don't install it for, say, 60 days, does that mean it won't play? I think you have to actually install it. Because then at that point, like, I'm not sure. Because, yeah, I know it says add to library or whatever, but if you don't install it, then it's not going to activate the DRM thing or whatever, right? Like the license agreement thing where it's going to check. Because if you just added it to the library, it's just going to sit there. But if you try to access it from that point, then I figure it'll trigger the check-in. You know what I'm saying? That's what I'm thinking is going to happen. So, like, I think it's that when you finally install it, then it'll trigger the license agreement check or whatever the hell they're going to do and all that kind of jazz, right? So, I don't know. Did Iron? That's a funny... Listen, man, we make fun of everybody over here, okay? Not everybody, everything. Hey, Q-Max, how you doing, buddy? Ghost Fixer's in the house? Listen, we make fun of everything, okay? We'll make fun of Sony. We'll make fun of Xbox. We'll make fun of Nintendo. We'll make fun of all those things. But Dented Iron said the funniest shit I think I've heard already tonight. He says, at Xbox, you own your mid-games. Oh, that's funny. That's funny. You gotta admit it's funny. Even if you're a big Xbox fan, you gotta say that that's funny. That's hilarious, dude. That was funny. Yeah! However, you're still fired. That was funny. That was funny. Yeah, because Grandpa Barbecue Game Cat, that's what I'm thinking is the situation, brother. John is saying energy is always very beautiful, bro. The mag. Yes, yeah, of course. Of course. Send them to church. That's right. Let's go. Confess your sins. Father Alex is waiting for you. Father Alex is here. He's waiting for you. Ocelot is saying the PlayStation DRM is debunked. Is it like, have they finally said something, like, or is it just like more of the same? Because that's what I'm trying to say, Ocelot, is that there's like all these different things like, oh, it's been debunked, it's not debunked, it's debunked, it's not debunked, and I'm like, well, which one is it? So what I did tonight, I tried my very best, I tried his best. I tried my best, Mama. I tried my best. I tried my best. I tried my best to present everything that I've been reading and watching. I haven't been reacting to it like online. I didn't make any videos. I'm like, I'm not doing this. I'm just going to hear everything that's going on, and I'm going to kind of wait to see what Sony says. I could speculate, and I have ideas, and of course I've given you my opinions on every little facet that I've heard up until now. But unless Sony has actually come out and says, yo, this is the story, end of story, stop talking to our fucking AI chatbots. Like, this is the actual story. That would be great. You know what I mean? That would be wonderful. They could actually, like, say something. But anyway, we're going to have to wait and find out, man. We're just going to have to wait and find out. I hope by tomorrow morning. Icky Throbbers in the house. How you doing? Iron Balls. How you guys doing out there? And Danny Passion comes in and drops a $2 super chat. Thank you so much, Danny Passion. And he goes, busy with life. Much love for everyone. Thank you so much, Danny Passion. You're still getting banned from the chat, okay? So,
Yeah!
Ghostbusters, you know what to do, okay? You know what to do. Just ban him. Ban him for 30 seconds. Let him know he made a fatal mistake by not showing up here every single week. We are your family, Danny Passion. We are your family. I mean, try and say that to your wife and kids. I don't know if that'll work. And then you really might get thrown out, and we actually will become your family because you'll have nowhere to live. She's going to throw you out of the house. But either way, we're going to find out. And we got Seth Monsters coming in, dropping a $20 super chat. Let's go. Seth Monsters, thank you so much, my friend. Huge supporter of the channel as well. Thank you, Seth Monsters. He unlocks a rare achievement as well. Thank you, Seth Monsters. By the way, I'd just like to point out that Seth Monsters actually purchased the copy for the channel. Assassin's Creed Black Flag Resynced will be played here day one, courtesy of Seth Monsters. Thank you so much. Jake Silver, what is this? AC Valhalla code. Go, 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 go. Where's that? Where's that? I don't see it. Oh, I see it now. A wise young girl once said, I want the world. I want the whole world. I want to lock it all up in my pocket. It's my bar of chocolate. Give it to me now and give me a Steam code for AC Valhalla. Let's go. Thank you so much, Seth Montes, for the $20 super chat. And to whoever got the AC Valhalla code, congratulations. This man, by the way, not only did he buy AC Black Flag Resynced for this channel, he has given away 6 effing codes in the last 2 weeks right here on the channel, ladies and gentlemen. The man is a maniac. Aluminum 54, what's going on, man? What's going on in the chat here? I'm trying to catch up with everybody. Laugh Out Loud Mag game show. Yes, pretty much. That's how it goes. Thank you guys all so much for all the support out there and all the super chats and everything. It's always greatly appreciated and always helps the channel and helps the channel to grow. I mean, why do you think I was able to not only go to LA because of all your kindness and all your generosity, but also I also was able to procure, which I haven't yet. I'm still waiting for it. The new wireless microphone systems in order to do my cooking shows on the channel as well. That all goes into the channel. You know what I mean? It's all there. What's up, HNS? And how you doing, buddy? Where's my code, mate? Little Table's back in the house. Fuzzy Tomatoes here as well. Yes. All right. So, anyways, folks, let's get back into conversation here. So, we talked about the DRM thing. I see what everybody's saying over there. G-Mania, I'm still waiting to see. Maybe I missed it because the chat was moving along pretty quickly. I was trying to see if you said when your friend bought the... DJ Marshman's in the house as well. How you doing, buddy? I wanted to see when your friend bought Pragmata. But mind you, like I said, I probably got it and I didn't see the user agreement because I never read it. You know what I mean? I don't read the thing. So I don't know. We'll see. And I mean, I bought Soros last night. So if it was there in the user agreement, I mean, can you go back and check the user agreement? I'm not sure. I don't know. I'm going to have to take a look at that. No spoilers, Literal Table, because Wednesdays is when I watch Daredevil, and then I do back-to-back. I do an episode of Daredevil, and then I watch a new episode of The Boys. So no spoilers in the chat. Yeah, so anyways, he bought it yesterday. Okay, so now, thank you, G-Mini, I appreciate that. So I bought Soros last night around 9 o'clock, because I got the digital deluxe edition, whatever, and then so that I was able to play it 2 days early, so I could put it on the channel. So there is a lot of that. So I did that, and I'm like, all right, I got that. So now the thing is, obviously there was a user agreement. Now my question is, now that I've already purchased and hit accept, can I go back and read it? Is there a way of doing that? Can you go into the settings and see the user agreements? I'm not even sure. So, you know what I mean? No, I have not played Kiln yet. No, I have not. No. I'll play that when a CD... I'll play that when... I'll play it when I get that 1 month voucher at the in the third week of May or whatever. I'm gonna around about 4 or 5 days before Forza comes out. I'm gonna get my voucher. I have the voucher here. I'm just saying I'm going to apply it, and then I'll be playing Replaced. I'm gonna check out Kiln for a bit, and then of course I'm getting the voucher is really for Forza Horizon 6. So I'll be playing that on my Xbox. So I'll be doing that. So I'll be checking out those 3 titles there. When I get that 1 month voucher for Game Pass. Like I said, I've been sitting on that 1 month voucher for months now. That was courtesy of Grumpy Old Fart, by the way. So, yeah. Yeah, I'm not really sure. Alex is like, Mag, it was an epic moment when you beat that first boss in Soros. You left your chair. I literally jumped up in the air. It was unbelievable. But anyways. All right, so there's the DRM situation, folks. We talked about it as much. What do you mean that sounds like Pony Cope? Magnum, this is just for you.
Ponies and ponies and ponies and ponies.
There you go, Magnum. That's just for you, buddy. Oh, guys, ladies and gentlemen, the biggest pony in the entire world, Fun Speculation Mav is here. There it is. There he is. Sorry, man. I just have too much fun with some of the sound bites, man. It's just so good. It's just so much fun. And people get so upset. That's the crazy part. Like, the thing that blows my mind is people get so mad. By the way, go sub to a Fun Speculations channel, okay? Mav, y'all know who he is. Good guy. This is the Mag theme song. Yeah, exactly. Thanks, Deceiver. People get so mad. It's unbelievable. It's wild. I don't understand why people get so in there. Like, people get so touchy about stuff. And I'm like, well, what the hell's the difference, man? Who cares? But anyway, people are wild. So here's the thing. Let's talk about the Xbox future. That'll be our last official topic of the night. Sergeant Essential, my ears are bleeding. Let's talk about the Xbox future. There's a lot to talk about there, a lot to unfold. And the reason why there's a lot to unfold is because a lot's been going on. We touched on this last night on XNC, but Colt and I had a lot to talk about last night. And as a result of us having a lot to talk about, we weren't able to spend as much time on subjects as I would have liked and he would have liked. But like we had a lot of give and take and a lot of things to get through. And we blazed through like a 2 hour and 15 minute show like it was like 5 minutes. You know what I mean? Now, the thing is, before I say anything, I'd like to preface this with I actually watch everybody, as you guys know. And I will respect, and I respect everybody's opinion, whether they say, you know, this is great, this is not great, whatever, this is good, this is not good. That's entirely, whatever, up to them. And I listen to them, and they provide their thoughts and their feelings and their, I don't want to say arguments, but like, you know, bringing their ideas to the table as to why they feel that way. And I'm like, all right, that makes sense. Even if I don't agree with them, if it still makes logical sense, I'm like, okay, that makes logical sense. I disagree, but that's totally cool. That's why I don't do that console war shit anymore. I don't do it anymore. I used to do the, make jokes and whatever else, and then people took it way too far. And then when people took it way too far, I said, I'm done. And so I stopped doing them. I stopped doing the Ponymaster 420 videos. I started making fun of all this stuff, taking naked pictures with the PlayStation and doing all this other stuff. I stopped doing all that stuff because I'm like, people are just insane. So I just don't bother. Now, the reason why I'm saying all this is like I said, I want to preface this subject with Xbox's future, what's going on. So now, we touched on it last night. We were talking about some things. A lot of stories going on out there in terms of the future and what they're going to do and how that's going to work and whatever else. Now, the thing is, we have to say that Asha herself is going to be taking a very metrics approach to the situation and data-driven approach to the situation, which, of course, is the wise thing to do. Not emotional reactions, not knee-jerk reactions based on how the Twitter world is whatever feeling that day. And I think that was a mistake, which funny, actually, Cole pointed that out. He goes, that's what they were doing before her. And I'm like, yeah, that is exactly what they're doing. They're reacting to people. But the problem is you can't react to the Twitter mob because when you do that, tomorrow they change their mind. So then all of a sudden you make you change policies on this and that, and then and then they're like, oh, well, we didn't want that. And I'm like, you just said you wanted that. And like, people don't know what they fucking want. All right, that's the honest truth. People don't know what they want. They're ridiculous. Thank you, Magnum. Smash the like button. Let's go. Danny Passion, I am going to go see Mortal Kombat 2 in IMAX next week. So I'm very excited. Yes, very excited for MK2. I wasn't a fan of them adding that guy in the first one. I'm like, who the hell is this guy? Ocelot, you're not wrong. Ocelot, you're not wrong. We'll get into that. So here's the situation. When people are like, you gotta make this exclusive. We gotta do exclusives. We gotta do this. I'm like, everybody just calm down. You're not running the company. She is. Okay? Division, excuse me. She's running the division. Satya runs the company. She's running the division. Okay? That's all there is to it. Now, the thing is, she did say something very interesting where she's saying, I'm going to make the right decision, not the short decision, or whatever the hell she said. You remember that? Which means, you know what that means? That exact translation is, I know what you want, because you keep tagging me on Twitter. Right? Every 5 minutes, poor girl's getting tagged on Twitter. I mean, I know it's not her answering it, but still, it's her team, right? Her team does her PR work and all that kind of stuff. You know how that works. So, but the thing is that when you look at that, he's like, okay, she sees all that. That's not how it works when you're talking about hundreds and hundreds of millions and billions of dollars. That's not how it works. So it's going to take time, folks. Okay? I think that if you're going to hear anything, you're going to hear next year. Okay? And I don't mean like now next year. It could be January. It could be like December. Well, it could be the end of the year. We don't know. But I think that this year, like I said before, and I've said this a million times, but I'm going to say it again because it keeps coming up in conversation, is that this year is 100% a litmus test. It's a litmus test for what is coming up for the future. So they're going to look at this, and they're going to look at this year. Now, I've said this last week, and I know that some people found it a little bit funny and controversial or whatever, but I'm like, this is actually like a really sad situation. I said, but this is, for both sides, this is what you want. This is what you want. If Xbox fans want exclusives, you better hope PlayStation players don't buy your games. I know it sounds crazy, but that's totally true. Because if the PlayStation 5 community are buying your games in the millions, each one of those big AAA flagship titles they got coming out this year, if they're buying them in the millions, you could bet your ass they ain't going no exclusives. But if they don't sell over there, then they'd be like, all right, no, well, now we have like some justification here. We're looking at the numbers. We're looking at the development time. We're looking at the labor, everything that went into those games. It's not worth, the juice is not worth the squeeze, as they like to say, right? They're going to say, well, it's not really worth it. Kind of like Sony with the PC things, right? Their revenue on the PC side was like less than, it was like 1%. It was between 1 and 2%, excuse me, to be more accurate. It was between 1 and 2%. That's not worth it. They made like $100 billion. $1.7 billion was made on PC. Like, what is that? $98.3 billion was made on PlayStation. They're like, what are we wasting our time for? Because it's pulling people away from buying the box. We've already discussed that. We're not going to discuss that again. We're not talking about Sony. Now we're talking about Xbox. So the thing is, they're going to look at those numbers. Now, if the PlayStation guys want those games to continue to do well, to continue to go over to PlayStation, then you got to buy those games and you got to hope that Xbox players aren't playing them. Which, let's be honest, and I try to be as honest as I can and as fair as I can, but all you have to do, if you got an Xbox, turn it on right now. Do it. Turn it on right now. Turn on your Xbox right now. I want you to go to a Game Pass game like, I don't know, Outer Worlds. Or Outer Worlds 2, excuse me, or whatever. Or like a Hi-Fi Rush. Go to the achievements. Okay? Go to the achievements and go check out the percentages. For like the first year, some of those games that came out, like Hi-Fi Rush, for example, within the first year of that game, do you know that getting to level 2 was still a rare achievement?
Yeah!
So the people having ticker tape parades in the streets weren't playing the fucking game. I said it last night on Colt's channel. I said, listen, you guys want exclusives? Pick up your goddamn controller and start playing these games to completion, assuming that the games are good. You don't have to suffer through bad games. So, like, let's say if an Xbox studio makes a bad game, you're not forced to play it because you're trying to hope that that's going to keep games exclusive. That's a ridiculous kind of statement. That's not what I'm getting at. What I'm getting at is that there's games out there that are going to be good, and this year is going to prove that. You're going to have 5 chances here, folks. You have 5 chances of AAA greatness coming out this year from Xbox. Play the goddamn games to completion. All of them. Don't get to level 2 of Gears and then turn it off and never play it again. And you're going on to the next thing in the buffet. No. Play the game to the credits. Engage in the multiplayer. Play Forza Horizon. Get to the final race. Do whatever. Like, you know what I'm saying? You know these games are going to be good. Halo. Play the whole game till you roll credits. Get some achievement points. Do whatever you got to do. Bolster those numbers. When they see those numbers, because Asha is going to work on metrics and data. And if the data's not there, you're fucked for exclusivity. But here's the funny part. How are you fucked? Because you're still getting the games on Xbox no matter what. If the games do, let's just say for argument's sake, the games do continue to go on PlayStation, how does that affect your life? It doesn't affect your life. It affects their ecosystem because it's not going to grow the ecosystem. There is that. But it won't affect you personally. And it hasn't affected you up until this point. You're still able to play all those games on your Xbox right now. It doesn't stop you from playing them. The only thing it stops is it stops the growth of the brand. And that's what Asha's working on. So that's another angle I wanted to tackle. If you're trying to grow that brand, then you would want to have some reason for people to go over there other than, oh, well, this is a great value. That's not enough. You've got to have software out there that's so compelling that people are going to say, you know what, man, I can't afford a new Xbox console, but let me go buy one from Facebook Marketplace for like $300 or something like that. You know what I mean? Or Kijiji. I know there's a dude selling a Series X for $300. You know, he just got divorced and he's, you know, he needs money to pay the rent or whatever. There are avenues. Or maybe you could just access through cloud. You got a smart TV, you've got a monitor, you got whatever. But if they got a software out there that's so compelling that people are like, listen, man, I need to play this game today. The FOMO is eating me alive. That's how you grow your player base. But what it boils down to, not the business decisions, not anything else. It boils down to the software, and it always has, and it always will. If your software is not good enough for every last person in the gaming industry wanting to play, then you failed. And so far, this generation has, in that respect, has been a failure. There's been nothing that people have actually clamored and fighting over each other to get to want to play. Great best value in gaming did not do anything for them. The Series S on sale did not do anything for them. Why? Because it has to be coupled with software that everybody wanted. That's what Spider-Man did last generation for the PS4. That's what God of War did for last generation and Uncharted 4. Whatever. You know all the games. I don't have to list all the games, okay? It's not a list war. I'm just saying they need that compelling software, and Asha knows it. This is the year to do it. If you can do that now, this is the year to do it. You've got, like I said, Forza, Gears, Halo, Fable, and from what I'm hearing, a banger of a Call of Duty. Okay? A banger of a Call of Duty this year. That's 5 big games. That's how you get people over there. But you know the thing is, the key is, and I've said this before, the key is not this year. This year is to get everybody's attention. You got to nail it in 2027. Because once all these games come out, everybody's like, yo, these games are hot. What else they got coming out? You know how people are. People are very fickle. The crowd is fickle, brother. The crowd is fickle, brother. They're fickle. They're going to say, what have you done for me lately? Remember Eddie Murphy? What have you done for me lately? And as soon as they're done playing those 5 bangers, you know what they're going to say? All right, what y'all got coming up next? You know how people are. They just consume, move on to the next. Consume, move on to the next. Consume, move on to the next. Right? And so they're going to look at 27, and Asha's big job for 27 is going to be how, now that we got everybody's attention, how do we get them over here? That's going to be the key to success for Xbox. And by success, growing the ecosystem. Having the current player base happy is fantastic, and it's great for multiple reasons. It revitalizes the player base. They're making more noise. They're coming out with their chest out. You know what I mean? They're feeling more positive about the brand. You see it every day. You see it in like the podcasts and in the videos and the tweets and everything else. And you're seeing that positivity come forward. There's almost like not a swagger, but there's certainly more confidence, and that's great, right? That's how you start it. And the thing is, I said this last night on XNC, and I'm like, if you got a party going on, and let's say you got your, whatever, 35 million, 40 million, however many people you got over there, and they're having a big old party, and everybody's having a great time over there, people on the other side of the fence are going to start looking over going, hey, what's going on over there? Oh, there's lights and music, and I smell barbecue. I heard, there's some beers going on. What is going on over there? There's like a party over there. You're getting people's attention. Now people are going to look over there. I'm not saying they're going to leave what they're doing, but it's a possibility that they may want to invest. And the only way to do that moving forward would be to have that compelling software in some kind of a capacity only available on that system. Whether it's permanent or whether it's temporary, whether it's timed, however it is. But that's how you do it. So you build it up. But the thing is, at the end of the day, if you don't engage, you don't put in the money or whatever, and if presumably, like I said, the people, and it's presumably, okay, I'm presuming that if people on PlayStation start buying in the millions, then that's going to put a big monkey wrench into the clockworks. Okay, because that's going to be a thing. Because investors are going to look and go, they don't worry about fanboy war bullshit. These guys are putting millions of dollars in there. I know angel investors who are putting millions and millions and millions of dollars into Microsoft and are invested in the company. They don't give a shit about what's going on Twitter. They're like, what are you doing? We just made $1 billion over here. What the fuck are you doing? What do you mean no? Right? So we got to be realistic about that. But that's assuming, this is a huge assumption, folks. That's a huge assumption that they succeed on PlayStation. If they don't, then Asha's got ammunition and an argument saying, this is not really working for us. It's not as big as we thought it was going to be or whatever, right? And if that is the case, then you got an argument moving forward and saying, listen, maybe we will continue to bring them on PlayStation, but you're going to get them a year later. Not 3 months or 6 months, a year. You know what I mean? And then you could build up that. And now it's a good time to do that in 27 as well, because in 2027, you're releasing new hardware. So that's the time you would want to do that. So you get people interested. They go over there. They check it out. Well, we got many options. We got a Series X. We got a Series S. We have a Helix. We got cloud gaming. We got PC access, all that kind of stuff. We got the ROG Xbox Allies, the handheld, whatever. So there's all these options at different price ranges and all that stuff, right? So that's good too. So once you get people's attention in 26, then you start showing what you have to offer and all that kind of stuff. And then that would work. But again, we could talk about this till we're blue in the face. We have talked about it till we're blue in the face. The problem is we don't know what the hell is going to happen until the end of this year when we see the numbers. When we see the numbers and we see what's selling, what's not selling, what's moving, what's not moving, from third party or from first party, and how it's all going to play out. Gears is going to play a big part of this. You know what I mean? Because as it stands right now, it may not come out day one on PlayStation. There might be a time to delay, and it's not for the reasons people think. A lot of it has to do with optimization for Series S. But anyway, that's a whole other thing. I don't want to get into that conversation. But there's a lot of that, and it put a little bit of the production behind. Fine, whatever. That being the case, we have to wait and see. Listen, CD, I'm just presenting as many angles as I can, dude. I'm just trying to, you know what I mean? Don't wanna be your monkey wrench. So anyways, yes, she is. She is listening to the Xbox players. She is listening. And you know the thing is? The good thing is, now, like what I just presented to you guys is just, again, very similar to the Sony DRM thing. I'm trying to present every possible angle and then, of course, my take on each angle. Now, I know that seems like for some people, they're like, oh, he's copping out because he's not taking a side. Well, no, that's not how life works unless I'm rooting for a sports team. That's a different thing. Like if the Toronto Blue Jays are playing the Yankees, what do you think, I'm going to cheer for both? Well, the Yankees have good players, therefore, no, fuck you, Yankees. Da Yankees lose. I'm going to be cheering for the Blue Jays. That's a whole other thing. But when it comes to this, I got no dog in that fight. That's silly. But what I do is I try to present as much as I possibly can, as much information and from every angle I can, and then give my opinion on that, and I want your opinions. Jacob Tatua. Tapua. I said Tatua. Hi, Jacob. How you doing, buddy? He said, if they sell millions over there, think about how many millions of them will come over when we make it exclusive. I wouldn't bank on that. Because up until the beginning... Now, here's the thing. I'm not saying you're wrong, but I'm saying... you know what? Fun speculation? I'm very curious as well. He says, curious what metrics they will use to make those decisions. I think it's all going to be about the sales and about engagement on Xbox. Here's the thing. Up until 2024, all those games that were coming to Xbox were exclusive. And they didn't sell. And they didn't do well on Game Pass. They didn't grow Game Pass significantly enough. In fact, it was way behind. If you read the ABK trials and all the files that they had on that and the transcripts, I did read those in case anybody wanted to know. And they are well below their target. Well below their targets for Game Pass. So therefore, you can even make an argument if you want. You can even make an argument and say, well, you had your chance. You didn't do anything with it. You know what I mean? So, I mean, there's that. I don't know. Like, it's going to be very interesting, man. It's going to be very interesting to see how this all works out. I'm not sure how it's all going to work out. We're just going to have to wait and see. But I'll tell you one thing. I'm waiting on bated breath. I'll tell you that much. Because it's going to be a very exciting year. And I can't wait because as it stands right now, Microsoft's first of 5 big releases is coming out in what, 3 weeks? 3 weeks or so? I think early access starts in a couple of weeks. And that's going to be the beginning, right? Of like this whole, how's this all going to play out, right? So it's going to be very cool to watch. I'm excited for it. I'm excited to see how this all happens because it doesn't affect me. Personally, I have everything right here. Everything I need is right here. I can access whatever I want, how I want, when I want, and whatever. And I'm like, all right, but I'm very curious to see how the business plan goes for the future and how she plans on doing that from there. So yeah, but anyways, the thing is that when you look at the positivity, like I was saying before, making all those moves, they weren't huge moves. They were moves that needed to be made that had been delayed for way too long. Like for example, the achievement overhaul. I mean, we heard about that like 8 years ago. All of a sudden, she comes in, does it right away. Addresses the Game Pass situation right away. Yes, there are some caveats with it, but in the end, I felt that it was worth it. I actually, I know a lot of people disagree with me, but I actually think it's a choice, and they're giving you an option. You could save $84 if you're not a COD fan, and if you are a COD fan, you could still subscribe to Game Pass and buy COD at full price and save $10. I've heard the other side of the argument. I was like, oh, well, they took COD and they raised it $3 from the $20 it was before. I understand that. And some people saying it's price anchoring and all that stuff. I understand that. We talked about that last night with Cold Eastwood. But I don't know. That's not my feeling. My feeling is that I think they just gave you an option. And then if they do this, like, build your own Game Pass thing, that's even better. They'd be like, all right, now there's more options here. And then that would actually be a lot more beneficial to get not only some people back, but you're trying to attract new people. That's the thing at the end of the day. They've made the fan base very pleased. And like all I've seen is positivity around the Xbox brand and the people, like, especially like Xbox centric, like, channels, podcasts, videos, Twitter, whatever. And they're all really happy. And they're all jacked about it. They're all jazzed about it. We got the Fan Fest coming up. You know what I mean? And the showcase and everything else. There's a lot going on. And everybody's like, yay. Right? Great. So you've done that part. And you've done it very well. Continue to build on that base and on that foundation of positivity, and it's all going to work out. The only thing is right now you're going to be dealing with metrics, dollars, and cents, and that's why she said exactly what she said. I'm going to make the right decision, not the short decision. If anybody's confused by that, she's waiting for numbers of 2026. That's what it's going to be. And it'll end right there. And we got Ocelot coming in as become a member. Let's go. Thank you so much for becoming a magnificent maggot, my friend. It's for you.
Welcome to hell, motherfucker!
Welcome to hell, Ocelot. Thank you so much for joining the channel, brother. I appreciate you very much, my friend. And what else we got going on here? We've got a super chat coming flying in. We've got Itchy's in the house. He drops a $2 super chat. He says the DRM thing makes me glad I didn't buy a PS5. Fair enough. Well, we're still waiting to hear what the hell Sony's got to say. Still waiting for these clowns to say something. Why did I see somebody talk about Paris in the chat? Paris, did you bring home a Forza chair? Is he here? He hasn't been here in a while. Ladies and gentlemen, don't tell me what to do. Paris. Ladies and gentlemen, Paris is in the house. Let's go. Everybody say hi to Paris. Paris, where have you been? I thought you stopped watching my show. You know, I actually got a little bit upset because, you know what, I'm sitting there going, Paris, guy hasn't been in my chat in like 3 weeks. Where the hell did he go? All of a sudden, he just disappears. That's it. Gone. All right. I'm like, all right, fine. Fine. He's gone. He's gone. Oh, little Hall & Oates song. And now he's back in the chat, ladies and gentlemen. There he is. All right. Let's go. Paris is back in the house. Anyways, it's all good all around. Hey, Geppetto, how you doing, buddy? I think it's good. I think it's a good thing. I think it's a positive thing. But like as for all the other stuff, I don't know. We're gonna have to wait and see when it comes to like that whole. I don't want to go down and rehash the whole same story. Hey, Paris. Oh, you were in Japan. Okay, you were in Japan. Japan is more important, Meg. Fair enough. I didn't know you were in Japan. Well, I'm glad you're home safe, my friend. The failed wizard is in the house. Nate Dogg, how you doing, buddy? And we got G-Mania coming and dropping another $5 super chat. Let's go. G-Mania, thank you so much for the $5 super chat, my friend. I appreciate that. And he says, bang. Xbox does have exclusives that Sony doesn't have. A lady named Asha. There it is. There it is. She got the name. She got the name. You get the sound. That's how it goes. Listen, man. When I meet her in real life, I'm gonna have one of those Bluetooth speakers around my neck. And as soon as I walk up, that's it. This song's gonna be on. Let's go. Anyways, it's going to be a very exciting time, folks. It's going to be a very exciting year. And now the thing is, what I want, I think what we all need to focus on, apart from the fact that I'm like, doing a show every week, multiple shows every week or whatever, we have to talk about this stuff. I think that in the midst of all that, I think that a lot of people tend to lose focus as to why we're actually here. Our entire focus is not to argue about DRM, Xbox's future, what's Sony going to do about this, that, and the other. Sure, we can talk about that stuff when we have our talk shows. That's what we do. But, like, when we're not watching these shows and we're not doing this and we're not partaking in all this stuff and making videos and all that jazz, the thing is, Elite Prophet, how you doing, man? Meg, you're funny as fuck. Thank you. The thing is, we should be enjoying our games. Period. That's what we're here for. We're here to enjoy our games. Period. Wherever they come from. You're enjoying them from Xbox? Great. You're enjoying your time on Nintendo Switch 2? Great. You're loving your PC? Great. You're loving your PS5, your PS5 Pro? Fantastic. Doesn't matter. As long as you're having a great time. So, the thing is, like, while everybody was tearing each other's throats out today on Twitter about the DRM thing and this and that, I'm like, listen, man, yeah, people were like egging me, not on Twitter like live, but some people were egging me on, like, come on, what do you think? And I'm like, listen, man, I will give you my opinions on everything that I've seen. But I'm not going to get involved in no Twitter bullshit because you know what's going to happen. I'm going to get dragged into it. You know what I mean? And I'm like, I don't want to be dragged into it. I'm going to sit back and I'm going to watch it. I'm going to wait to see what actually happens and all this kind of stuff. You know what I wanted to do today? I wanted to post clips from my game of me playing Soros. Because I was having so much... Daniel McCarthy, how you doing, buddy? Because I was having so much fun while people are fighting like animals. I'm sitting there playing Soros and having a blast. 800 people came to watch this morning. Watch me play Soros this morning. I want that to be 8,000 people. I want it to be 80,000 people. That's what we should be doing. Focus on that shit. And then when we get answers about this and that and the other, that goes for all the different companies, then we'll talk about it. Then we'll be like, all right, then I'll react to it. Like I said, I give my opinions. That's what we do here on the show. You know what I mean? What's up, Matt? How you doing, buddy? It's been a minute. Yeah. Glad to see you back in the chat. Sofa King's in the house. How you doing, buddy? So you know what I mean? While everybody's fighting, I'm playing Soros, having a great time. In a couple of weeks, I'm sure there's going to be something else that crops up that everybody's going to be tearing each other's throats out, and I'm going to be driving my Bugatti in Japan. You know what I'm saying? Not in real life. On the screen. I'm going to be playing with all the community members. The maggots who want to join me. Yo, let's go. Let's have some fun. Let's do a thing. Let's do our thing. Let's go do a racing tournament. Let's play this. I might even bring my 1979 Fiat out of retirement over there on the screen because I did that on the last one. And you know what I mean? Have some fun. Play games. Doing our thing. And, like, having an awesome time. Got Summer Games Fest coming up. Got Fan Fest. Got LA. You think we're going to be sitting across from, like, Colt and, like, Paris or whatever, or the Iron Lords, we're having dinner, talking? You think we're going to be arguing about, like, this, that, and the other? We're going to be having fun because that's what it's all about at the end of the day. You know what I mean? It's definitely a CDB. It's absolutely a Game of the Year contender. Yes. Soros, so far, I put in 4 hours. But I have to play more. I'm just saying, but my initial experience with the game is this is definitely a Game of the Year experience. It's a lot of fun. However, let me have some more time with it. Let me put in at least 20 hours into this game, and then I'll give you like a more rounded approach and feel to this game or whatever. Because you guys know how I do my reviews, and the thing is, even if they suffer in views, I stand by my principles. Right? And that's a thing. Like, it's like, even like my Pragmata review got like barely 300 views. It totally tanked. It totally shit the bed. But you know why? It's because Pragmata came out 10 days ago. But I'm like, listen, man, unless I get the games early, that's a whole different thing. But that I did not. I had to wait till the day it released. And I played through the game twice because I wanted to sit on it. And I really wanted to, no pun intended, marinate on it and whatever, and really come up with my full and rounded review of it. I don't like people who do reviews in like a day and a half. They rip through a game on the easiest setting. They get all the accessibility things turned on, from the publisher, so that they can just rip through the game. They do the review on a friggin' napkin, and then that's it. And then it's already shit. They shit the review out the next morning, and that's all there is to it. I'm like, I don't want to do that. I'd rather take a couple of weeks and really, really give time on it. Thank you, QMax. QMax watched it. There we go. We got one person who watched it. But the thing is, and so like not Pragmata, Jesus Christ. Saros, so far the 4 hours, I'm very impressed. It is an awesome Sony first-party game. It is an awesome game, and I will be streaming it again. I might even do it tomorrow. I'm not sure yet, depending on how the day goes or whatever, but we'll have to wait and see. Oh, social media gaming community 100% ruins gaming. 100% ruins gaming. Because all that shit that goes on, it doesn't happen in the games. When I turn on my consoles and whatever I'm playing, and people come in the chats and they say hello and this and that, everybody's so nice. And when I play cross-play games, you know what it's like in the real world, not the Twitter world, where I've got like a squad going on in Battlefield 6. I got two PS5 guys, I got a PC guy, an Xbox guy, and everybody's just playing the game. Nobody gives a fuck what you're playing. Everybody's like, hey, man, this game's awesome, right? You know what I mean? We're having a great time. Look out, there's fire coming in. Doing whatever you do. It's great, and that's the way it should be. But the thing is, it's just like everything else. The real world doesn't reflect what the media tells you, right? It's all bullshit. But anyways, Magstock, absolutely, Magnum. That sounds like a great name. Let's do it. Oh, there's gonna be events. There's gonna be events in the future called Magstock. Speaking of which, I'm actually gonna say one more thing before we. Hey, Maverick, how you doing, buddy? We're going to end the show, so to speak, in terms of the actual video game talk, and then we're going to go turn it to the audience, and we're going to talk about whatever the hell we want. And this is the part of the show where we go into the MAGCAST overtime, the after party, time to crack the beers. You know what I mean? So anyways, what we're going to do is I have Mag Swag coming out in the next few weeks. It will be available. I'm just waiting for everything to sort of settle down. And Mag Swag will be available on the channel, ladies and gentlemen. And I can't wait for you guys to see some of the designs. I think they are hilarious. I think they're hilarious. So we'll check that out. So I got, like I said, I'm already on Spotify now. So we're on YouTube, we're on Spotify, and now the next thing is on the channel. I will have Mag Swag will be available. And I'm telling you, Magnum, you're absolutely right. In the future, one day when this channel becomes monstrously big, absolutely we'll be doing mag stocks. And I'll just choose like different parts of wherever. I'll be like, hey, we're doing it in Toronto this year. We're going to do it in Chicago this year. We're going to do it in LA when I'm there for the Summer Games Fest or whatever, right? We're going to figure that all out. You know what I mean? And then I'll do a mag stock for sure. We're going to have a mag stock. Everybody come around. We'll make sure we have we'll rent out a part of a bar. Hors d'oeuvres, drinks, meet and greets, pictures, hanging out, telling funny stories. That's great, man. Let's do that. Magstock. Thank you for that, Magnum. That's a great name. Because I know like a lot of the big channels do that. Like ACG does that. Nerdrotic does that. Geeks and Gamers does that. Like they all have these huge events where they have the big meet and greets and stuff, and like all the YouTubers go and stuff, and it's great. Jacob, I would never, ever forget you guys. You guys are the only reason why I'm here to begin with. He says, Mag, don't forget us peons when you go big. Nah, man, you guys are going to be front row center. You guys are VIP for life. That's the way I see it. Because I wouldn't be able to get anywhere without a single one of you. And you guys get all free entry to Magstock. Absolutely. Bouncy Castle. Of course, HNS. We're going to have a bouncy castle. And then we're going to fill the bouncy castle full of booze. So people are going to have to do shots while they're bouncing around in the castle. It's going to be hilarious. But anyways, okay, listen. We're going to take a break now. We are at the 2-hour mark. Strippers, obviously, in the bouncy castle, of course. You know how it is. We need those jiggle physics, right? All right, guys, I'm going to take a few-minute break here. I got to go to the bathroom. I got to reload on my water. And then I got to go grab some alcoholic beverages. We're going to have some beers tonight. It's been almost 3 weeks. We haven't had a drink on the show, but now we're into the overtime. We are just going to have some fun, okay? So, guys, whatever subjects you want to talk about, start getting them ready. Crack your drinks open, and let me know in the chat what you guys want to talk about. I will be back in just a few. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are back. We are live. Let's go. We are back. There it is. All right. Let's talk about some stuff and things and things and stuff and stuff and things. So, What do you guys want to talk about? We're done the show now, folks. I know we lost a ton of viewers. We lost about 25 viewers, but that's okay because I already said the show is over. No, I did not have instant diarrhea, Sofa King. I had to run around and grab some stuff, man. I had to grab some stuff. But anyways, let's go, man. We're going to talk about whatever the hell you guys want to talk about. Could be video games, could be movies, whatever you want to say. Oh, but before we do any of that, ladies and gentlemen, we've got Grandpa Barbecue Game Card dropping another 10 Australian didgeridoos. Let's go. All right. That's it. That's my man right there. Thank you so much, Grandpa Barbecue Game Card. Oh, shit. I just like ran over my cord for my microphone. Thank you so much, Grandpa Barbecue. And he says, for 10 Australian dollars, he says, those who purchase a Helix next year, why would they sub to anything but PC Game Pass? Holy shit, dude.
There is a great disturbance in the Force.
Never thought of that.
I have felt it.
Holy shit, dude. You just blew my mind.
Ma, the meatloaf!
Oh, Lordy frickin' dog!
You know what? I'm actually at a loss for words. Hold on. Let me crack a beer. That might help. Oh, listen to that sound. Oh, it's like magic. Oh, it's like magic. Aluminum, we will talk about that. But hold on. I want to get back to the super chat. You just blew my mind. Those who purchase a Helix next year, why would they sub to anything but PC Game Pass? It's half the price of Ultimate and is only missing Fortnite and Ubisoft. Won't they lose money? God damn, dude. Funky Playbox, that's the second person that you've that said that tonight, brother. 2 people have said they tried to send a code. I'm going light today, Ricardo. I'm going light today, okay? It's the official beer of the World Cup. I know that sounds funny for all my European friends, but we are going light today. We are going Yellowstone today. We are going Michelob Ultra. We're going Landman style today. We're going light. We're going light. So, fuck, man. What are they going to do? By the way, thank you so much, Grandpa Barbecue, for the $10 super chat, brother. That's amazing. Fun Speculation adds to that. He says, really want your mind to be blown, Mag. How will they handle having to pay for online for heal? Oh, my God. How are they going to pay for online for the Helix? Guys, these are questions that I don't have answers to. I mean, I could speculate, but, like, the speculation would sound stupid. What the fuck? You know what it is? Hold on. Before I get into that, I want to address what Funky Playbox was saying. Funky, you're not the first. There's 2 people in the chat who tried to send codes to, and they weren't working. So I think the thing, if you actually try to send the code, it probably, YouTube probably blocks it. I know there's been a whole bunch of new rules that have been coming out lately. The AI algorithm has been going absolutely buck wild, banning channels, demonetizing people left, right, and center. Asha will pay for it with her own money. So I don't know what's going on there. The only thing I can think of, dude, is if you were to send it into the chat or a super chat or whatever, just actually type out the code. What's the fucking code? Anybody remember that movie? So what's the fucking code? Okay, back to Barbecue's cat, and then we're gonna address what Mav already said in the chat already. I want to talk about that. He goes, why would they sub to anything but PC Game Pass? Well, that opens up a whole can of worms, Grandpa Barbecue, because that's a situation. Hold on, allow me to take some liquid courage here. Oh. It's so good when it hits the target. Oh. Here's the thing. That opens up a whole other can of worms, brother, because then all of a sudden you have to start thinking about this. What about Steam? Because then you've got the PC access at this point, so why wouldn't you sub to PC Game Pass for, what is it now, $13? Or $13.99, whatever? It's a steal, either way. PC Game Pass is an incredible deal. And apparently Fuzzy Tomato says that Ubisoft is on the PC Game Pass. So there you go. So you still get that at least. Now the thing is, I mean, the Fortnite crew, like, who gives a shit? But anyway, the thing is, that opens up the whole other situation of this. What about Steam? If you got Steam access there, why would you bother buying anything in the Xbox store? All the Xbox games are available on Steam, and Steam has way better deals than any other storefront, whether it's PlayStation, Nintendo, or Xbox. Steam has all the best sales. So it will be, I can tell you this, if there's Steam access on the Helix, it is going to be the de facto place or storefront to buy and download games outside of Game Pass, which now you've presented another option, might be PC Game Pass, because people are like, well, if it's a PC, why the hell can't I use it as a PC? Why can't I get PC Game Pass? You said it's a PC Xbox or a PC console hybrid. Why can't I access those PC features? They might paint themselves in a corner with that dude. And then, of course, Mav says the same thing here in the chat when he says, how will they handle having to pay for the online with Helix? Because people are going to be like, well, what the fuck, dude? If it's a console PC hybrid, then why don't I have free online like PC users? Why am I going to bother handing you over anywhere from $1,000 to $1,200 for a Helix? Which, by the way, she's reiterating that this thing's going to be fucking expensive and limited to find. I mean, I'm not worried about the limited to find thing because their internal projections showed them it's selling less than 10 million of those consoles. Right? And their internal projections have not changed up until last week when they had that meeting. And yes, I heard about what happened at that meeting in more detail than most. I won't talk about all that stuff because it's not fair. Because John Lithgow, you nailed it, Magnum. You nailed it. It was from Cliffhanger. That would be the Sylvester Stallone movie. That's what I'm talking about. That's a cream of the crop kind of title, ladies and gentlemen.
Let the cream rise to the top. Oh, yeah.
So people are going to say, well, why would I do that? Why am I going to give you whatever? Let's just say $1,000 or $1,200. Why don't I use that $1,000, $1,200 and just buy a PC, not buy your Helix, and then I can get my online for free and I get my PC Game Pass for infinitely cheaper. You know what I mean? That's a situation. Now, the other thing is that, like I presented, the other thing you want to talk about is the Steam situation. Steam is a whole other situation because, like I said, if it's on there, it's going to be the dominant storefront on that Helix. I'll tell you that right now. And then the thing is, when they sell on Steam, you ain't making nothing off of that. If you buy an Xbox game on Steam, then Xbox gets 70%, of course, publisher fee because they own the games or whatever else. I understand that. If you're buying an Xbox game on Steam, they get their 70% cut. But they're not going to get their 100% cut like you have in a closed platform. Like if you buy in a Series X or Series S, 100% of those first-party games that an Xbox makes are going to be going to Xbox. 100%. Now, the other thing is if you're buying third-party games, which of course makes up the majority of the games, then who gets the 30%? Does Microsoft get 30% for having the platform? Does Steam get their 30% because you bought it on Steam? I would imagine they would. So what does Xbox get out of that? Because you sure as hell, I'll tell you this right now. I'll sure as hell tell you this. Gabe Newell, Santa Claus, okay, over there, he ain't going to be sharing with nobody. Because he's going to be like, listen, man, I don't have to be on your box, okay? I got my own thing going on. I'm making billions of dollars. Everybody's happy. Everybody's fine, whatever. I don't need to make no deals with you. It's not like we're going to split 15 and 15. And no, get the fuck out of here. I have Steam, and that's all there is to it. And, I mean, they have a good relationship. Santa Claus and Microsoft have a good working relationship, so they're fine. But still, it's a situation. They are going to do that, Mav. They are doing that. And then what else are they working on, Mav? I don't know if you listened to X and C last night. Grandpa Barbecue, I'll get back into that. I'll check your previous comments for clarification. I just want to address what Mav said here. He said that he's thinking that they should remodel slim, cheaper versions of X and S and have them as affordable options going into next gen. Absolutely. Would revitalize retail around the current gen. Yes, 100%, Mav. You're 100% correct. Now, I did also hear something else, Mav. You'd find this interesting. And I heard this from someone inside that said they were toying with this idea. It was something they were experimenting with. And I thought this was very cool. The idea is this. Is that, like, for example, they were doing experiment with Blade running on the Series S. Apparently, Blade on the Series S is not running very well. So they're coming up with a solution, and the solution would be to offload, just as they talked about 13 years ago. They're talking about offloading that into the cloud. So that from your Series S would basically be an access point for cloud gaming. And from there, you'll be able to get your performance, your graphics, your whatever else, your frame rate, and all that jazz. And it would be done through the clearly superior, server blades that they got running the cloud. So it would work as, like I said, an access point for the cloud, like a hub. So I thought that was very interesting. So that's something. Mav. So that could be something they could work on when they release that new one, and then of course they're going to continue to support the series consoles anyway. And we got Ocelot coming in, dropping a $5 super chat. Sorry, Grandma Barbie, I'll get you in a minute, buddy. And Ocelot for $5. The man has been a wild man tonight with support. Thank you so much, Ocelot. And he says, for $5, he said Steam isn't confirmed to be on Xbox. They said other leading storefronts. Xbox already has partnerships with EA and Ubisoft. Probably just means those stores. You are not wrong either. The more I think about it, the more I'm wondering, what's the advantage of putting Steam on the box, except for selling the box? You'll sell the box, but then you're going to lose out on the software front. So there is a little bit of that. You know what I mean? So you'll sell the box, but then all of a sudden you're going to find everybody migrating over to Steam because it's the best storefront out of all of the all of the video game spaces. Nobody can touch Steam. PlayStation can't even hold a candle to that shit. Xbox, Nintendo eShop, forget it. GOG, all this other shit. Epic, they can't touch Steam. Steam's the best. So that will be, like I said, that'll be the de facto storefront that people be using on the Helix. What's the advantage for Microsoft? That doesn't make any sense. Sure, they'll sell the box, but if people are utilizing that, what's the thing? Now, the other thing is, I did notice that Asha did say something when she said you'll be able to play your console games and your PC games. I didn't see her say anything else beyond that. I saw her say your PC games. Okay, I got it. Thank you so much for the $5 super chat. I appreciate that. I got to get back into what Grandpa Barbecue Game Cat says because he said he had some other things that he wanted to clarify. Let me see if I can find them here. Grandma Barbecue, he says, Colt did a vid the other day in rumored new Game Pass and Live is being removed. Okay, all right. If Live is being removed and you're able to buy your Game Pass piecemeal per se, that's fantastic. Then you've solved a lot of situations. Ladies and gentlemen, Funky Playbox dropped that code, by the way, in the chat for, of course, the Batman Arkham Collection. Go get it. Play those in anticipation, of course, of the Lego Batman Legacy, the Dark Knight game that is coming out very soon. And Grandpa Barbecue continues by saying, I'm basing the question on Colt's vid the other day. Only EA Play, they're dropping Fortnite and Ubi. All right. Well, there it is. Okay, there you go. I caught up with you and I understand what you're saying. Great. And we got Andy Hart coming in, dropping 5 British pounds, ladies and gentlemen. There it is. It's proper money. That's the way. It's the only proper money in the world. The only proper money in the world. A British heart is a mighty soul. That's it. Thank you very much, Andy Hart. Appreciate you, brother. And he says, for 5 British pounds, he says, have PlayStation dropped the ball with all this DRM nonsense? Well, we don't know. That's the thing, Andy Hart. I know you're showing up late to the chat tonight, brother. But we don't know. I presented all of the different things that I heard, and I'm not sure. We're gonna have to wait and see. You're wicked hot. What's up, dude? How you doing, man? Welcome to the chat. We don't know, brother. We don't know because what I did earlier in the show, it was the second topic of the night. And what I did is from there, I presented everything that has been laid out in all the different angles. And what I did is I gave my opinion on all those different things and whether I felt they were valid or not. And then, of course, I gave my, angry opinions if indeed, this aspect is true or this aspect is true, or is this plausible or is this plausible or is this plausible, right? And so I presented all of those things and then I just kind of laid out my feelings on all those. But as for now, Sony hasn't officially come out and said, hi, this is what we're doing. Everybody calm down. It was just for this reason or that reason or whatever. It was to battle piracy. It had nothing to do with your games. Don't worry, your digital games are fine. You don't have to check in every 30. Like, we don't know. We don't know. So we're going to have to wait and see. You know what I mean? We're going to have to wait and see. Mavis saying thank you so much, Andy Hart, for the £5 super chat. I appreciate you, brother. And Mavis saying would make sense. Yes. Dropping, I'm assuming that was referencing dropping the live thing. Well, we're going to have to wait and find out. I mean, Colt and I talk a lot. We talk literally every single day, and we talk about all the stuff that's going on. But I don't always hear everything that's going on because he talks to people I'm not privy to. I talk to people he's not privy to. And we both have different avenues of information that we get from different people, right? I know more people at Sony. He doesn't know people from Sony. I do. And he's got his, he's neck deep in Xbox over there. So like he's got, he gets all kinds of information from over there as well. So, you know what I mean? Like we tend to share information back and forth, but not everything crosses our plates. You know how it is. So I didn't hear anything about this live situation, but that would be very cool. And I think that'd be a great idea. I mean, that's the only way that you could battle with the Helix. Because at that point, if you don't offer those things, just as previously mentioned, then what's the point of giving them whatever, $1,000, $1,200, whatever it's going to cost, when you could just put that towards a PC? I'd be like, listen, man, the PC is going to cost me a little more than that, but it's a better investment in the long run. I'll just buy the PC, continue over there, get all the same shit for way cheaper prices, and yes, I'll have to pay like maybe an extra $500-$600 up front or whatever, but in the end, you've made the investment you made a long-term investment. You know what I'm saying? So, like, that's a whole thing. What's up, PS Vet? What's up? You and Colt talk? Of course we do, Machine XP. How you doing, by the way? Haven't seen your name in a bit. There you go. Phantom Thief, how you doing? The DRM thing is getting debunked. It looks like it's a licensed exploit for refunds or something. I talked about that as well, Phantom Thief. Snippy, what's up? I talked about that as well as one of the options. They're saying that it was something, there was an exploit that people were utilizing for refunds within 14 days when they had, like, on the 15th day, like, you couldn't get a refund on something, and then they were able to get that, whatever, like the source code of the game or whatever, and then get the refund and then actually still be able to access the game. So that was a possibility. I don't know. I know it was a joke, Machine XP. I know. Of course. No, PS Vet. You can have. I have 4 PS5s in the house. PS Vet in the chat is asking. He goes, Mag, do you think it's crazy I have 2 PS5 Pros and a PS5 Slim? No, not at all. My house has 1 PS5 Pro, that's mine, and I have 3 other PS5s, 1 for each of my children and 1 for my wife.
Ponies and ponies and ponies and ponies and ponies.
P. Draggy, you're right on time. You hear my new song? There you go. You want to hear it again? Sony Ponies. Here you go, P. Draggy. This is for you, buddy.
Ponies and ponies and ponies and ponies.
There it is.
Ponies and ponies.
I mean, if you have 3 PS5s for yourself, it's a little ridiculous. I mean, how many hands do you have? What are you, Vishnu, the Hindu god? You got like 8 hands. You could play like 3 different games, 3 different consoles at once. I have 4 PS5s, 1 for each family member. Deceiver's calling me the Mag theme song. Yeah, Mag, do you own an Xbox? I own 2. I own the Series X and I own the Series S. I have both of them. My Series X is up there. And I got a wire shelf underneath. I have like this huge like gaming podcasting desk that I got for my for my birthday, and it has like 4 different levels plus wire racks. It's all like black carbon fiber, whatever. It's amazing. It's got all these different levels. So I have my PS5 Pro on one level with the monitor. My Series X is on the same shelf as that one. My Series S is on the wire rack underneath. I don't use it as often, but I use the Series S just for testing mostly. Like if I want to test something, you know what I mean? Like if I play something in the Series X, I'll be like, all right, that's cool. Like I'm going to do that with Forza. I also did it with, what's it called? With the Pragmata demo. I wanted to see how the Pragmata demo played on the Series X. I want to see it play on the Series S. And I actually didn't notice any discernible difference. It was actually very good across the board. But that's because Capcom are like wizards at what they do. You know what I'm saying? CDB says, yep, Meg is a pony, only 2 Xboxes and 4 PlayStations. I mean, to be fair, 3 out of those 4 don't belong to me. My kids are all PlayStation. I mean, like I said, I live in a house full of ponies. What am I supposed to do? In fact, the fact that I've got 2 Xboxes, only 1 PlayStation 5 Pro, I guess technically I'm more of an Xbot. Because I have more Xbox consoles than a PlayStation 1 for myself. My kids and my wife, that's their business. Spare eyebrows, that's right. Spam the ponies in the chat, ladies and gentlemen. I love to see that. I love seeing the emojis. Put it in there. So technically I'm an Xbot. Because I have 2 Xboxes, 1 PlayStation. Like I said, the other 3 don't belong to me. Machine XP, I'll tell you this. They did have Xboxes before. And I actually look at my, the pictures of, my kitchen. I have one of those Alexa, those Alexa big screen thingies that, swivel around and, follow you and talk to you and shit. It's really cool. So, the thing is that they were all playing, they do slideshows of old pictures that when you get a new phone, and then when you have the old phone before you trade it in or sell it or whatever, you offload all your pictures and put them on a PC on a hard drive or whatever, and just have a file of all your pictures so you don't lose them. Well, the Alexa's connected to all the PCs in the house except for my YouTube one. That's nobody fucks with the YouTube PC. I have nothing attached there except for my stuff. So, anyways, the point is that the screen like a slideshow shows up right on the Alexa, and when it does that, I see all my my kids when they were 5 or 6 years old, and they were all playing on Xboxes because that's I mean, other than my PS4, my whole house was full of Xboxes. But then slowly but surely, when my kids started going to school, the pick slideshows. There you go, machine. Yeah, you know what I'm trying to say. So the thing is that when my kids started going to school, all the friends had PlayStations. So they made all friends, the schoolyard friends. Nobody had an Xbox. And so therefore my kids are like, well, can I have a PlayStation and whatever? So the first, my son was using my PS4. We were kind of sharing it. It wasn't a big thing. But then his first actual owned console, he got a PS5 because all his friends had a PS5. And then my daughter, all her friends in school, I asked them. I asked the kids. And by the way, this is not just exclusive to Xbox. You know that that my household, out of all their friends in the schoolyard and everything else, we're the only ones that own a Switch too. Can you fucking believe that? We're the only house. And I asked my kids, I go, do any of your classmates or any friends, anybody have a Switch 2? They're like, no, it's too expensive. Because here, the Switch 2, when I bought it, I bought the bundle. If I were to buy it at full price, I did not. I bought it for $300 Canadian, which is ridiculous. That's $210 American. But I had $600 in trade-ins and of old hardware and stuff like that. I got a massive deal for that. You guys all know the story. But if I wanted to get the Switch 2 bundle with Mario Kart World and Donkey Kong, $900 fucking dollars.
Yeah!
What the hell are we talking about? $900. Do I have to repeat that? And that's why none of their friends have a Switch 2. They all got PS5s were half that price 5 years ago. So they all got PS5. So then my daughter, same thing. She goes, all my friends have a PlayStation 5 and whatever. So they all got PlayStations. And so that's how that happened. Now, my wife is a different story. She got tired of Xbox's shit after about 2023. She's like, I'm fucking tired of waiting. So she packed up her Series X, put it in a box, took it to GameStop. She traded it in, got a PS5, never looked back. She games every day, 7 days a week now. Now, not all of that is PlayStation. It's just like, a lot of it's third-party games. But now we game share because now she's getting all my games. You know what I mean? So all the games that even get donated to the channel, my wife, has the ability. Now she plays all the games that I get. She was playing Mouse PI this morning before she went to work. But you remember that drought in 2022, 23 with Xbox? It wasn't very good. That's where she's just like, I'm done with these guys. I'm done. I'm fed up. And you know what? She's not the only one. A lot of people left. A lot of people were like, fuck this, we're out. And so she was one of them. She's like, I'm done. Now, I kept everything because I still have, I have like access to everything on all the consoles and, different reasons. Also, being on YouTube and stuff like that. Can't be you can be a fanboy and be on YouTube, but if you want to, be objective about stuff, you need to own everything so that you can access everything and have like an educated discussion about all the different things because you have them and play them and have access to them. Long story short, they're all ponies. Yeah. Yeah, pretty much. The Switch is really good, PS Vet. I'm telling you right now, man, the Switch 2 is really good. Yeah, Jay Silver, exactly. Switch 2 is $630 console only in Canada. That doesn't include a single game. Now, when you get the bundle plus Donkey Kong, was $900, and then plus tax, it was $900. But I got $600 trade-in. That's the only reason why I got it. It's the only reason why I got it. I got it because I got all the trade-ins. However, I don't regret it. My kids play the Switch all the time. They love it. I got the Resident Evil Legacy Edition. The one where you get like Resident Evil 7, 8, and Requiem. They love it. They're playing all those games, having a great time. I got a Mario, not Galaxy, Mario Odyssey on there. I got Donkey Kong, the new one, Donkey Kong Bonanza, whatever the fuck it's called. I got Super Mario Kart World, the new one, and then I think my kids still have like I think they still have which one? I think they have one of the Mario parties on there too. But anyways, my kids play the Resident Evil game. Oh, my son plays the Resident Evil games on there all the time. He's on there all the time. He loves the Switch too. He plays it in bed and stuff like that when he's not on his PlayStation. It's a great console, great sound, beautiful big screen. I love it. It's a great console, man. And when I fly to LA and then later in the year I got to go to Germany for different reasons, like I'm all there. Like I'm gonna be bringing the Switch with me and I'll be playing that exclusively. Yeah, 2022 were dark days. You're goddamn right they were, and they lost people. What's up, Daniel Roy Ball? Roy Ball? I'm just going to call you Daniel. How you doing, buddy? Oh, really, Daniel? Is that a fact? All right, I'll see Sofa King. You want to see it? I'll show you. I'll show you Platinum.
But the cream will rise to the top.
The cream will rise to the top. And let me tell you something, Daniel and Sofa King, if you're talking shit in the chat right now, I will be getting the Platinum Trophy on Pragmata without question.
All part of the plan.
That's right. Thank you, Joker. It's all part of the plan. I will definitely be getting it. I will definitely be getting the Platinum. I'll show you. And we got Robert Storms coming in. Let's go. Dropping a $5 super chat. What's up? And he says, Matt, I would suggest removing a couple of the logos below. Less is more sometimes. It will make it look cleaner. All right. I will take that. Actually, it does look a little bit crowded right now. I think a lot of it has to do with my Mag and the Quest for LA thing going on. Of course, I got to keep my subscribe on there, and I got to keep my stupid face in the corner. But maybe I'll just reduce them in size. How about that? But once this Mag and the Quest for LA thing goes away, which I mean I could remove at any time. Wait, let me see. I'm going to remove it right now. Let's see what happens. All right, I just removed it. How's that? Now you can see my whole stupid head. Thank you so much for the $5 super chat, brother. I appreciate that. So far, Drayton Manor, Pragmata is so far my game of the year, and it's overtaken Resident Evil, which is actually quite surprising. However, I'm playing Saros right now, and Saros is really awesome. So I'm just kind of like leaving it. I'm just kind of leaving it right now because I got to put more time in it, and we're going to see from there. So I don't know. We'll have to take a look. Oops. Did you see what I just did? There we go. I made my little guy smaller. I still want him to be there. It's kind of fun to see. Oh my God. See what happens, guys? Webcam. Okay, there we go. Look, I screwed up my webcam. There it is. Now it's back in business. I like the little guy with like the headphones. He's kind of fun. Anyways, what else you guys want to talk about? Come on. Oh, your cousins? Of course I'm going to read your comment. This is the time of the show where we're not ready. Hey, Iron Storm, 4 a.m. still listening. Let's go. This is the time of the show where it's not even a show anymore. I mean, we might talk about games. We might not. Someone asked in the chat if I'm excited for Mortal Kombat 2. Very much so. The Mortal Kombat situation. With the first one, it had promise. But the fact that they had that guy that nobody gives a fuck about, like, he was like a descendant of Scorpion or some shit, and I'm like, who cares about this guy? He's not part of the lore. He's not part of anything. How could we get behind this guy? And you know what? They're not stupid. Because what ended up happening is they realized that was stupid. Because guess what they did? They make part 2 and they focus on a completely different character. And who's that character? A character that's actually in the lore, as in Johnny Cage. And of course, they had to get what's-his-face to do it. And he's great. He's a charismatic actor. Perfect. Right? He's perfect. Who the hell said that? Funky Playbox. Mags loves his little head. Yeah, Cole Young. Who fucking cares? Get him out of there. Yeah, they should have executed him at the end of the movie. Had Goro instead of Goro, getting killed. They should have ripped all his arms, ripped all that guy's arms off, and call it a day. Who gives a shit? People want to see what they want to see. People want to see Scorpion. They want to see Sub-Zero, which they did a great job with. Johnny Cage, now you're focusing on Johnny Cage. He's a character in Mortal Kombat that people can get behind because they have, you know what I mean? Because people have a connection with that character because they've been playing Johnny Cage for decades. You know what I mean? Stoned Rambo, I saw your reference earlier to, what the hell was it? I saw it somewhere. Oh, he's saying, Robert Storm is saying both left and right logos the same. I would just remove the left one. They shouldn't be the same. Because the one on the right side, well, like if you're facing the screen, is like the mag show, and then the one on the left is just actually like my animation that's playing, right? Before I used to have 2 mag shows in the corner. Right? But I don't have that anymore. Unless there's something you guys are seeing that I'm not, which would be kind of wild. I don't know. I'm going to have to take a look at that. What the hell was I going to say? Stoned Rambo said something earlier. He was talking about, what the hell was it? It was a hip-hop artist from the 80s, and I loved him. Was it Special Ed? I think it was Special Ed. Yeah, anybody remember Special Ed? Special Ed was dope, man. Yeah, he was talking about that. He goes, that should be my entrance music. Yeah, I would love to make it my entrance music, except YouTube keeps striking me with copyright strikes. That's why... Poseidon, how you doing? QMax, thank you so much for dropping by, buddy. No, these are real arcade machines. They're real. You want me to turn them on? Yeah. I'll turn them on in a bit. How about that? Yeah, no, they're real. They're real. What the hell was I going to say? What the hell are we talking about? Yeah, copyrights. That's why I won't play Mouse PI on my channel anymore. I understand. I heard that there's a streaming mode after, but like that's half the that's half the interaction of the game is the music. I mean, that would take away from the entire mood of it. You know what I'm saying? Carl Urban. Yeah, there you go, Carl Urban. Thank you. I couldn't remember his damn name. I keep getting him mixed up with Sean Bean for some reason. I don't know why. You know what I mean? So the thing is that I got hit with a copyright. They struck my the video and all that stuff because I played Mouse PI, and I'm like, this is stupid. I'm like, I'm not doing this. So yeah, they're real. They're real. Aluminum is saying, Mag, you'll love the new MK movie, though. It was so much better. That's awesome. All right, Funky Playbox, thanks for stopping by, brother. It's 4:15. He's got to get the rest, too, man. All right. All right. What do you guys want to talk about? Come on, man. Hit me up. Hit me up with some questions, man. This is community time. This is community time. I got to mark that down, by the way, for my timestamps. 2 hours and 5 minutes we finish the show, and then I'm going to put community. I always put that every week. I just put community talk. So whatever the hell we want to talk about, we will talk about. So hit me up with any questions you want. You can send super chats. You can just send regular chats, whatever. I'll be reading all of it, so it's all good, man. I don't like it. Make it exclusive. Like, oh, you can only be a member to do this. No. Gamerscore on Xbox. I'll tell you right now. How about this? Gamerscore on Xbox. Oh, good. See, we finally got some questions coming in. There we go. First of all, let me claim my rewards. Okay. I've got 370,148 points. In total, I have 4,252 achievements, and I have over 150 100% completions. So 370, almost 371,000 achievement points. And the funny thing is, I stopped collecting achievements about 5 years ago. I was still playing, I just wasn't chasing the achievements. If I was still chasing the achievements, I would have been at probably close to 700 or 800,000 achievement points. Noisy Mofo, how you doing, buddy? And the Bills are not going to suck this year. They're going to win the Super Bowl. I'm telling you right now. HNS is asking the chat, Mag, what set of chef knives do you use? I used to use Henkel knives. I got them when I was in college for the chef school and all that kind of stuff. But I was just used like Nella knives. There's a company called Nella. They supply all the knives here in Ontario or whatever for basically every single restaurant. And because of that, I just used the knives that they would send us every 2 weeks. They bring us like a box of like sharpened knives. They take the old ones, give us the new ones, and that's all there is to it. CDB is like, okay, you're a gamer. Yeah. And I got 53 platinums this generation alone. I started a whole new account in 2020 when I got my PS5. I rebranded everything, and I changed everything, and I started literally from ground zero. No trophies on my PS5. No trophies, no anything, and I just started from there, and I said, forget it. We're called I Am the Mag. That's going to be my name across all my consoles, from Nintendo Switch to Xbox to PlayStation 5. And I even have a Steam account, but I don't use it because I don't game on Steam. I just have it. But yeah, I got 370, almost 371,000 achievement points, 53 platinums just from this generation, and Nintendo doesn't do anything, so there's that. Yeah. So anyways, I was using Henkel knives, HNS. I hope that answers your question. What do I know about Gear Z-Day? Ryder's asking. Not much, except for it's coming out in September. That I do know. It's coming out It's coming out in September. We're gonna get the big reveal in LA in June. I will be there for that to see that, and then you never know. I might be able to get my hands on the damn thing. So we'll have to wait and see how that all plays out. And the only other thing I heard about Gears is that the optimization for the Series S was taking a little longer than expected. That being the case, it pushed back the release for the PS5. They may still be able to release it day and date, but as it stands right now, the PS5 version will be delayed. As it stands right now. That could change. We don't know. But that's all I know. That's all I know that's going on with Gears. The rest of it, I'm going to have to wait. Aluminum, thank you for coming by, brother. Have a good night. Thank you guys for stopping by. It's awesome to have everybody here. Ben Angelo's asking, can we get some luck for the Oilers? Yeah, man. I mean, those poor guys. They've been hosed season after season, man. It's ridiculous. You know? What do we got? We got Chava in the chat asking, do you know anything about Ubisoft? Yes, I know a lot about Ubisoft. I have a lot of people that I know work at Ubisoft Toronto, so yes. Oh, HNS, you take your knives to Nella to sharpen them? Yeah. I got a knife sharpener close to me, so he does my... I have Nella knives at my house as well. I use them because, I had them from when I used to work or whatever. And then... I also get my hunting knife sharpened there too. I got a big ass, fucking It's like a Rambo, like a hunting knife times 2. It's a big motherfucker. So it's the same thing. It's got the teeth on the side. It's even got emergency whistles like on the back of it, like on the sheath. And it's even got like that, that spark thing. I always forget what that thing's called. The spark thing to like light fires. So you put it on the teeth of the knife, and you pull on it, and it creates sparks, so you can create fires without matches and shit. It's pretty cool. Yeah, so I get that sharpened over there as well. That thing I could cut through paper like a samurai sword. It's like Hitori Hanzo himself made that sword, the knife. Yeah, Machine XP. It is coming out in September. Gears of War E-Day is coming out in September. Yes. What else we got? What else we got going on in this chat tonight? RT Reviews, you didn't watch the new Daredevil? I will be watching it tomorrow morning, so no spoilers, no spoilers. What is the best game headset for the PS5? Currently, I'm using this. Hold on. I see the new follows on Xbox. I saw that. I will deal with that later. I'm currently using the Pulse Elite 3D headphones. These things are amazing. They were a couple of $100 up here, like $300 up here or whatever. They are like putting 2 cushions on your head. It looks ridiculous when you put it on because it's so big, but it's incredible. Wireless charging that actually it's a dock that you drill into the wall, and you just hang these headphones on there. I love them. 3D spatial audio features that are actually built specifically for the PlayStation 5 and the Pro. So you're going to get all the bells and whistles with those headphones. I mean, obviously you could buy $500 headphones that are amazing, like the, those whatever they're called, the A50s or whatever. I mean, you can get all those too, but I bought that thing. It was like $300 and they're amazing. They're incredible headphones. Yeah. So it's pretty awesome. So those are the ones I'm using for my PlayStation. As for my Xbox, I'm using the Xbox headphones that came out. I can't remember when they came out. You know the ones like where you could like turn the knobs on the cups, and that has the volume and stuff. Those headphones are incredible, and they were like $100 or like $129.99 here in Canada, so like $99.99 in the US, and they're incredible headphones. And I've had really good headphones. I've had like Turtle Beach Elite headphones, Elite 500s. Those were like $550 headphones I bought for the Xbox. And those were great headphones, amazing headphones. But, I mean, the subwoofer built in those things, I mean, blow your friggin' teeth out of your mouth. Like, they were incredible. But I bought that $129.99 Xbox headset, and that's, honest to God, incredible. They're incredible headphones. I don't know, like I mean, Xbox hardware. Listen a minute, people. You can talk shit all you want about the software, or whatever else in it, but you know what? Their hardware is really good. Really, really good. Their controllers are awesome. Their headphones are awesome. Their consoles are awesome. They never break down. They're beasts, except for the 360 Elite, the 360, but that was a whole other situation. But you know what I mean? They're like great hardware. They're really good at making hardware. Gandalf knows what he's doing over there when it comes to hardware. RT Reviews, so far it's my game of the year. The only one that's coming close to it right now is Sorrows. But I haven't put enough time in it for me to make an educated decision on that. I have to wait. 4 hours into Sorrows is not enough to say this is, I'm just saying it has the potential to be a Game of the Year winner because I'm absolutely loving that game. But let me finish the game. Let me put in at least 20 hours or so into that game, and then I'll be able to say, hey. Ryder, you're not wrong. He goes, but they don't market all that. They should, because their hardware is fantastic. I used to have, if you believe it, I had 14 Xbox controllers. 14 of them. I sold. How many did I sell? Hold on. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I sold 9 of them. I still have 5 Xbox controllers. I kept my 5 favorite ones, and then I sold the rest of them because I'm like, what the fuck am I doing with all these? Like, I have 2 hands. You know what I mean? Like, what am I doing? 2 hands. PlayStation, I only have 2 controllers for the PlayStation. And I got the double charging dock thing, like the wireless charge. Like, everything is wireless charging. It's so cool. I just have it all over. Like, you can't see it. It's on the other side of the arcade over there. But, like, I have all the, the headphones hang on the wall, and they charge wirelessly. My PlayStation controllers charge wirelessly. My Xbox controllers are all battery, so it doesn't really affect anything. So Xbox dock is total junk. I've never used it, Deceiver. Alex, Father Alex, by the way, Father Alex. Father Alex says in the chat, he says that, where the hell did it go? He was saying that the Daredevils lost 50% of its audience. Yeah, you know why? Because he wasn't spending enough time in church like he should be. Daredevil's home base is the church, for God's sake. No pun intended. You know what I mean? That's where he's supposed to be. That's where he gets, like, that. He's always talking to the priests, and they always protect him. They did a little bit of that in this season so far. Like, he went in the church, and the priest was talking or whatever. But, come on. What are we talking? Oh, Jim Herzog, thank you so much for joining the channel, brother. Welcome to hell. Let's go. No, you see, you even get your fancy name on the screen and the whole 9 yards, even just for subscribing to the channel. Helping a brother out. That's what we're talking about. All right. What other questions do we have in here? Oh, hey, Pushing Polygons. Did I even say I do yet? I'm not even sure. I saw your name poking your head in the chat there a little bit earlier. Let me see what he's saying. Mag, does the 3D audio on Xbox still require subscription with the headset? No, it was a one-time purchase. What it was, I think it was it the Dolby Surround or Dolby DTS or whatever the hell it was? I can't remember what company it was. It was a one-time purchase, and you purchase it once and you have it for life, as far as I know. RT, I'm not sure about Saros yet. I mean, like I said, I'm not saying that Saros is potentially over RE9. I'm saying that Pragmata, I think, is better than Resident Evil 9, which is crazy because Resident Evil 9 is a fucking masterpiece. Excuse my language. What a fantastic game. Resident Evil 9 is an amazing game, but Pragmata is kind of won me over a little bit. It's kind of won me over, but Saros is absolutely amazing. It's amazing. Like, I love it. I wasn't a fan of, I tried 3 different times. I tried to get in Returnal, and I'm like, I'm just not fucking getting this game. You go through this fucking door, and then you're like, where do I go? Then I go over here, there's 2 doors, then I go to the left, and then I'm lost. It's like a bloody maze, and then on top of all that, you have these enemies that are going to beat the living shit out of you. The levels are too fucking long, and then when you die, you got to start all over again. It didn't know. I mean, I know some people swear by it. I know that Reforge has put like 200 hours in that game. He adores it. Mooch has put like 100 and something hours. I think he got the platinum on that game. I know a bunch of people who got the platinum on that game, and they put in like 100+ hours into Returnal. They love it. They swear by it. But for me, it didn't connect. However, Saros, you can see that they changed it up where it's like, okay, I know where I'm going. I know where I need to go. Yes, the world constantly changes and evolves, and it's a constantly like generating levels and stuff like that or whatever, and it's really great in that respect. However, there are options, and by providing those options, you've opened the doors to so many other gamers who want to play. If you want to play like Returnal, go ahead, turn on all the the whatever you call it, they have like all these modifiers and stuff. You can make it more difficult, and then you get better rewards for it, and this and that. Whatever, do whatever you want, but it gave you the option, and I'm finding it very accessible, although it's not easy. If anybody watched me today, it took 6 or 7 tries to beat the first boss, and the thing is, you don't just play the first boss. Like, you don't die and then you end up outside the door and you walk back in. You got to do the whole level all over again. I'll buy it. You're doing it much shorter, which is kind of cool because then they have like a fast travel thing that takes you right over there. You know what I'm saying? So there's that. So that's the whole thing. Okay, here comes Magnum. He's got to say something. He just can't stop, can he? And he goes, Magnum says, what does he say? He goes, Saros probably has your pony bias. Well, this is for you, Magnum.
Ponies and ponies and ponies.
There you go. That's for you, Magnum.
Ponies and ponies.
That's for you, okay, Magnum? There you go. Will we ever see you play the amazing machines behind you? Sure. Why not? I will turn them on. Whoops. Jesus Christ, I knocked over my my on-air sign. And no, I'm not drunk. I just knocked it with my hand. There you go. The on-air sign's on. What I will do is the next... Hey, Z-Birdman, have a good night, brother. Thank you so much, man. I am going to. The next time I go grab another beer, I will. Yeah, the pony song is great. Hey, you guys like it? It's like my new song. I love it. And when everybody calls me a pony, which is like daily, people call me a pony. Guess what?
Ponies and ponies and ponies and ponies and ponies and ponies and ponies.
There you go. All right, you want to call me a pony? Well, then I got a song for you. Magnum, I played Resident Evil 9 8 times. I finished it 8 times. 8 times. Ryther's thinking that Saros is going to underperform in sales. I don't know. It's going to be interesting to see, Ryther, because here's the thing. When Returnal came out, there weren't even like, what, 1 million consoles sold on the PlayStation. Right? It came out right at the beginning of the generation. Nobody had a PS5, and it was a PS5 exclusive, and it was in the middle of the pandemic. Nobody could get the goddamn things. Jay Silver, I'm working on an Xbox song. I'm going to figure it out. Sam, what's up, dude? He goes, embrace it. I saw somebody else in the chat. Hey, the Bean's in the house, too. How you doing, Bean? And we got Symbol, the rapper, in the house. What's up, Mag? Hope all is well. Yes, it is very well. Thank you so much for stopping by, my friend. I also got this sound for my PlayStation friends. And I got this for the Xbox fans. There you go. All right, we got a little bit of everything over here. Jago, how you doing, buddy? Jim, hey Jim, there's the man who just joined the channel. Listen, everybody, ladies and gentlemen, everybody, the man just joined the channel. Welcome him into hell, ladies and gentlemen. He's a maggot now. Welcome him in the chat. Be nice, be nice. There you go, Jim. There you go. Welcome to the channel, buddy. And he says, what does he say here? He goes, thanks. Very cool to see my name pop up currently at work. You're definitely helping the night go by. Hey, I'll do what I can, brother. I do what I can. And yes, anybody who joins the channel or like super chats or sends gifted members, all that kind of stuff, you get all kinds of like animations and stuff. If you're saying gifted chats, a big gift box opens up and your name comes out of it. Like all kinds of cool stuff, man. Alex says in the chat, Father Alex says, he goes, Mag, please listen to the Marlon Gaming Helix song. I haven't heard it yet, but I'm definitely going to listen to it. You've mentioned that once before, so I'm going to do that. Anyways, when I grab my next beer, I will turn on the arcade machines for you guys, okay? So it'll take a few minutes. Because, you got to kind of fire them up and all that. But I will definitely turn them all on for you so you guys can see them, and I'll turn the lights down so it looks like we're in an arcade. I mean, it is an arcade. I'm still in the market, which I'm not now because, money's been tight this year, whatever. Hence the Quest for LA thing and all that, right? And it's been a rough year, to say the least. I mean, Colt Eastwood knows all the details of the year that I just had. But eventually in the future, my plan is, in this room, besides the arcade machines, there's another arcade machine I'm looking at. It's the Centipede one. Centipede Arcade, and I just want a pinball. I don't care what kind of a pinball, just a pinball. I want a pinball machine. When I was a kid, my dad bought a pinball machine. It was an Evel Knievel pinball machine, one of them old school ones from like the 70s. And that thing was so fucking dope. And like the crazy thing is, I went to a pinball place in Toronto for my birthday. It was like a bar, and it had just like 25 pinball machines in it. And I can't remember what the hell the place was called. It was something like, the name was like part of the motif of pinball or whatever. And anyways, and we're walking through and I'm checking all the pinball machines. They had all those cool ones, from the 90s and like from the 2000s, like the ones that like the Star Trek ones or the Kiss one or, the Metallica pinball machine or the Twilight Zone. There you go. Remember that? Like that one. Nate Dogg, thank you for that. MG, how you doing, buddy? Hit the like button. That's what he's saying. Hit the like button, ladies and gentlemen. I never ask you guys to hit the like button because I'm too, Wolfman is doing much better, Jay Silver. Thank you for asking. I appreciate that. Anyway, so I'm walking through this arcade, and I'm checking out all the machines, right? And lo and behold, what's sitting right there? The fucking Evel Knievel machine that I had when I was a little boy. And I'm like, oh! And I don't even know where the hell my dad got it. I don't even think he bought it. He probably, did a deal with some dude. Who the hell knows? Yeah, the Stern ones, dude. Nate Dogg's got it down, man. Simpsons Arcade will forever be my favorite aesthetically. Yeah, it was a great machine, man. Noisy Mofo, you're not from far here. You would know that. I have to remember the name of the place. Anyways, it's a pinball place in the city that has all the pinball machines. And like I said, right there was the Evel Knievel machine. The funny thing is, so my brother and I are walking around. We saw it. We paused in front of it. We took a picture, and then we just stared at it for like 10 minutes, like two zombies like this. Like just thinking about all those childhood experiences, like when my dad used to go to work, and he used to like, because like in the inside, like when you open up the pinball, when you drop a quarter inside, there's like a little little piece of wire that kind of hangs there, and when you touch the wire, right, like this, when the quarter rolls down the ramp, it hits that wire and it gives you a credit. So it goes ding, right, ding. And so what he used to do is before he used to go to work, he used to open up the thing with the key. Of course, he'd take the key to work with him. And he would open up with a key, and he would go like, you know what I mean? Like he was, flicking the bean. Anyways, so he would like flick that thing like a whole bunch of times so that we would have like a shitload of like free games, and then he would lock it up, and then he'd go to work, and then my brother and I would have all these like credits, and then we would play pinball like all day, like at least the first half of the day. Then the second half of the day we went outside to go play ball or play hockey, play baseball or whatever, because in the 80s we actually did physical things. My kids are doing physical stuff. It's fantastic. By the way, that's another thing. Thank God, the new generation, these kids are out playing sports. It's wonderful to see. My son outside playing ball every day with his friends, basketball that is. He goes to the Diamond to play baseball with his buddies. My daughter's always out riding her bike or whatever. It's awesome to see, man. It's not Tilt Arcade. No, it's not, CDB. It's not Tilt Arcade. It's another name. It's like a smaller place. Like it's it's pretty awesome. G-Mania, he says you bought it. Yeah, I heard those digital pinball machines are really good. I have a neighbor who has one of those. Deceiver, I haven't been outside in 3 days. Well, see, that's what the new generation is all about, man. Hold on, I'm going to type it in. Pinball Bar Toronto. It'll show up. Oh, shit, it might be Tilt Arcade. Yeah, I think you're right. CDB. I think you're right. I think it is Tilt Arcade because I'm looking at the pictures. I'm like, that looks familiar. I think that's it. It is. It's Tilt. It's Tilt Arcade. That's the one. Yep, now that I'm looking at the pictures, I'm looking at it. I'm like, yeah, that's the one. Yeah, that place is awesome, man. The only thing that is not good is their beer selection sucks balls. But other than that, yeah, it's in Parkdale in downtown Toronto. So it's a pretty dope place, man. Yeah, sorry. Thank you, CDB. Thank you for saying that you're actually correct. Queen Street. There he is. Yeah. Dude, you know the city.
Welcome to hell!
Entertainment Landfill just subscribed. What's up, dude? Hey, you got your name and lights, baby. You got your name and lights. And you know what? On top of all that, you get one of these. Thank you for joining the channel, brother.
Welcome to hell, motherfucker!
Welcome to hell, baby. Let's go. All right, you know what? I'm going to take 2 minutes here. I'm going to grab another beer. I'm going to take a piss. And then I'm going to turn on the machines for you guys and turn the lights down, okay? Because I know some people are like, is that a background? Is that a green screen? So you know what we'll do? We'll have some arcade fun. I'm not going to play them. I'll just have them on in the background so you guys can see that they're real. All right, give me a few minutes. I'll turn everything on. All right, we're back. We're back. We're back. Here we go. Machines are on. Machines are on. There you go. See? They're real. Dragon's Lair is so cool. Yeah, so there it is. All right. Asha, where's my AI wife bot? Let's go, Asha. Build one. Yeah, no, RPG, you're not wrong. He's like, turning on them machines all at once is going to fry the Canadian power grid. Dude, you're absolutely not wrong. Let me tell you something. To power up this room, I've got, by the way, you can't see them because they're like above, and I'm not going to tilt the camera up there. I got an arcade sign up there, like an old school, like 80s and 90s arcade sign there. I got another arcade sign. You can see the tip of it. You see where my finger's pointing? Let me see if I can get it over there. Right there. That's an arcade sign. You remember those ones that used to hang on the side of buildings, like on the sidewalk? I got one of those. It's got all the little light bulbs on it. I got another neon light that says, don't bother me, I'm gaming. It's a big neon sign, and I don't turn that one on because it actually messes with the camera. Of course, I got the on-air sign. I've got 2 studio floodlights over here, the PC, audio interface, the camera, 3 monitors going at once, and that's just to power up this room. And of course, I've got 1, 2, 3, 4 consoles plugged in here as well on top of that PC. It's fucking crazy. Drayton, Colt and I are the same height. We're both 5'8", so we're both neither one of us are giants. Hey, Paulie Walnuts, what's going on? Oh! My favorite? My Miss Pac-Man. That's my pride and joy. My Miss Pac-Man machine is my pride and joy. I love the Street Fighter one. You can't see it because the camera won't focus on it because it's right back there. It's next to my Big Buck Hunter. And the Big Buck Hunter one is awesome. I love that machine. The Miss Pac-Man one is my all-time favorite. I mean, I love that one. Oh my God, if Greta Thunberg walked in my room, she would literally just pass out. Yeah. Yeah, Grandpa Barbecue's like, wow, Mag, how'd you get the green screen to animate? Yeah, I know. Yeah, dude, we're 5'8", man. They don't make us big. I mean, you know, they make some parts of us big. You know what I'm saying? Y'all know what I'm talking about. Yeah, I can run the Canadian space program. Yeah, I could do Artemis 3 launch out of this room, and that's not everything you see. This is just like some of the stuff you see. So yeah, I might actually turn the camera so you can see Mortal Kombat better. There you go. Yeah. No, now you can't see Big Buck Hunter. It's stupid. Damn you, camera! There we go. Okay, we're good. We're good. What do we got going on here? Maggie, you watching Spider Noir? Absolutely. I mean, you've hit all the marks for me, folks. Alex, you hit all the marks for me. You've got Nicolas Cage. That's number 1. Black and white film noir style 1930s detective kind of vibe, kind of like Mouse P.I. kind of, you know what I mean? You've got that. You've got the Pulp Fiction 1930s film noir, black and white filmed show. That's number 2. Spider-Man being one of my favorite superheroes of all time. Number 3. What? That's amazing. You know what I mean? It's an AI background. Yeah, I know. I actually had to do that. Like, someone on the show was like, no, man, they're all fake. It's all fake. So I literally had to go like this. I was like, look, it's real. I had to, like, bang on the bloody cabinet. And I'm like, look, it's a real fucking cabinet. It's right there. Want me to bang the buttons? They're all real. The Big Buck Hunter gets the most play, though. I'll tell you that. Like, when I have people over and I turn on the whole arcade, I get all the lights on, it's all blue, and I even have a thing over here, which you can't see, but it's great. My wife bought it for me for Christmas, not this year, but the year before. It's a silver plaque, and the silver plaque has, like, a lasered writing on it, and the laser writing from the back glows blue. So it's silver, and the writing glows blue from the back from an LED light, and it says, the Mag's Game Room. And, yeah, it says the Mag's Game Room. It's really beautiful, and something she did there. I have some posters up here. I got my Call of Duty poster there. I've got my Batman Arkham Knight poster with Harley Quinn. I've got a framed picture of myself and William Shatner, the man himself, William Shatner, myself, a framed picture of us over there. You can sort of see over there, I've got my Mafia 3 poster up there. It's a movie-size poster. Like, we're talking, like, you know, the old-school movie posters from, like, the 70s? The ones that are, like, double the size of, like, regular posters? That's a movie poster for Mafia 3 there. And, of course, I got the neon lights above you cannot see. So, yeah, it's pretty cool. Yeah. Satius, a few are not. Yeah, behind Mags, the camera is at Asha Shrine. Listen, man, I don't glorify her that much, okay? At the end of the day, she's still an executive, and she's still going to make executive decisions, right? I know, dude, CDB, I always wanted to get that Pac-Man tabletop. That thing is so dope, man. Holy shit, Satius, you have the Star Wars Trilogy cab? Wow. That's amazing. Did you guys see, by the way, I posted? So my neighbor, get this, listen to this. So my neighbor, fucking guy, retired, old man, him and his wife, nice people, whatever, I love them. Quiet, that's the big one. Here's the thing. I hear all this racket going on next door, right? I'm in the TV room or whatever, and I hear like trucks out front and all this shit. I hear all this yip yapping going on in the backyard, and it sounded like it was coming from my backyard. So I'm like, what the fuck? So I go out to the kitchen, I look out the window, and I'm like, oh, there's nobody here. There's nobody in my backyard. And I realized it was all coming from my neighbor's backyard. I'm like, oh, what the hell's going on over there? I hear all this racket, this banging around, all this. And then I go to the front, and all those trucks I heard, there's like 3 trucks parked in front of the house. And what are they doing? They're pulling out full size. There's like 3-4 guys carrying full size, like the racing arcade cabinets, Daytona USA, like the full size, like you sit in the chair cabinets. And I'm like, what the fuck? I had no idea that my neighbor has a full arcade in the basement. From like the 70s and 80s and like early 90s, he has the full cabinets in his basement. He even has, for any of those people out there, y'all remember this? You know the big hockey bubble? You remember the big hockey bubble? Like you go to an arcade and it had the big bubble, and it was like the hockey where you have like the little fucking sticks and you're like, you know, like moving doing that thing. He has one of those. He's selling them for like $500. I was like this close, man. And what did he? And like I said, but the ones that they were carting out that somebody bought were the Daytona USA cabinets. He had 2 of them. Like, I guess they were connected, like the 2 pieces, and like they had them separated so they could carry them because they were too big. So it was pretty cool, man. It was pretty cool. So yeah, he said, I had no idea. I had no idea this guy owned all this stuff, man. Sadie is asking, no, the one beside the big buck hunter is Street Fighter. It's the Street Fighter hold on. It's the Street Fighter 2 Champion Edition cabinet. Yeah, of course, Afterburner. Ricardo, of course. Afterburner was my favorite game. I loved that. Remember that? Like the whole seat moved and shit? That thing was crazy. By the way, also featured in Terminator 2, if you remember that. Do you know this boy? You know, he goes to the arcade and he's, you know, his friend. He was playing Afterburner right there. Yeah, it was a dope-ass game. That was my favorite arcade game from, like, the later years of arcades, man. That was so awesome. Velvet Assassin? No, I have not, Magnum. He said it's so underrated. Yeah. No, I know it's hard to see because the camera won't focus on there. What the camera automatically does is obviously focus on my stupid face, and then it kind of, like, it'll sort of focus on this stuff here, but as you can see from Miss Pac-Man and on, it blurs it out a bit because it's trying to blur out the background. Yeah, so it's very hard to see. That's just the way the camera operates, right? So it's pretty cool. Yeah, pretty wild. Hey, the Deceiver comes in and gifts 1 gifted member. Thank you so much, Deceiver. Let's go. That's right. Thank you so much. I appreciate you, brother. And, of course, Fallout New Vegas 616. He gets the membership. And listen, man, Fallout, guess what? You're a maggot for life now. You can't get out. It's impossible. So guess what?
Welcome to hell, motherfucker!
Welcome to hell, Fallout New Vegas. You're stuck here for life. Moving your clothes. You ain't going no place. Thank you so much, Deceiver. I appreciate that. And, of course, welcome to hell, Fallout. Yes. Marvel vs. Capcom 2. Yeah, man, that was a great cabinet as well, man. The reason why the room is blue, by the way, and of course the arcade sign, which you can't see, but the arcade sign that's above the poster there is the exact arcade sign that was in the arcade that I used to go to, where I used to grow up as a kid. And the reason why is because the arcade was called Wizard's Castle. And I was so fascinated, even when I was a child, like just a little tiny wee lad, and I was so fascinated by the arcade that like every time I would go by it, I would just be staring at amazement. And the funny thing is, like, you fast forward now, I'm 51 years old, and I have not lost that fascination. And it's like, I saw that arcade, and it was dark, right? And there was blue lighting on the wall, like there was blue lighting, and then of course the lighting of all the arcade machines and the sounds, and it was just the place. And like, we would beg to go hang out there, and like my mom would be like, "No, we're going shopping," and whatever, and she wouldn't let us go off on her own because she would we'd probably get kidnapped or whatever the fuck, I don't know. And the thing is, I designed this room to mimic Wizard's Castle, and it is an homage to my childhood. And the games that are in here are an homage to every generation of gaming that I ever had. Miss Pac-Man being right up there. The first games I ever played in the arcade was Asteroid and Miss Pac-Man in 1982. I was 7. And I mean, I was playing home consoles before then. Like, I was playing Pong when I was 4 years old. So in 1979, I played my first game. I also played Asteroid. I think it was in the arcade. That came out in 1979, but I didn't play it till like 1980, I think. I was 5. But the first game I fell in love with was Miss Pac-Man. And every time I went to the arcade, I would play Miss Pac-Man. That was 1982. So yeah, so I did that. And the other one that I was fascinated about, but I couldn't afford it, was Dragon's Lair. But because Dragon's Lair has the cartoon, as you guys can see the cartoon playing in the background, and it had the cartoon and the sound, and I would just stand there and just watch the cartoon for like an hour. I would just stare at it and just watch the loop over and over again. But the thing is, with Dragon's Lair in those days, it was 50 cents. Every game was 25 cents. That's how it was in the arcades in the 80s. 25 cents, no ifs, ands, or buts. The more expensive games came later, but the one that broke the mold was Dragon's Lair. It was 50 cents, and no one would play the damn thing because it was so goddamn expensive. But then I would play it a few times, and then I would be so pissed off because I would literally die in the first minute and lose my 50 cents because my mom would only give us like $1 each. So that was only good for like 4 games, right? While she was like running off to, do whatever she had to buy or whatever. I only had my 4 quarters, and my brother had his 4 quarters, and that's all we got, right? So you had to make those 4 quarters last. And once in a while, you would do it, and you'd be like, all right, I'm gonna play Dragon's Lair, and in like 18 seconds, you lost your 50 cents. Oh. It's just magical when it touches your lips. What's up, McLovin? How you doing, buddy? So that's why I have Dragon's Lair. Then came... I played a million games in between there, but these are the games that made the most impact in my life. Then, as you can see in the back corner, sort of see Street Fighter 2 Champion Edition. Street Fighter 2 changed everything for the arcades. Arcades were already popular. They were always popular. They were always doing well. But Street Fighter 2 changed, no pun intended, changed the game. And that's why I got Street Fighter 2 there, because I had to. Because, I literally could have bought like a friggin' house with the amount of quarters I dumped into Street Fighter 2 in those days. I used to play with all the Chinese triad guys, and they would teach me how to play, because all the Chinese dudes knew like all the ins and outs, and they taught me how to play Street Fighter. It was really cool, man. And so that's why I have Street Fighter 2 in the back there. Now, what ended up changing, there was an arcade near my house called The Sting. Okay, cool ass fucking name.
Breaking the law, breaking the law, breaking the law, breaking the law.
Yeah, it was a cool name for an arcade. It was called The Sting. And it was actually owned by Chinese triads, actually, Chinese Mafia, if you don't know who triads are. And then this game showed up, Mortal Kombat. And I'm like, oh, what the hell is this? It had the cool ass music. And it had the scary voice. Sub-Zero wins, And I'm just like, what the fuck is this? And then I saw my first fatality, and I was like, what is this? And so, like, I fell in love with Mortal Kombat, and I've been playing Mortal Kombat ever since. I mean, I occasionally, you know, when people come over, I still play Street Fighter 2 with my brothers and my cousin and stuff. Like, we play Street Fighter 2 because we grew up playing that shit in the arcade. So we still have rivalries 30 years later about Street Fighter or whatever, right? You know, I would pick Dhalsim, my brother would pick Ken, and we would just go at it for like hours. And so we still do the same thing here. But Mortal Kombat changed everything. And so Mortal Kombat, I'm like, yo, what is this? So I had to buy Mortal Kombat as part of the homage. Now, the other one is a little bit more romantic. That would be the Big Buck Hunter. Big Buck Hunter, when I started dating my wife, or even before I started dating my wife, there was a bar near my house called Archibald's. It's an Irish pub, right? Big Irish pub. Big place. Held a lot of people. And right when you walked in the door where the bar was, of course, as soon as I walked in the door, the bartender was already pouring my pint without even having to say a word because he saw my head in the window. He knew exactly that it was me. Poured my pint. I walked in. I give him $10 and I'd be like, hey, man, give me a bunch of loonies. So he would give me a bunch of loonies, and this was in the 2000s. So I'm representing from like 1982 all the way until like the 2000s. And so I would take my $10. I'd stack up my loonies because in Canada we have dollar coins, right, called loonies. They're like gold colored. And you would play, a loonie would get you a full game of Big Buck Hunter. So me and my friend Mark would sit there after work, because I was in the restaurant business, whatever else, 10 o'clock at night, 10:30 at night, whatever, 11 at night. We both go up to the bar, we both hook up, bring our $10 in loonies, and we would play Big Buck Hunter till 3 o'clock in the morning. We were so good at it that when you did like 24 like different rounds and stages, we would get 17 or 18, sometimes even 19 perfect sights. That's how good we were. And we knew everything about it. We would play Big Buck Hunter all night. And then what happened is I had that memory. I love Big Buck Hunter. Then I met my wife, and then we would hang out after work. And my wife also worked in the restaurant business. I hired her, funny enough. And we would hang out and we would do the same thing. And then my wife and I started playing Big Buck Hunter all the time. And it was the memories of us dating. And that's why, as an homage not only to my wife, but also to that memory of the last legs of the arcade, so to speak, I bought Big Buck Hunter. And my wife and I, to this day, even though, I don't know, we've been married almost, hold on, let me check my arm here. We got married in 2011. This is our 15-year anniversary, actually, this July. So we were doing our 15-year anniversary. And even before then, when we were still dating, sorry, guys. Listen, man, I can't remember all the dates, so I tattooed them all over me like that movie. The hell's that movie? Fuck, man. It's a Christopher Nolan movie. Memento. You know, like Memento, the guy tattoos like shit all over his body or whatever, like all the dates and all. I literally tattoo all the dates all over me, and even like up my arm and stuff, so I don't forget them. Otherwise, I'm like, look at all this shit. Like, otherwise, I'm gonna forget everything. So I have all my arms are covered in words and dates and numbers, so I remember all this stuff. So like, my kids are over here as well, and so yeah, I have to tattoo where I got married because otherwise I'll forget. So it's right there. So we got married in July 2011, and to this day now, like 18, 19, almost 20 years later, my wife and I still get together in the basement, crack a few beers, and we still play Big Buck Hunter together. How cool is that? There you go. So there's the story of the arcade. Now I got two more in the mix that I want. Centipede also had a big impact on my life. I loved Centipede with like the rolling ball thing. It was revolutionary for its time. And I love the game. And pinball was another one. I loved pinball, not only because I grew up with pinball in my house, also because I just love pinball. And whenever I go, Deceiver, who did I marry? Checks tattoo. What's her name again? Oh yeah, there it is. Anyways, in all seriousness, I mean, pinball was already, like, every time I go somewhere where there's a pinball machine, you find me locked right in. I'm right there playing, I'm right there playing pinball. So there you go. So there's the full story of the arcade, ladies and gentlemen. So there you go. Yeah. What's up, Silver Wolf? How you doing, buddy? Good to come by. I saw your streams, but I was avoiding any Pragmata spoilers. Fair enough, dude. I've done 2 Pragmata streams. I have a third one coming up sometime this week. I'm going to do a third one probably on I don't know when. I got to do a third one because I gotta finish the game. I got to finish the game for everybody because a lot of people are like, hey, what's up, Dallas LeBeau? What's up? There he goes. Dallas is in the house. Oh, you missed a lot, dude. We're just shooting the shit now. Anyways, I'm doing Pragmata sometime this week. I'm doing one more stream to hopefully finish the game. But in between all that, I'm going to be streaming Soros for the rest of the week. So I'm probably going to stream Soros again tomorrow. And maybe I'll do Pragmata on Thursday and then Soros on Friday night. So we'll do that. And I'd like to finish Pragmata. Like, I've already finished Pragmata, like myself. But I saved it. I have a separate save file for the streaming channel. So then I'm going to play that there, and then we'll, we'll see how that works. But either way, yeah, it's great. Pragmata is awesome. So far, game of the year. I know that's crazy because Resident Evil was hands down game of the year for me, but Pragmata has stolen my heart, man. It's just something about that game that's just so... I don't know. I don't know what the hell it is. It's just there's something about it that just got me, and I'm like, I love this. It's adorable. I love the game. Father Alex, what have you been playing? Oh, Matt, he goes, you've been playing Diablo 4 new DLC. What are you doing? Research for the afterlife? What are you doing, Father? Father Alex is playing Diablo. I mean, the irony of that situation, Father Alex is an actual priest, by the way, in case anybody's wondering. And Father Alex is an actual priest, and he's out there playing Diablo 4. I wonder what the clergy would think about you playing that game. Like, what are you doing? Research for who you have to battle? I'm not making a joke about the battles, okay, man? I've heard some stories, bro. I've heard some stories. I told some of them on the air when I did my Halloween special this year because people wanted me to talk about ghost stories and stuff, about stuff that's happened to me or people that I know. But let me tell you something, man. Look at me straight in the face. This shit is real. I'm just telling you, I'm not crazy. Father Alex better be playing as a paladin. He's doing that in real life, Deceiver. He doesn't have to do it in the game. Diablo 4 has many religious references. It certainly does. I mean, but that's what religion really is, right? I mean, it's just a bunch of different interpretations of literally the same thing. That's kind of how the whole thing operates, right? At the end of the day, there's gonna be some kind of a funnel that kind of leads us all to the same area. It's not gonna be like, okay, well, Christians, you go over there. That's your room. All the Jewish people go over there. All the Muslims go over there. What are you? Hindu? Okay, Hindu, you go 2 doors down on the right-hand side. In the second door on the right, that's where the Hindus are. Buddhists, where you go? Oh yeah, Buddhists. Okay, take the elevator, 3rd floor. That's your area. Like it's not gonna be like that. You know what I mean? I know it's not anti-Christian. I wasn't saying that. I just thought it was funny. I just thought it was funny that Alex is battling demons in a video game, and that's kind of like his job in real life. I mean, he doesn't have to battle demons in real life. I mean, it's not like it's not like Evil Dead. Speaking of Evil Dead, did you guys watch that new trailer for Evil Dead Burn? Holy shit! That movie looks hot.
But the cream will rise to the top. Oh yeah.
I mean, that game looks sinister for real.
Great disturbance
Terrifying.
In the force.
And if you guys have been watching the new,
I have felt it. It is unavoidable. It is your destiny.
If you've been watching the new trilogy of Evil Dead movies, they are stellar, by the way. 10 out of 10 movies. If you haven't watched them, goodness gracious, they're amazing. The Evil Dead, I'm not even going to call it a remake because it's not a remake. The movie that's just called Evil Dead, the one that came out 6 years ago, unbelievable. And then they had the other one, Evil Dead Rise, that came out a couple of years ago. Unbelievable. What an intense movie. I mean, we're talking intense. And then I watched the trailer for Evil Dead Burn, and I'm like, yo, these guys are taking this Evil Dead series to a whole new level. But you know the great thing is, it actually is it's all executive produced by Sam Raimi. Right? So like he's right involved in that, and these guys are making some seriously dark and disturbing films. Because those Evil Dead, I mean, the Evil Dead original trilogy is awesome. But you know, the new trilogy they're doing, absolutely unbelievable. I mean, if you watch The Evil Dead, it's just literally just called The Evil Dead, and then Evil Dead Rise, fucking one of the best horror movies I've seen in the last decade. I'm a huge horror movie fan. And then on top of that, yeah, you got Evil Dead Burn, and I watched that trailer. That trailer was so intense. I was like, I'm having trouble getting through this trailer. Like, it really was bothersome. Magnum, you take that back.
Yeah!
What have I been playing lately, Polly Walnuts? I've been playing Pragmata, a lot of Pragmata. I put down Mouse PI. I'm going to get back to it. I'll get back to it. And I've been playing Soros. I put in 4 hours of Soros today. I got early access to the game. It is incredible. And, but Pragmata has me by the balls, man. I love that. Like, I literally stopped playing Crimson Desert because of Pragmata. Like, I have not even, I'm like, Crimson who? Like, I haven't even, like, thought about that game since Pragmata came out. I just can't stop playing that game. I can't stop playing it. So, yeah, that's what I'm playing right now. So it's amazing. Yes, Street. I did see the Alien Isolation sequel teaser. We will be seeing that in LA at the Summer Games Fest from Jeff Keighley. There's going to be a lot of hot games. I'm telling you right now. Obviously, I'm not going to do a live stream because I'm going to be there at the show with a lot of my friends there. It's going to be amazing. And the thing is, though, I'm telling you right now from what I've heard, and I'm not going to spoil it for you guys. From what I've heard that's going to be revealed at Jeff Keighley's show is going to be fucking fire. And I mean fire. It's going to be amazing. You guys are going to see some incredible game reveals and trailers and all kinds of stuff. It's going to be something else, man. So yeah, it's going to be amazing. But yes, Alien Isolation will make an appearance at the Summer Games Fest. We will be seeing that. 80 Storms in the house. How you doing, buddy? I haven't seen you in a minute. I hope all is well.
Oh, shit. Here we go again.
Yeah, we got everybody back in the house. Thank you guys so much. He goes, hey, buddy, in chat, I missed much. Yeah, it's all good, man. We're just shooting the breeze now. We're just having some fun. You know how it is. Community talk. We've been doing community talk for about an hour and 35 minutes now. Interestingly enough, speaking of the Summer Games Fest, I got special invites to play 2 games. I'm not allowed to say what they are. I am under embargo. But the cool thing is I get 30 minutes with each game. And it's cool because I get to go behind closed doors, no cameras, no cell phones. I have to surrender all my electronic equipment before I walk in, put it in a bag, and then they're going to put it in a locker for me. And then I go into a room, and I get 30 minutes to play the game, 2 of them, back to back. So I get 30 minutes with one game, then I have to go to another room and then play another game for 30 minutes. And I guess, again, I'm under embargo. I can't say a damn word about it or anything, whatever. However, I can only say one thing. Concord Remastered. I can't say what they are, but I can tell you this. Both games have already been announced. That's all I'm allowed to say. And I will shut my pie hole from here on in. I can't... Street, you guys are hilarious tonight. You guys are making me piss my pants.
Stupid fucking game. Stupid fucking game. Stupid fucking game.
Street takes the case.
Stupid fucking game.
He takes the cake right now, ladies and gentlemen. He goes, High Guard 2, High Garter. There it is. High Guard 2, High Garter. I will be playing that at the Summer Games Fest. Jeff Keighley and I will be playing next to each other. That's what the game is. Yeah. I can only say that. I can only say that both games have been announced. That's it. Other than that, I'm under complete embargo. And once I'm done playing both demos, whatever the hell you want to call it, and that's only what I got so far. There's still 5 weeks. I'm going to be filling up that day with more demos and like behind the closed doors looks and like exclusive like interviews and stuff like that. It's gonna be really cool. So you guys can guess all day long. You're not gonna find out. I'm not saying a word. And no, Alex, it's not 007 because 007 comes out before Summer Games Fest. 007 comes out like 2 weeks before Games Fest, so I will already be playing that at home. So it's not 007. However, I am not going to say another word. But either way, when I'm done playing all those games, and then of course they're gonna fill in like I have a what do they call it? I have like an event. There's an event handler who's dealing with me. And then what he does is that he's like, okay, dude, I got you for, an appointment at 3 o'clock to 3:30. I got you another appointment at 3:30 to 4 and this and that. And he sets up all the appointments for me for this, for the Games Fest. He's like a handler for all the people that are got like the press passes and stuff. And I'm one of them who got a press pass. So I will be representing the Mag Show in LA, ladies and gentlemen, courtesy of you guys. Alex, you cannot use your holy pull in order to get answers out of me. I'm not saying a damn word. So you can ask anything you want. I'm not going to say it. So anyways, when I'm done them, then they will tell me when I'm allowed to lift embargo and talk about them. So when that happens, then I can actually tell you what I played and what I did and what I saw and whatever else. Like I said, no cameras, no cell phones, full embargo, the whole 9 yards. I'm not allowed to say a word. So yeah. But anyways, it's very exciting. It's very exciting, isn't it? It's very exciting. I mean, it's exciting for me. It should be exciting for you guys because then I could like do a exclusive. I could tell you what's going on and be like, hey guys, I played this and whatever. But I have to wait. Pushing Polygons. I actually can't wait for that Galactic Racer game. Oh my god, that game, dude. You know what, Polygons? I'm telling you right now. I have a feeling. Hear me out. And this is just me just saying. All right. I think that the Galactic Racer is going to be a sleeper hit of 26. CDB, don't ask me questions. You know I'm not going to answer them. And I didn't do that to like engage you guys in like rage bait or something. Like I really am I was just trying to be excited and just tell you guys I got some like exclusive stuff coming up that I get to be a part of or whatever else, but I can't say a word. So yeah, you won't be getting anything out of me. I see how sneaky some of you guys. Hey, look at CDB. He goes, Mag, are these game exclusives to a platform? Nod, winko, winky. I'm not telling you. DJ Marshman, that's some bold words, man. I don't think that's going to happen. I don't know if you're trolling or not, but that would be amazing. Well, he says right here, how funny is this? DJ Marshman, he says, Galactic Racer will outsell Forza Horizon. Oh my God. Can you imagine if it outsold? Dude, let me tell you right now. If Galactic Racer outsold Forza Horizon, I would just leave. I would just like leave the business entirely. I'd just be like, you know what, man? Forget it. Xbox, we're done. We're done. Asha, you're running it by yourself. We're out of here. No, I'm just kidding. That's not gonna happen. It's not gonna happen, DJ Marshman. Forza Horizon 6 is gonna be a massive hit. I'm telling you that right now. Forza Horizon 6 is gonna be a massive hit. However, I still think that Galactic Racer is going to be the sleeper hit of 2026. It's going to surprise a shit ton of people, and I think it's going to be appropriately priced. I don't think it's going to be a $70 game. I think it's going to be like a $40 or $50 game. CDB does not. The guy has got. Listen, man. The guy's sneaky. You see, I think he works for the FBI. He says, Mag, are these games from a blue or green company? No. Don't be silly. Hey, Anonymous is in the house. What is it? Those details sound a lot like the terms for the Skull and Bones previews that Ubisoft put in place. Wonder if Ubisoft has anything coming down the pipe. They do have quite a few games coming down the pipe. And in fact, thank you, Anonymous, for reminding me, because there are quite a few projects that are being worked on and looked at right now. And someone in the chat asked me earlier, says, Mag, what has Ubisoft got cooking up? Because I know a lot of, well, I have quite a few ties with Ubisoft, and I've worked for Ubisoft. I've done work for them, quite a bit of work for them in the past. Haven't done anything recently. They haven't asked me to do anything. It's been a while. I'm starting to wonder if that has anything to do with me having a YouTube channel. It seems to have coincided with me getting a YouTube channel that they stopped calling me. So I'm starting to wonder if that actually has a lot to do with it. They're like, listen, man, we can't trust this motherfucker anymore, okay? This guy's going to talk on his channel. He's going to say shit, because I was, well, I can't tell you what I was doing over there. But either way, there's stuff going on. Yes, they got new Assassin's Creeds coming. They got Splinter Cell coming, well in development here, right here in Ubisoft Toronto. They've got... some other concepts coming for a couple of other games. Think Ghost Recon as a possibility. Other Assassin's Creed remakes coming down the line based on the success of Black Flag and the fact that Black Flag is one of the most pre-ordered Ubisoft games. Then I think you're going to see a lot more Assassin's Creed remakes coming. Hex is on its way. There's a lot of great stuff coming from Ubisoft, man. They're cooking, man. They're doing a lot of great stuff over there. CDB is like CIA Mag. That's what I work for. Oh, yeah. There you go. I know it's the Tomb Raider games. That's what Noisy Mofo was saying. All right. He was doing pony things. Hey, Bear. How you doing, man? Bear 88's in the house. Let's go. Let's go. Hey, Shaboogs. Yeah, of course I'm still live, man. Yeah, we're almost on hour 4. We're just drinking beer, shooting the shit. We're not even doing a show anymore. We're just having fun. We're just talking about whatever the hell we want to talk about. You want to talk about games? We'll talk about games. You want to talk about life? You want to talk about life? We'll talk about life. And Grandpa Barbecue Game Cat comes flying in with another 5 Australian didgeridoos. Let's go! Thank you so much, Grandpa Barbecue Game Cat. I appreciate you, my friend. Thank you. And he says, Mac, so glad you're progressing so well in your new change of life and profession. Thank you so much, my friend. I hope to keep it that way. I appreciate you very much. No, oh, sorry. It's not a Bic lighter in my hand. Oh, I am. That's why you asked me earlier if I'm a smoker. No, it's a vape. It's a blueberry raz ice. I don't know what the fuck. Yeah, that's what I was holding. Sorry, I was just holding it in my hand because I'm just like holding it. So no, it's not a lighter. Fuzzy Tomato, the word is Galactic Racers coming out in October. Which is fine with me. I mean, that's fine. That's fine with me. That's the word anyway. The word is coming out in October. Personally, I mean, if they needed the time with the game, if that's the reason why they're releasing in the fall, then they probably shouldn't have set a release date and just release it in January. I think that would have been fine. Like a release in early 27, I think would have been a great idea. Just get it out of the way. Thank you, by the way, Grandpa Barbecue. Thank you so much for the $5 super chat. I appreciate you, brother. Release it in early 27. Like, get away from all these monsters coming out in 26. I don't want to see that game suffer. I mean, Sebulba's in the game, for God's sake. Like, what are we talking about?
It is unavoidable.
You know what I mean?
It is your destiny.
I mean, we're talking Star Wars here.
There is great disturbance in the Force.
I have felt it.
Right. Thank you, Vader. Thank you, Palpatine. I mean, it's like a throwback with way better graphics, way better performance, way better everything. And it's that throwback to the 1999 Pod Racer game. I played that on PC, my dad's PC back in those days. And oh my God, that Pod Racer game was so good. I couldn't stop playing it. Hey, Red Wolf's in the house. What's up? Dude, the Pod Racer game was fire. It was so good. And I couldn't stop playing it. I'm like, this is thrilling. Now this is pod racing. You know what I'm saying? There's a reference to the episode 1. But honestly, it's like, it really felt like I was pod racing. Like, you would hammer the controllers and you just like fly. And I'm like, this is awesome. The sound, everything about that game was absolutely incredible. You know what I mean? Magnum, you got, like, this guy, man. This guy has been busting my balls nonstop since I started this stream like 4 hours ago. 4 hours of nonstop ball busting. I can't wait to meet this guy in person one of these days. One of these days, Magnum, we're going to meet in person. 100%. You know what he says? He goes, that vape goes well with your cup. My Pride cup. Okay, I get you. I got you. I see what you're saying. But listen, I also smoke cigars, okay? I smoke cigars, okay? Man things. Red Wolf Renegade says it right there. He goes, I beat it a month ago. Oh, the OG remaster, so ahead of its time. Dude, the game is awesome. Dallas LeBeau, same thing. He goes, I was playing it the other day on my Xbox. Yeah, dude. Amazing. Deceiver says Dreamcast Jedi Pod Racers was fired. Never played that one. Red Wolf Renegade is in bed. Don't tell me what you're wearing, okay? I don't need you to go down that road, okay? I don't need to know what you're wearing. Just tell you just said you're in bed. We'll leave it at that, okay? Jay Slayer, what does he say? He goes, Mag is the only one out of 8 people live on my YouTube not playing Neverness and Everness. What? Laugh out loud. Just watched a dude drop $1,000 on pulls, but he makes content. My God. Yeah, we got Cuban. Jesus. We got Cuban cigars here. Yeah, CDB. Yeah. Like, there's no embargo on Cuban cigars here. We get them all the time. I mean, we get Cohibas and all kinds of shit, like from, all that kind of stuff. I only watch Mag naked. Thank you, Deceiver. I'm assuming you watch me through the window because I sleep naked. You know that pisses off my wife so much, eh? That pisses off my wife so much. He goes, why do you always sleep naked? What if somebody breaks in the house? What are you going to do? Show them your balls? That's what she said to me. That's exactly what she said to me. She's like, what are you going to do if someone breaks in the house? You're going to jump out of bed and show them your balls? And I'm like, yeah, that's a perfect. All I have to do is swing my dick around. That's a perfect weapon. I'll knock 3-4 motherfuckers out cold with that thing. I'll helicopter it. I'll take dudes out like Daredevil with his little with his stick. Oh! That's what's gonna happen. Oh my God. But I mean, think about this. Let's just say, for argument's sake, you did break into my house. Well, first of all, I got weapons under the bed. Not guns, but I have weapons under the bed. Imagine I show up with a bow staff and a hunting knife and butt-ass fucking naked. What would you do? Wouldn't you be terrified? So my wife's got nothing to say. What's she gonna say? Can you imagine, like, you're sneaking around the house, you're like, doo, 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 and all of a sudden you're like, oh, bro's got all these arcade machines. Let's steal these. And like they're trying to like unplug these arcade machines behind me. And then all of a sudden I show up at the door naked with a bow staff and a hunting knife that's twice the size of Rambo's, butt ass naked. What would you do? You would probably be so in shock you wouldn't even see the first hit coming. You'd probably be like, what the hell is this guy doing? Like, whose house did we break into? This is insane. And by the way, ladies and gentlemen, I think I probably picked the absolute worst time to say the worst things humanly possible when Asha Sharma shows up in the chat. Ladies and gentlemen, she's here. I actually hope it actually is her. I hope it is her. And she heard everything I just said about that. And then when I meet her I meet her in the summer, I'd be like, hi. Yeah, I'm the guy who talked about me being nude with break-in people. Yeah, I did talk about that. You don't want to shake my hand? Totally fine, yes. Her handlers like grab me and pull me away. Like, excuse me, sir. We've been warned to not allow you to touch her entirely. So, yeah, no handshaking, no nothing. You could just nod from a distance, sir. I'd be like, thank you so much, gentlemen. Thank you. Have a good day. I mean, it could actually be her. That would actually be funny. I mean, we've already had Paris in the chat tonight. I know that Destin Legary sneaks around in the background. He's there too. Colt Eastwood listens to the show. Why wouldn't Asha Sharma listen to the show? I have music just for her. There we go. We got Asha's music. There we go. You want to play one more time for Asha? Let's go. Let's go. I hope it is you. Cheers. I'll see you in LA. I'll see you in LA. But either way, we're just shooting the breeze, man. We're just shooting the breeze. Just having some fun. What a plan. I mean, it would be shocking, wouldn't it? Wouldn't it be shocking if you're there to steal my stuff in my house and I show up like that? What the hell would you say to that? Like, you'd be so stunned. You'd be like, what the hell is going on? You'd be terrified. You'd be like the dude with like whoever his his partner is, his his criminal mastermind partner. They'd look at each other. They wouldn't even say a word. They look at each other and be like, what the hell did we just do? We broke into the wrong house. That's exactly what would happen. You know, Asha, why don't you show up when I'm not talking about ridiculous stuff? Why'd you show up when I'm having conversations about the future of Xbox I talk about for an hour? Where were you then? Where were you then? You trying to save Xbox? Where were you then? I need you here for those conversations. So I need you, so you could talk and be like, oh, Meg, that's a wonderful input. Perhaps I should hire you as my PR person, as the new, what's his face there with the white gloves? As the new Major Nelson. That would be a great idea. Listen, man, I worked corporate for 14 years. Trust me, I know the drill. I know how to clean up. I mean, I'm clean. Look at me, I'm gorgeous. But I'm just saying, like, I know how to clean up my language, my demeanor, and everything else. I'm still a wild man. I'm still very animated. But I know how to be professional. 14 years corporate. Don't worry, we'll talk about it over. We'll talk about it over cocktails in LA. Okay. We're gonna go to Margarita night at TGI Fridays or whatever. I don't know. Okay, I'll be right back and go get another drink. I'll be right back. All right, folks, give me just 2 seconds. You know, Jay Silver, when you're saying that YouTube username is literally the same as her Twitter, yeah, that's why I'm thinking it actually might be her. And, like, why would you show up at the one time... No, I'm not drunk. Sniper. Hey, Sniper, how you doing, buddy? Nice to see you in the chat. I hope everything's all well. No, I'm not drunk. Not yet. I mean, that's coming. No, I didn't do a bathroom break. No, I just went to go grab another beer. My drink fridge is over there. I have on the other side of this room, like I have this room, and then on the other side of the room, I have like a full bar, wet bar, the whole 9 yards. It's all there. It's just oh, Sniper, are you gonna be in LA? He goes, let's go get some brews in LA, man. I know the spots. All right, dude, if you're gonna be there, listen, I'm gonna be in the downtown area. You know where the hell's that place called? The Crypto Arena. I'm going to be around there. I don't know anything about the place, and I don't want to get stabbed to death by fentanyl zombies, in like Skid Row. So, like, we're going to be around there. So if you're hanging around there and you're a cool dude, then get your ass over there and you come hang out with us, man. There's going to be a whole bunch of us. Grandpa Barbecue Game Cat is saying, Mag, don't answer Father Alex's question. It's a trap to get you to confessional. Dude, I've been to confession all the time. What does he say? What does Father Alex say? He goes, Meg, if you were not married and dating... Oh, dude, you can't ask that question. First of all, you're a priest. And second of all, if that actually is Asha Sharma, and when she says, we hear you, she's hearing this. She's hearing this right now. So he says, I'm going to ask anyway, because he's a father. He is a priest. He is a priest, ladies and gentlemen. He is a priest. And Alex says, Mag, if you were not married and dating Sharma, you know she's married, right? She's married with kids too. And says, dating Sharma, would you still have a YouTube channel or respect her line of work and give up most hobbies? Well, first of all, I wouldn't have to give up gaming. Why would I have to give up gaming? It's nonsense. That would still happen. I would give up nothing. You take me as I am. That's all there is to it. And I'm a gem. And let me tell you something. As a 30-year executive chef and executive business director, come on, man. I know what I'm doing. Yeah, she got a family. Your wife works there, eh, Sniper? Nice. Okay, so then you're around the area. Listen, man, I'm gonna post like stuff on online, like Twitter or whatever else. I'm gonna be like, yo, we're gonna be over here tonight. Anybody want to come out and say hi or whatever? We're gonna be over here and all that jazz. You know what I mean? So there's gonna be a whole bunch of us. It's gonna be like there's gonna be at least 20 of us, if not more, all gonna be hanging out together. All the YouTubers and stuff like that. We'll be doing that, and then when nighttime comes, like we're all hell's gonna break loose, man. We're just gonna be all over the place. I'm like, listen, man, whoever wants to party, let's party. I already told Jez, I'm like, listen, Jez, you ain't writing no articles for Windows Central at nighttime, okay? Like when you're done doing like the little, doing the showcases and oh, I'm gonna type an article. No, you're not. You could type an article for Windows Central at 5 a.m. when I drop you off at the hotel. That's what's happening. Then you're gonna sleep 2 hours and then you're gonna get your ass back to work. That's what we do in the real world. No time for sleep and writing articles. What are you talking about? I'll have Sniper do it. Yeah, let's do it. I'm in. Yeah, of course. You know where to find us. I said it. I said it's an open invite to anybody around there in LA. I'd be at nighttime, be like, listen, man, we're hanging out here, or I'm hanging out here. I'm not gonna speak for all other YouTubers because maybe some of them would be like, I don't want to hang out with a whole bunch of people. We're just gonna go back to the room or whatever. They're gonna do whatever they're gonna do, or they're gonna keep. We're gonna keep within the group, whatever. But I'm gonna post at some point and be like, listen, man, I'm free. Anybody want to hang out? You know where to find me. I'll be at the tequila bar or whatever. We'll be there. So we'll see how that all goes. Shabooks, how's it going, man? He drops $10 super chat. Let's go. Thank you so much, Shabooks. Appreciate that, man, and appreciate the support for the channel, my friend. And he says, yo, Mag, I just want to say, keep doing your thing, bro. We are all here drinking with you, my dude, for real. Let's fucking go. Let's go. You unlocked a rare achievement, ladies and gentlemen. That's 100 achievement points. Bring it on. Bring it on. Let's go. There it is. And we got Muhammad in the chat. Muhammad, where the hell have you been? You show up at like 12:35? And he says, sub Mag, Saros' game of the year. Okay. Muhammad, I'll give you this. I'm 4 hours into the game. Okay. I streamed this morning. I hope you were there and hit the like button before you left. But here's the thing. I can't make a final decision on any of that stuff until I get to the end of the game. And the reason why, I want to give this game 20 hours, okay? 20 hours I want to give this game. I gave it 4, and I'm like, all right, 4. I am very impressed with this game. This game is top-notch. It is top-notch. It has no bugs, no issues, no performance problems, no graphical glitches, no screen tearing, no nothing. The game is chef's kiss. The game is perfect out of the box, so to speak. The game is perfect. Oh, you were working. Okay. The game is perfect out of the box. But the 4 hours that I did play of Saros is impressive. It's an impressive game, and I love it. I love it. I'm obsessed with it. The minute I turned it off, I knew I had to rest because I had MAGGCAST tonight. And here we are. Look at it. I have actually streamed, ladies and gentlemen. If you could believe this shit. I have streamed for 8 hours today. If that is not a man who put in work, I don't know what the hell is. PS Vet, it's coming out. Actually, it came out of order. I will get to that in a second. I have been streaming for 8 hours. But after I did my 4-hour stream of Saros, I'll tell you this. I couldn't stop thinking about it. I was lying down on the couch. I'm like, all right, I got to rest a little bit. I'm going to eat something. I got to do some IRL stuff. I got to take care of my children. I got to pick them up from school. I got to make their lunches for school tomorrow because my wife works at night. And so I'm like, I got to take care of all this stuff. And all I could think about is, I don't want to do any of this stuff. I just want to go back downstairs and play more Saros. That's how obsessive I was with the game. Fantastic. I love it. However, I can't give it Game of the Year over Pragmata right now because I haven't put in the hours. That's all it is. That's all it is. That's the only reason why. Now, when I finish Sorrows, and my feeling is not of what have you done for me lately, but it is how awesome this game is, then it may overtake Pragmata as my Game of the Year, which is already shocking as it is because as it stood, my de facto Game of the Year would have been Resident Evil. Resident Evil is a fantastic game. I played it 8 times, if you can believe that. I absolutely adored it. But Pragmata had some kind of a charm to it that I just, in a game loop that was so addictive, I couldn't turn it down. And I couldn't turn it away. That's how good it was. It took me 4 hours to kill. Took me 4 hours to kill the first boss, and I loved every second of it. I loved every second of it. Captain Jack, you can hit me up with DMs on Twitter. You got me on Twitter? Follow me on Twitter. You can DM me, no problem. Now, the thing is, sometimes what happens is if people log out of accounts, log into accounts, this and that, I may follow you, I may not be following you. It depends on what you did with your account. I'm always there. But hit me up with a message and just be like, even if you post on Twitter and be like, tag me at middle-aged game guy and just be like, yo, Mag, DM, I will follow you back instantly and then you could DM me. Or you could DM me on PlayStation, on Xbox. I am the Mag. All capital words, all capital letters, all one word. I am the Mag. PlayStation, Xbox. You hit me up on there. You could DM me whatever the hell you want. That makes it a lot easier. Deceiver saying Pragmata beats it. Okay. All right. Fair enough. 78 Inc is saying it's the father-daughter relationship you get in a Pragmata that captures you. Most likely. The funny thing is my daughter is around the same age. My daughter's 10 years old, right? So there's a lot of that. PS Vet, your super chat showed up. That's so weird because it also said that it came earlier, but for some reason it showed up now. And here we go. We got PS Vet Gaming coming in. Let's go with a $5 super chat. Thank you so much, PS Vet Gaming. He unlocks a rare achievement as well. Thank you so much, PS Vet Gaming. I appreciate that, brother. And he's saying, for $5 US, he says, playing Warhammer 40K while we talk to Mag and as I drink Knob Creek 12 on the rocks. Let's go! Cheers to health and happy life, maggots. Yes, indeed. And Knob Creek is fantastic. Excuse me, I had a hiccup there. Absolutely fantastic drink, man. Absolutely fantastic. Thank you so much, PS Vet Gaming. I really appreciate that, brother. So, ladies and gentlemen, we did the impossible. We scared off Asha Sharma. She showed up here for 1 second. She left a comment and said, what a plan. Yeah, and then she disappeared. That's it.
Yeah!
CDB, it's only 9:30 in Seattle. Yeah, sure it is. For you. Thank you guys all for the super chats, guys. I always appreciate it, man. Yeah, so my daughter's 10. My daughter's 10 turning 11, so she's a little bit older than Diane's character, even though she's an AI caricature. Like, we all understand what that means or whatever. But the thing is that it's still there because, I mean, obviously I've raised my daughter from birth, right? And so raising my daughter from birth, I know what that part of her life is, right? In terms of, like, you know, the age, the attitude, the wonder of the world. Like, everything is so magical and amazing in the world, and it's so cool. The one thing, I'll tell you this, the one thing about having children, as vulgar as I can be as a man, you know, when I'm doing my shows or whatever else, as vulgar as a human being as I can sometimes be, even just for laughs or whatever else, the most beautiful thing in the world is having children, and I'll tell you why. Having children is such a beautiful experience because it's almost like you're born again yourself. Because first of all, you've got this person who's experienced nothing in this world, right? And they're experiencing everything for the first time. And when they do that, you're almost living vicariously through them, that you're experiencing the sound of a chirping bird for the first time, or seeing a squirrel for the first time, or the look on their face when they see a dog. They've never seen a dog before, and they're like, what is that? You know what I mean? And like all these cool things. And it's kind of like, and that's what the game Pragmata brought to the table, as Hugh is not a father, but you can see that he's starting to, like, he calls her kiddo and stuff like that. And like, you're starting to see the bond between them, that, you know, the paternal bond between a father-daughter, the protectiveness of it. There's even areas where, like, when there's like a big enemy and it kind of like envelops you and grabs you with its big stupid mouth or whatever, and then she does a hack and then you both get thrown backwards. And the first thing he does is that he slides backwards and he turns his head to make sure, and he puts his arm out to make sure that she's okay. And then what does he do? He grabs her by the back of the collar and he throws her on the back of his suit again to make sure that she's safe. And that's what a father would do. Because if you're in a situation where your child's about to get hurt or injured or whatever, your first instinct is turn your ass around, protect your child, right? Grab them, put them close to you, and then go back to the fray of whatever the hell you're doing. And so, like, it's got that sort of, like, it's got all those vibes, and that's why I think Pragmata has that deeper connection. You know what I'm saying? And not only that, it's the addictive gameplay, it's the gameplay loop, it's all those different things, and it's wonderful. Yeah, that's right, Jay Silver. And he goes, Hugh says he never trusted a bot right at the start of the game. And so that also set up the dynamic as well, that, you know, he's a bit of a skeptic, and all of a sudden he ends up falling in love with this thing. You know what I'm saying? It's so fantastic. It's so fantastic. I'm going to call you LFL. Hey, LFL, what's up, dude? He says, what do you think of the PS4, PS5 DRM stuff going around? We talked about it when we actually did the show tonight. This is just an after show, if you're new here. I've never seen your name before, so I'm going to assume you're new. We do the show for about 2 hours, and then, like, the last 2+ hours, we're just drinking beers and just, like, shooting the breeze, man, and having a good time. But to answer your question, LFL, what do you think of the PS4, PS5 DRM stuff? I approached every single thing that I thought of, and none that I thought of, that other people were presenting as like possible options or ideas, or like, oh, it's happening because it was a security breach. It was doing it because they want to, you know, keep tabs on this, or they don't want you to own anything. Like, it was like all these different angles, and I presented them all. And then, of course, I gave my feedback on what I thought about all those different angles that were presented on social media and such. Now, that being the case, on a personal level, the reason why I didn't make a video about it or anything else beyond that, or post about it on Twitter, the reason why I didn't say anything about it is because I'm holding a reserved judgment until Sony comes out and says, hey guys, listen, man, you got it all wrong. We were just doing it because there were people exploiting the return policy or this and that, whatever, right? Or maybe they are being pricks about it, and they're like, no, fuck you, this is what we're doing, and that's all there is to it, and that's why we haven't released a statement so far, because fuck you. Like, we don't know. And as a result of us not knowing, I'm sort of not taking a side on it until I get an official answer from Sony. So I hope that answers your question, LFL. But if you want more in-depth detail about it, rewind about 2 hours, and then you'll get my full breakdown. We talked about it for an hour during the show, so it was all that. Welcome to the channel, by the way.
Welcome to hell, motherfucker!
I mean, maybe you've been part of the channel for a while, but like maybe you just like lurk in the background, or maybe you listen to it afterward, but you know. Magnum. Magnum is saying, it's like when I played The Last of Us, I just wanted Ellie to shut the fuck up. I have 2 daughters in real life who don't act like that. Either do I. My daughter is, I have 1 daughter, and no, she does not, she's not Ellie. But mind you, like, you know, Magnum, think about this. Ellie grew up in like a post-apocalyptic world with no parents and everything else. I mean, you'd probably be an asshole too. You know what I mean? Like, because you'd be so scared of like, you'd be so like scared of everybody, worried about everybody. You know what I mean? So you're gonna be very defensive and like pretty nasty, whatever. Father Alex in the chat, he says, very true, Mag. You think Jeff Keighley Game Awards judges will announce Pragmata as Game of the Year? Well, that's a little early to say because we still have a mountain of games coming up. Like I said before, Capcom right now is the front runner. Asha, I hope you're listening to this. I hope you didn't just listen to me being naked after a break-in. Actually, listen to me doing my game talk. You'll understand where I'm coming from. Capcom is the front runner for Publisher of the Year right now. The only publisher that can possibly go up against them is Xbox, because Xbox has 5 flagship titles coming out this year. That is a monster year. And if those games stick the landing, they hit like on a critical level, on a commercial level, great critic reviews as well as user reviews, then Xbox may take the cake on Publisher of the Year. Or Capcom has 3 major titles that have all hit in the high 80s on Metacritic, and they still have Onimusha coming out. So that would be 4. And if they can hit on all those levels, then Capcom may take it. So right now it's a 50-50 shot between Capcom and Xbox. However, like I said, Capcom has already released 3 bangers. Xbox has released thus far 0. Forza Horizon is still 3 weeks away. So we're going to have to wait till closer to the end of the year when we can finally make a decision and say, okay, this is what's happening here. Now, as for Game of the Year, Alex, we have to break that down even further. I mean, you've got Pragmata in the mix. You've got Resident Evil in the mix. I don't think Crimson Desert's going to be up for Game of the Year. I really don't. Regardless of its success, and I think it's going to cause a lot of controversy, but don't forget it scored really badly. Not really badly. It scored poorly on Metacritic because it came out a broken fucking mess. And I don't give a shit what anybody says. I played that game for 7 hours live on the air, and you could see clear as day that game came out a broken ass piece of shit. They fixed it, and the game is awesome now. Crimson Desert is awesome now. But once you've set that precedent with those people, because let's not forget, the people that made, the people who put up those reviews are the people who are on the panel for the Game Awards. They're not going to change their opinion. They don't give a shit. They're done. They moved on. They're not going to pick Crimson Desert. I think it's going to be between Resident Evil 9, Pragmata. You could, Forza Horizon, forget it. Forza Horizon's going to go in the sports category. Okay, you could have Gears of War E-Day in there as a possibility. Soros, absolutely. So far from what I've seen, Wolverine, maybe. I don't know how Wolverine's gonna work. I expect it to be amazing because Insomniac doesn't miss. Let's face it. Fable as a possibility. GTA 6 is a possibility. You know what I mean? Like, we're going to have to wait and see because there's Onimusha's still coming out. There's so many games coming out. Phantom Blade Zero. We don't know. And as a result of all these games that still have yet to be released, it's going to be a long-ass time before we can actually sit down and say, okay, I think I can narrow it down to a few games. Until then, we're just going to have to wait. Necron, how you doing, buddy? He's saying Xbox better get Publisher of the Year. They might. Necron, they might. It's going to be between... I'll tell you right now. Here's my prediction. It's going to be between Xbox and Capcom. But here's the thing, Necron. They're going to have to score better than Capcom is. And right now, Capcom is kicking ass. 3 games all scoring in high 80s meta and selling like hotcakes. And Xbox, when they release from Forza and on, they're going to have to stick the landing on all that shit. Otherwise, they're not going to be able to compete with Capcom. But it's going to be a hell of a head-to-head, man. It's going to be wild to watch. It's going to be between, like I said, Capcom and Xbox battling it out for Publisher of the Year. It's going to be great. And it's great for us. It's great for us consumers because as a consumer, what are you getting? What are you getting? Competition breeds excellence. You're just getting better product. It's fantastic for us. these companies all fighting for our attention, and they keep one-upping each other. Perfect. Keep doing it. Keep doing it, because my hard-earned money is going towards better games. LFL, there you go. He goes, I've watched occasionally the XNC podcast, first time on the Mac Show. When do you do lives? Every Tuesday night, 8:45 Eastern Standard Time. That is where MAGGCAST is always live. Now, I also do, if you sub to the channel, I did a live stream this morning of Soros for 4 hours. I will be doing another live stream of Soros at least 2 more times this week. I will do another one of Pragmata as well. So yeah, I'm all over the place. And of course I drop videos, I do shorts. I mean, I don't do a lot of shorts. I don't really agree with shorts, but I just do them anyway because I'm already sitting in front of the monitor. I'm like, I'll do a short. You know what I mean? But I drop videos as well, like all kinds of stuff. I do reviews. Father Alex, how many copies of GTA 6? 2. 1 for me and my wife, 1 for my son and my daughter. Yeah, your wallet is suffering. Yeah, dude, you're not the only one, man. It's wild. It's wild. Deceiver, you weren't timed out on this channel, were you? I hope not, because I don't time out anybody on this channel. I never time out anybody on the channel. Never. I've even had that asshole, what's his name? I know he listens in the background. And I like him. I like him because he's an asshole. I like him. His name is Knights of the Xbox Realm. He comes in, he talks shit about me, and then he leaves. I think he's funny. I like him. I think he's hilarious. I think he's a funny dude. I'm like, hey, that's funny. He calls me a grifting asshole, and I'm like, perfect. I'm like, I like you. You could stay. I don't even block that guy. Fuck that. I let him stay. Talk as much shit as you want. As long as you don't threaten my life, then you're allowed to stay. I've had death threats. I mean, you know, I've had plenty of those. I mean, you get used to that shit after a while, but like, you know, it is what it is. What are you going to do? It's part of the game, man. You want to be in the public light, you have to deal with a bunch of psychos. That's just the way it is. The internet's the internet, right? But yeah, that guy, that Knights of the Xbox Realm, he's probably listening right now. He's like, motherfucker, this is talking about me again. Messages weren't showing up. It's a YouTube bug. Dude, don't get me started with that shit, okay? Because I can tell you right now, the new CEO of this workplace, this AI that they've been trying to teach has been nothing short of a nightmare. It's been like demonetizing channels at will, ruining people's careers, taking away tens of thousands of people's dollars, and securing it for what a fucking disaster. Like, what a disaster. But I don't know, whatever. So yeah, and then other people were talking about a deceiver earlier tonight, like Funky Playbox was one of them. He's like, I can't even put. I was trying to copy and paste game codes in the chat, and it won't let me do it. And I'm like, yeah, it's AI stuff. It's just fucking everything up, man. Like, it's okay if you want AI to do some of like the tech heavy lifting. That's fine. Do the tech heavy lifting. Do not look me in the face. Do not make your AI make decisions about people's careers. Are you out of your fucking mind? What are you doing? They're leaving AI to like, nope, ban him, demonetize him, ruin this man's life. Oh, you've been doing your YouTube channel for 8 years? Fuck you. You know what I mean? Like, what are you doing? And then when you try to like argue about it, unless you have a handler, like they have like a YouTube handlers for like the bigger channels, you can get them to talk to another human being, and they usually resolve these situations. Apparently YouTube, the actual people that work at YouTube, very, very nice people, and they're very helpful or whatever else. But it's not their fault. It's not their fault. It's the AI. And whose fault is that? That would be the new guy running the shit. Like, what, you know what I mean? What are you doing? You're leaving the responsibility of people's livelihoods in the hands of a fucking program that doesn't know what it's doing. I heard, by the way, Epic Treasure, by the way, good friend of the channel, good friend of mine. Love her, she's amazing. Hey, Pistol Pete, I'm still alive, dude. And one of her videos got blocked or whatever on YouTube because she said mother effer. All right, during her live stream. She's Australian. You know Australians love to swear. You know how they talk, you know? I can't even say it here because I'll probably, you know, the algorithm will hear what I said and it'll be like, oh, he said this. Oh, we're not gonna make his show available and whatever, right? And so like, her video got blocked and like whatever because she said mother effer because it sounded like it was a sexual reference or whatever or something like that, and it was like something that was like a inappropriate sexual reference with like. I can't remember what the hell. She told me what it was. I can't remember exactly the details. But I'm like, what? It like because the AI had interpreted that word as something that was considered to be like a something completely inappropriate that would actually be banned and against their like user agreement kind of contract or whatever else. And I'm like, that is insane. Like, what are we talking about? You know what I mean? CDB, yeah, there are reps, but you got to be a big YouTube channel. When you get a big YouTube channel, you can have reps that show up and they will help you. You call them and be like, dude, what the fuck is going on? And like, there's some channels that lost like 90 days of revenue, and then the revenue that they built up to that point that they hadn't got paid out yet, YouTube just took it from them. They'd be like, oh, we have to pay you $4,000? No, it's ours now. You don't get that. Even after 90-day suspension, you still don't get the $4,000 we owe you. It's ours now. And I've seen like all over Twitter, like over the last couple days, everybody's like losing their minds and they're like, at YouTube, what the fuck are you doing? At YouTube, what is happening? At YouTube, fix this. You know what I mean? And they kept like going after him and it was crazy. Like I was watching all that go down. I'm like, wow, this is nuts, man. And these were big channels, man. Guys losing a lot of money. Yeah, it's crazy what's going on. Preferred gaming platform of console. Currently, LFL, I am playing majority right now. I'm playing on my PlayStation 5 Pro. I own everything, obviously. I have a Series X. I have a Series S. I got a PC, which I don't use for gaming, but still I have it. I got a Switch 2, and I got a PS5 Pro. Currently, for two reasons. One is, like I said, I don't game on a PC, so I'm not really into the PC scene or whatever. I'm a console gamer at heart. PS5 Pro for obvious performance advantages and PSSR 2 advantages. I mean, you play something like I have my Series X. I play something on a Series X, and I play it on the PS5 Pro. It's night and day. Especially when you play the games with the PSSR 2 enhancements. It's unbelievable. With the ray tracing, 4K, full 60, even 120 FPS. It's amazing. And the second reason I play on the PlayStation, majority of the time, not all the time, like Forza Horizon in a couple of weeks, I'll be on Xbox the whole time doing that. Same with Replaced. I'll be playing on Xbox. Kiln, I'll be playing on Xbox. That'll be in May. The other reason is I game share with my wife. And all the third-party games and even Xbox games that she likes, I buy them on the PlayStation so that she can play them through the digital game sharing so I don't have to buy the games twice. I mean, that's a financial decision on top of the PS5 Pro situation. Now, next year, it's going to be very interesting. I'm very curious to see how it's all going to work out. It's going to be PS6 and Helix. Who's going to have the better performance? And I'm going to have to weigh out better performance and game sharing with my wife. Right? Because she's going to have a PlayStation 6. I mean, my house is full of ponies.
Ponies and ponies and
you know what I mean?
Ponies and ponies and ponies and ponies and ponies and ponies.
And so, if there's games that she wants, I will buy them on the PlayStation 6 so that I can play. Look at you guys. Spamming those pony emojis in the chat. Let's go. then I will be buying the games on the PlayStation so that we can game share. I'm not going to play them twice. I'm not going to pay twice for the same game. That's ridiculous, right? So she's like, yo, I want to play Assassin's Creed Hex. I'm like, all right, fine. I'll buy it on PlayStation 6. So I play it there, and she gets to play it essentially free of charge, so to speak. But there's going to be games on there that I'm going to play that she's not interested in. Like, she's not going to want to play Sorrows. But, like, if there's another third-party game out there that she's not interested in, like, I don't know. Let's make one up. Like Witcher 4. I don't think my wife would be interested in Witcher 4. I'll buy Witcher 4 on Helix if it's the more powerful machine. You know what I'm saying? Then I'll buy it there. So I'm buying, what I'm trying to do, LFL, is that I buy things based on where I'm going to get the better experience. I think the DualSense controller is the best controller of this generation. It's better than Xbox's controller by a long shot. So they've offered me the better experience in that way. The PS5 Pro has offered me the better experience than the Series consoles. Fine. Call me a pony. Call me whatever the fuck you want.
Ponies and ponies and ponies and ponies and
You know what I mean? That's the way it's going to be. Next generation, if Helix is crushing it, they got a better controller, they got superior performance, they got everything else, well, then I'm going to have to make decisions. And I'd be like, you know what? I'm going to play X, Y, and Z in my Helix, because that's where I'm going to get that better experience. Then I will play it there. And that, funny enough, actually, if you look at my friends on Xbox and PlayStation, I have about 1,000 friends, give or take, on PlayStation. I got like 11,000 friends on Xbox. Right, so it's like I got way more over there. So like it's not like I'm going away. I just pick and choose based on financial prudency and performance. So I hope that answers your question. And I'm not buying Nate Dogg. Gotta love Pony Mac. And I'm not buying the PlayStation 6 handheld. Not a chance. You know what I mean? I'm not doing it. But in this house, in this studio right here, Helix day one, PlayStation 6 day one. I will be buying both of them day one right here on this channel, and I'll be playing games on both of them and enjoying the living shit out of gaming. I am not buying a Steam machine. I decided against it. I'm going to be avoiding the Steam machine. I decided to go with the Helix instead. And I don't do the listen, I have a gaming PC more than capable of playing whatever the hell I want, but I don't use it for that. I bought the gaming PC because I needed the horsepower for YouTube. Not only just to do these streams and have like high definition 4K cameras and all this other kind of shit, whatever, and all the other stuff, whatever, and have the processing power to be able to run 3 monitors at once, whatever, doing all that kind of stuff. It's also like, that's why I wanted to do all that stuff. It's also so that I could stream games. Because when I stream games, it's a whole thing. I got 1, 2, 3, 4 monitors going at once when I'm streaming games. I got multiple chats going on at once. I got the live stream on YouTube. I got Ethernet gold-tipped, hardwire connection to fiber optic, like the whole 9 yards. I don't want to start fucking around with that thing for PC gaming. You know what I mean? I don't want to get that thing like bogged down with PC gaming, whatever. I'm like, nope. This PC is, I'm like I said, I'm using the horsepower exclusive for YouTube. That's it. So that's why I do what I do. CDB PS6 is going to be coming out before Helix. I can tell you that. Hey, Stephen Walsh, how's it going, man? He goes, congratulations on your trip. The gaming community is lucky to have great people like you. Best wishes from Corco. Thank you so much, Stephen Walsh. I appreciate you, my friend. There we go. I'll give you a little happy thing. I'll give you a little dance, too. There we go. You want a little Asha music? I got a little Asha music for you. There you go. Asha music in the house. Let's go. Thanks so much, Stephen Walsh. I appreciate it, brother. As it stands right now, my understanding is that the PlayStation 6 is going to come out somewhere between 1 and 2 months before the Xbox projected plans of coming out. You want to bet on it? All right, CDB, let's bet on it. We'll have to do a gentleman's bet through the camera. Look, we're shaking. Gentleman's bet. Look at that. Look at that camera. Zoom in on those fingertips. There you go. Deceiver saying the Xbox controllers are best in my opinion. I don't want. So, Xbox controllers were the best for 15 straight years. I'll give them that. From the Xbox 360 to the beginning of the Series X consoles, Xbox literally had the crown for best controller. After that, DualSense fucked them right up. You can't be the king forever. That's the way it goes. G-Media, what are you saying there? He goes, I like how Dreamcast says Xbox is dead. Well, he says that often. And King says no PS6. He also says that often. I will be seeing King David in LA, as a matter of fact. And he goes, but no one says anything about Nintendo. I don't think because nobody really gives a shit. I don't think anybody gives a shit. Because Nintendo's always going to be there. And Nintendo's right, it's part of the conversation, and they do what they do. But the thing with the Nintendo is, up until this generation, they've been the supplementary console. You know what I'm saying? Like, they're never like the first console. Deceiver saying, I don't want speakers and stuff on my controller or a mic. Fair enough. But, like, the stuff that the DualSense does, like, for example, when you play Sorrows, the feeling you get, you feel every raindrop. Like even playing Resident Evil, you feel all the pitter-patter of raindrops on your controller. You feel the wind blow. I don't even know how the hell they did that, but you could feel the wind blow on your controller when you're like walking in like an area where like a wind blows, or you're like on the rooftop or something like that. You feel everything. You feel the crunch of sand when you're playing Astrobot. You feel like the metallic feeling, sliding feeling of skating on ice, playing Astrobot or other games. You feel explosions. You feel all this kind of stuff. It's wild. The Yote sound on the... thank you, Silver Wolf, excuse me. You feel all that stuff. And it's like, when you do that, once you feel that in a controller, you're like, nah, man, this is so immersive. It's amazing. Father Alex, have a good night, buddy. Thank you so much for spending literally the whole day with me, brother. It's been 9 hours that Father Alex has been with me. And it's time for you to get to bed. You've got sermons in the morning. Thank you so much, Father Alex, for being here. I appreciate you. LFL says, are you interested in a new 007? Funny you mentioned that. We are playing 007 live here on the channel day one when the game releases. Day one, when the game releases 007, we will be playing live here on the channel. So we're going to be doing that. Courtesy of Grumpy Old Fart, by the way, who hasn't made an appearance. He has been MIA, but I would assume he is working diligently at his job. That's what he does. All right, folks, I'm going to go grab another beer. Think of some questions and some things you guys want to talk about. We're just going to keep going. Fuck it. Let's just keep going. All right. Give me a couple of minutes. Let me go pee. Let me go grab a beer. Reload. We'll be right back. You know, it's so funny. We reached like the almost 5-hour mark, and somehow the numbers went up in viewership. Oops. My camera lens fell off. Whatever, I'll figure it out in a minute. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are back, and we're going to do one of these. Oh, time to crack another beer. That's what I'm talking about. And oh my goodness, my Guinness. Ladies and gentlemen, Lady Games has returned to the chat. It's been such a long time. It's been such a long time. It's great to see you, by the way. I hope you're doing well. I see you in some of the other chats, but that's during the daytime and whatever else. And I know that you have limited time during the evening. Let's see. No, don't worry, Deceiver. I knew. Oh, shit. I gotta do something. Give me 1 second. Give me 1 second. I'll be right back. Sorry. I have to unlock the door for my wife. Otherwise, she's not gonna be able to get in the house. Sorry about that, guys. I realized, okay, so what I do, speaking of what we were talking about a little bit earlier, I have this like rubber stopper thing for when my kids were like really young. So what happens is when kids can like unlock the door, to prevent them from going outside, at the very top of the door, there's like this unstoppable, no pun intended, rubber stopper that you just can't open the door, right? So I put that on when I'm like here alone with the kids or whatever. So like, even if someone tried to like, whatever, kick in the door, you wouldn't be able to do it because this rubber stopper thing will prevent you from doing it. Trust me, I know, I tried. So that being the case, I'm 200 pounds. Got a lot of muscle on this body, okay? 200 pounds. I threw my body, with the door unlocked, I threw my body violently against the door to test it. Wouldn't even budge the door. So anyways, I had to run upstairs and I had to like unlock that rubber stopper thing. So if you got kids, you got to buy one of those things. They're absolutely incredible. They're life-changing. So no, CDB goes back, doesn't allow his wife keys to the house. No. Even if when she has the key, first of all, I have electronic locks on my house. Everything works biometrically. I have biometric scans to get into my house. So you can use a key if everything else fails. But even then, the biometric scan on the door will let you into my house. Now, that being the case, even if she does that, the rubber stopper will prevent her from getting in the house. And I realize I left it on, and I know she should be getting in, like in the next, she should be getting home from work any second now. So, Pistol Pete, I'm 5'8" and 200 pounds. I have a very low body percentage, body fat percentage. Excuse me. Most of it is muscle. And believe it or not, when I'm not overeating, I actually have a six-pack. I work out all the time, man. I work out at least 5 days a week. And I work out a lot, and I work out hard. Abdul, how you doing, buddy? How's it going, man? Glad to see you in the chat. Welcome to the show. Lady Games as well. Welcome to the show. How you guys doing? The rubber stopper thingies, CDB, you got to look it up online. I can't remember what the hell it was called. Yes, Sony. Hey, the shibby's in the house. Let's go. What's up? What is he saying? There it is. So Sony, play has limits. We're going to have to wait and see. We talked about that for quite a bit. Josh Duckwall, knock that off. He says I'm a fat piece of shit. Listen. We're going to knock that off, okay? We're going to get you into shape. And I'm not going to ever call you that. We're going to get you into shape. That's how it goes. Actually, I dropped 6.5 pounds, so I'm actually down to 195 194. I think I'm down to like 194. I reduced my body fat percentage by about 10%. So I'm under 20% body fat percentage now. Like I think I'm like 18% body fat or whatever, 17% body fat, whatever the hell it is. I reduced that down because I changed my diet, and I'm doing that not just for LA, but I'm doing it for the summer or whatever else. So I look like, you know, totally shredded and shit. So like, yeah, I'm doing all that kind of stuff. So yeah. But a lot of it is like, it's really funny because when I go to the doctor to do my physicals, she's like, oh, you're almost 200 pounds, but you're only 5'8". He goes, your BMI. And then she looks at me and she goes, well, you look amazing. And I'm like, it's fucking muscle. Aren't you a doctor? Like, don't you know that that's what it is? I cycle 10 miles a day and then I do my workout. Like, you know what I mean? Like, so like, you know what I mean? Like, you just go. All of it is muscle, legs, arms, all that kind of stuff. I bench press 200 pounds. I'm 51 years old. I bench press 200 pounds, and I do 26 reps of that. Not all at once. I break it up, obviously. I can't do that. I'm not fucking Superman. So I bench press 200 pounds, 26 reps in total of multiple intervals, right? I'll do like intervals of 5 or 6 or 7, sometimes 8 if I'm feeling really squirrely that day. Take a rest, do another 5, whatever. I do a total of 26 of those. I do chin-ups every single day, minimum 20 to 25 chin-ups and pull-ups. And then I do something cool. I started something new because it helps with the core exercises, right? So I do like a pull-up, and I pull my neck all the way up to the top of the bar. And then what I do is I lift my legs completely horizontal. So I look like an L shape, and I just hold the L shape there. Dude, that will shred the frig out of your body. So yeah. Pistol Pete, he goes, what Temu scale sets are you using? Actually, I got a really cool I don't ride bikes, LFL. I have a what's it called? I have a recumbent bike. So what I did, this is how this whole, okay, let me tell you how the whole journey started. 5 years before the pandemic happened, I started going to the gym. Okay, so I spent 5 years in the gym. I was busting ass. I lost 63 pounds. I was overweight because of the restaurant business. I was drinking every day. I was eating, restaurant food every day. That shit is so bad for you. It's all butter, salt, fat, cream, whatever, right? And so, like, I was overweight. I lost 63 pounds. I was doing the gym every day. Then the pandemic hit. They shut down all the fucking gyms and all that stuff. So I was like, you know what, hon? I was talking to my wife, and I'm like, listen, honey, we're spending like, X amount of dollars a year on the gym. Why don't we take that money that we would have spent on the gym, and why don't we start investing in like a gym for the house? So I converted a room in the basement, which used to be a guest room, and I converted it to a gym. It's a big room, and I converted it to an entire gym, and we've been slowly putting money into it for the last 6 years. And during that time, we've been buying like gym style equipment by saving up that money. Like I said, I got chin-up bars. I've got like free weights. I've got the bench press. Like I got the actual benches. I got this giant recumbent bike with the big computer screen and all that stuff. But like, it didn't happen overnight. It took 6 years of saving to do all that. And now I have a full gym in the basement. TV built into the wall so I can watch movies if I want or whatever, and it's really cool. So we did all that kind of stuff. So it's wild. And that's where I am now. And I still work out. Like when I do my shows, that's why I have so much energy when I do my shows. Like right before I do XNC, right before I do MAGGCAST, I work out for an hour and a half, and then I come live right on the air. So I'm like totally like fucking jacked. Like I'm just like a wrestler. I'm just like, I just come out and like just like ready to like shred everything apart because like, the adrenaline, the pump, everything is still going. So yeah, there you go. There it is. Just woke up in the UK and heading to work, listening in the car. Let's go. We're going to call you Ethan. It'll be much easier because your name is very long. I hope you're doing well. Yes. So don't worry, Josh Duckwall. You can get your ass over here. We'll make sure it happens, buddy. We'll make sure it happens. I'll get you to lose some weight. You're going to be shredded in no time. Roids, yeah. CDB, I'm not retired. I am not retired. I'm just currently not working at a job, but I am not retired. And I don't do caffeine. This is my full-time job. right now. Hopefully it'll be my full-time job forever, but we'll have to see. We'll have to see. I don't have right now I don't have the means to make this my full-time job, but that would be the goal. But we'll see we'll see where life takes everything, man. Yeah, I don't do caffeine or anything like that, generally speaking. Like, I don't drink coffee or whatever. I just water, beer, tequila, and adrenaline. So there it is. Anyways, anybody got any other questions? Anything else you guys want to talk about? Come on, man, hit me up. I'm here. You got me here. I'm here talking. We're having some drinks. We're talking. We're shooting the breeze. Oh, there we go. We got LFL says, did you put an NVMe on the PS5 Pro and how big? No, I did not. 2 terabytes is more than enough. 2 terabytes is more than enough. I mean, I've put a shitload of games on there and already it's fine. And I still have like 600 gigs left over and whatever. And I got a mountain of games on there. Nate Dogg, he goes, do you think Fable is day and date? I think so. They've already advertised it in the store. I don't know if you guys saw it. Did you guys see it? I'll show you. Hold on. Give me a second. Let me find it. I have it right here. God damn it. Oh, there it is. Okay. Fable game available to wishlist right now on the PlayStation. On the PS5 Pro. So there you go. That I have a feeling will be day and date as a that'll be day and date as a result. But anyway, we're gonna see. Devil May Cry 6, haven't heard a damn thing, Dallas. Capcom's got a lot of things on the go right now. Obviously, they're a big studio. They've got a lot of games happening. But that being the case, I've heard nothing about Devil May Cry, unfortunately. Oh, what do we got here? What we got going on here? We got other than RDR and GTA, Red Dead Redemption and GTA, what other Rockstar game would you want a sequel to? I want a sequel. Thank you for that, Street. I'm going to say, I want a sequel to 2 Rockstar games. I want a sequel to Midnight Club, ladies and gentlemen. Midnight Club. That would be a sequel I would love to see. And the other one I want to see is Max Payne 4. Let's go. Bring me. There it is, ladies and gentlemen. We got a rare achievement. I want to see Max Payne 4. I know they're remaking Max Payne 1 and 2, which is going to be fantastic. I'm there day one. Like I said, you know what? Great gameplay. I love the gameplay loop of Max Payne. I love the slow motion stuff, the shooting and the dodging and the jumping and all that kind of stuff. Of course, as well as the 1930s film noir kind of detective story. I'm all for that stuff. 100% I'm all for that stuff, right? But give me a Max Payne 4. Give me all of that. And holy shitballs, unbelievable. Let's go. We're going to hit every button in the world. We got Xbox Frog come flying in with $100. Let's go. Xbox Frog, thank you so much. My goodness. And he drops $100 in. Holy shit. Dude, and he says, not much. What do you mean not much? That's monstrous. That's crazy.
The meatloaf! Fuck!
And he says, for $100 US, he says, not much, but would be cool to see this be your full-time job. Dude, there is nothing more than I want, Xbox Frog. Look at all the love you're getting in the chat, brother. Look at all the love you're getting in the chat. Thank you so much for that. It's unbelievable, man. And I got to tell you something. There is nothing I would want more than for this to be my full-time job. And when that does happen, and it will happen. It's just a matter of when. But when it does finally happen, I will cry tears of joy, and I will be on here every fucking day to annoy the living shit out of everybody on YouTube. or wherever the hell we're going to be. Let's go. Every single day I will be here. Xbox Frog, you absolutely rock. Thank you so much for all of that. Let's go. Thank you so much, Xbox Frog. Look at that. MVP right there, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much for that. Man, I would love... Dude, guys, listen, man. The reason why I'm trying so hard. CDP goes mad can now have food in LA.
Oh, shit. Here we go again. Oh, shit. Here we go again.
Oh, my God. You guys are too much. Xbox Frog, thank you so much. Once again, let's give it up for Xbox Frog once again. Come on. And you know what? It would be my dream job, absolutely. And you know what? Because his name is Xbox Frog, he unlocks a rare achievement for 100 achievement points. There it is, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much, guys. Yes, it will eventually be my full. Yeah. So CDB says in the chat, he goes, Mag can now have food in LA. Thank you so. I don't have to sit at the kids' table with Colt Eastwood. Where Colt is like, well, we'll let Mag have the kids' menu. Be like, Daddy Colt, can I have the chicken fingers and fries? You can have the chicken fingers and salad. You're getting fat. Sorry, Dad. Yo, legendary Yobi's in the house. Let's go. Thank you, guys. Amazing. Do you think I'll be able to do it in 1 year? Yes, I do believe that. I think that before 2027 is over, when the new consoles release, I think I can absolutely make it a full-time gig. Yes. But it'll take another year to a year. And I think it'll take another year and a half. But that's just a projection. I could be wrong. You know, you don't know how these things happen. Yeah, you could have 5 chicken. You could have a straw. Nate Dogg, Colt is eating filet mignon and Mag with dino chicken tenders. With my fancy sauce, which is just mayonnaise and ketchup. You guys are fucking ridiculous. Oh, I finally earned my first, second, third, and fourth breakfast. Peregrine Took.
Control your emotions.
Yes, there we go.
Discipline your mind.
That's it. How is my mental and my family doing? My mental is always off. You know, come on. Let's get serious. My family's doing good. CDB, what got me into streams? Well, here, let me tell you what got me into streams. I'm glad you asked that question. Let's have a conversation. Let's have a story time, folks. Let's have a story time. Let's have a story time. So way back when, before I was married, and even when I first started getting married or whatever, I discovered gaming YouTube. Didn't even know it existed. Josh Duckwell, go do your thing, buddy. Thank you so much for joining the chat tonight. Go check out No Quacks Given. Great podcast and a great friend of mine, Josh Duckwell. And happy birthday to your wife, my friend. So when I was dating my wife, and then when we got married, and then after that, when we were living together, I used to drive my wife fucking insane because I would be getting up in the morning, and I discovered, like, everybody knew what YouTube was, but it wasn't really a thing. Like, it was just kind of, YouTube, whatever. Right? It wasn't like a big thing. And then what happened is, I don't even know how I found it. Angry Video Game Nerd entered my life. I don't even know how it happened. I don't even know how he showed up on my... Like, there wasn't even, like, an algorithm yet. Like, the algorithms didn't even exist yet, really. I mean, there was, like, a rudimentary version of an algorithm, but it wasn't like it is now. Like, you know, I talk to somebody, but like, yeah, I don't like this and that or whatever. And all of a sudden you see like 8 million videos recommended for you about you not liking this and that. You know what I mean? It's ridiculous. But like in those days, it didn't happen that way. And somehow, Angry Video Game Nerd, James Rolfe, the man himself, the legend himself, Angry Video Game Nerd showed up on YouTube or whatever. I don't know how it happened. And I watched a video and I'm like, oh my God. There's people on YouTube that love video games? I didn't even know that was a thing. And so I'm like, all right, cool, whatever. I'm going to watch this guy. And so I discovered AVGN. Okay, and I started watching him, and I'm like, I love these videos. Because of course I'm a video game guy. That's what I do, right? That's my passion. That's always been a fascination for me. Let me watch more of these videos, and I would watch Angry Video Game Nerd videos constantly every single day. And then that turned into something else. All of a sudden, I discovered, unrelated to video games, the Nostalgia Critic. Didn't even know that was a thing. I'm like, I didn't know guys would talk about movies and shit and make jokes and be funny and swearing on YouTube. I thought it was hilarious. And I'm like, okay. So now we got Nostalgia Critic and we got Angry Video Game Nerd. Awesome. Who the hell are these guys? So I started watching them. And then all of a sudden, somewhere in the mix after several years of that, all of a sudden I found this guy who talked like Elvis Presley, and all his videos were the same. All his videos had footage of The Witcher 3. That was it. Those were his videos. He would talk about shit, whether it was Xbox or PlayStation or Nintendo, whatever the fuck, whatever he was talking about. And his videos all had the same thing. It was just footage of him playing Witcher 3. Can y'all guess? Can y'all guess who that would be? Come on. If anybody, any OG YouTubers out there know. Nate Dogg, you win the fucking prize, baby. Indeed, it was Dealer Gaming. And I discovered Dealer Gaming, and he was making these stupid-ass videos talking about whatever, and he sounded like Elvis. He's like, oh, hey, I'm talking about Xbox, and I got my blue suede shoes, you know what I mean? And he would talk like Elvis and whatever, and it was always the same footage. It was always just footage of him playing Witcher 3, which he probably capture carded on his Xbox One or whatever, and I would listen to that, and I'm just like, okay, this guy's talking about shit that I'm talking about. Right? And so then all of a sudden I went from, okay, Angry Video Game Nerd, he's great. Nostalgia Critic for movies was great. But Dealer was speaking to me. Because that was an experience I was part of. Oh, I played Arkham Asylum. Oh, I played Arkham City. Oh, I played Halo 3. Or whatever he was talking about, right? And so I'm like, now I found someone who's akin to my likes and whatever else. Now, that being the case, it spread out from there. And then I discovered a podcast, which I didn't even know what a podcast was. I remember when I talked to my friend, I'm like, yo, have you ever heard of a podcast? And I remember the message I got back. What the fuck is a podcast? That was the exact words he sent to me. What the fuck is a podcast? 6 words. Nobody knew what a podcast was. And here are these guys doing this podcast. And I can't remember the name of it. Y'all, Nate Dogg, you might remember this shit because you seem to be like in the know. It was a podcast of very young, and I mean very young in a very loose term, very early YouTube, very rudimentary, not great audio, not the best, no production value, nothing like that, because, that stuff wasn't available yet. And it was Mooch, it was Crap Gamer, it was Noof Nukem, it was Xbot 448, it was Mr. Boomstick XL, it was all those guys, and they were talking about Xbox. Now, in those days, I was hardcore Xbox, right? And you remember, I was Xbox 360 all the way. Yes, I had a PS3, but it was kind of like my supplementary console. I only used it for exclusives. Xbox One, same thing. Xbox One was my main console. PS4 was only for exclusives, whatever else. Things evolve and change over time. We all see how that works. And I'm like, oh my God. So I went from dealer being, AVGN to, Nostalgia Critic to dealer to this podcast. And I can't remember what the hell it was called for the life of me. Obviously, Mooch would remember. And it was all those guys. And I'm like, what the fuck is this? They're all talking about the stuff that I play every day. I play Xbox every day. This is my thing. And then what happened is something magical happened. Where as I'm listening to these podcasts for 2 hours or whatever else, and I'd be in the shower getting ready for work. I'd be, eating breakfast. I'd be, getting ready for bed. Or I'd be playing a video game, like an open world game where there was no story. So I just turned the sound down. And it was just me, like, getting collectibles and shit like that. Or doing, like, little fetch quests that didn't require sound. And I would just be listening to these podcasts nonstop on my, on my phone or my iPad or whatever. But then something magical happened. What happened is when they would bring up a subject, all of a sudden I started going, yeah, well, crap, I think that this, that, and the other. I started talking to myself. Hey, Bacon, what's up, dude? Nice to meet you. Nice to meet you. Nice to see you on the show. And I started talking back to my phone or my iPad or whatever the hell I was listening to the podcast on. So what happened is I started answering the questions that, let's say Mooch asks a question or Boom asks a question or Xbot448 asks a question. And I felt like I was part of the conversation. I wouldn't chat in the chat, but I would answer out loud. And my wife would come down sometimes. She'd come down the stairs and she'd look at me. She goes, ooh. She'd look around. She'd go, who the fuck are you talking to? And I'm like, well, Mooch said this. or Crab Gamer said this, or Boomstick said this, and I would talk to the fucking phone. I wasn't even on the show. I'd just be playing my game, getting my collectibles, getting my Riddler trophies on Arkham City or whatever I'm doing, and I'm sitting there playing, and I'd be talking out loud as if I was on the show because I had so much to say. This has been a passion of mine since 1979, so like I had so much to get out of my system. And I just started talking out loud. And then one day, I was listening to Noof Nukem. And this is how this all happened. I was listening to Noof Nukem. He had a show called Gaming After Dark. Nobody listened to the goddamn show. It was like 10 people. Maybe 15 people. Maybe even 40 people at like its height. Whatever. And he said he had a lady on there named Primal Eve. And Primal Eve left the show. And he's like, I have an empty space here. I need somebody on the show. It was him and Titan Drago and Primal Eve. They were on the show. And so he just said it, and he's like, hey, man, open mic. Anybody who can talk, get on the mic, want to talk about video games, whatever. I'm opening this up to anybody. Anybody want to come on the show and just talk? Well, I'm inviting anybody. So anybody want to give it a shot, hit me up, whatever. I was so nervous and so scared that I didn't want to message Noof at all. And I'm just like, I can't do it. And Noof Nukem, he's a star. I mean, like he's a star. He's on my favorite Xbox podcast that I was part of, and this and that. But I'm like, I can't do that. I can't talk to this guy. I'm not in the league of these guys. And like, I just left it alone. And then I got this gift from my wife, a little box about this big. It's upstairs, actually. And she goes, yeah, that's for you. And I'm like, okay, what's this? And then she goes, it's for you. And I'm like, what is it? So I started opening this box, and she goes, it's the kick in the ass you need. I know some of you guys have already heard the story, but, someone asked, they want to hear the story. Well, I'm telling you the fucking story. And so she said, that's the kick in the ass you need. I'm like, okay. So I opened the box, and what was inside was a blue Yeti microphone. And I'm like, what am I going to do with that? And she goes, looks me straight in the face and says, get your ass on the air now. And I'm like, oh, okay. I had a laptop. Didn't even have a PC. Didn't have any of this stuff, all this fancy stuff I got now. I had a laptop and I had a Blue Yeti USB microphone, and I tested it. I couldn't afford headphones. I couldn't even afford to buy headphones at the store. Nothing like monitor headphones. None of that shit that I got now. I was like, I tried to find something. I had Turtle Beach headphones that finally worked, and I could just plug them in directly with a cord I found lying around the house, and I could plug it directly into the Blue Yeti, and then the Blue Yeti directly into the laptop. And I'm like, oh my God, it works. I can hear my voice. It works. And I never messaged Noof. I was terrified. And then she comes to me one day. I was sitting in the back deck of my house. I was smoking a cigarette in those days. Smoking back there, shitting my pants because I'm holding my phone in my hand. And she comes down and she sits next to me. And she looks at me right in the face and she goes, if you don't message Noof, I'm going to message him myself. And she wouldn't break eye contact with me. Now, keep in mind, this woman's Irish, okay? Irish don't fuck around. Okay, when they get set in their ways, y'all know what Irish are like. And she looks me straight in the face with like, I'm gonna beat the shit out of you look on her face. And she's like, if you don't message Noof, I will. And I'm like, okay. So I'm messaging this guy. I swear to God, I'm messaging this guy with shaking thumbs. I'm like, oh my God, I'm so fucking embarrassed. I'm gonna make such a jackass of myself. I don't even know what I'm doing. And this and that. But I message him. He doesn't know me from a hole in the wall. And he responds to me. And Noof responds to me. And then he's like, all right, man. 10 o'clock. Eastern Standard Time, Tuesday night. You want to do this? Jump in 15 minutes earlier. We'll talk about, topics and this and that. And then we'll figure out what we want to talk about. And then we'll do the show. And I'm like, okay. You know I didn't sleep for 2 fucking days? I did not sleep for 2 days before the show. And before we went live, it was like 9:45 p.m. It was like 50 minutes before the show. You know I peed like 6 times? I had to piss 6 times because I was so nervous. I was shaking. My whole body was shaking. And I peed like 6 times in the toilet because I just kept having to pee. Because I was so nervous and scared. And I finally get on there and I'm like, can I hear you? Can you hear me? Can I hear you? Can you hear me? Whatever. And he's like, yeah, dude, I hear you fine. He goes, can you hear me? I'm like, yeah, I can hear you perfect. I'm like, oh my God, okay. And of course, he told me the subjects. He told me like the topics of the night or whatever. I wrote like I was Ernest Hemingway. I wrote like 500 pages of like handwritten notes and all this stuff because I was so nervous and so scared. I didn't want to fuck everything up. I was practically reading a script at that point because I wanted to do whatever. Anyways, I did the show, and then something happened. And then as soon as he goes, all right, we're going live in 5, 4, 3, 2, and then boom, it just happened. And I went on the mic and I just started talking and I just kept going and going and going. And it was the wildest thing I've ever seen. And like literally when we finished the show, it was like a 2-hour show, whatever. And then as soon as the show was done, we go off the air and we're still talking in the background. He goes, yeah, okay, I want you as a permanent member of the show. He's like, you're awesome. And I'm like, okay, and whatever. And then the next day I woke up to a message. Yeah, of course I'm drinking beers live. I get a message first thing in the morning. I wake up and I see my phone. I had a bunch of messages. And it was Mr. Boomstick. And he goes, hey, man, I know you don't know who I am. And I'm like, of course I know who you are. But I'm like, yeah. And he's like, I listened to you on Gaming After Dark with Noof. And he goes, would you like to guest on my show next week? I'm like, yeah. And so all of a sudden I did his show. And about 30 minutes into the show, he DMs me and he says, dude, I want you as a permanent panel member on the show. You're fucking awesome. And I'm like, oh my God. So it was like moving so quickly for me. I'm just like, oh, Jesus, this is crazy. I just started Gaming After Dark. Then it turned into primetime gaming with Boomstick and the crew. who I'm going to meet in LA, by the way. I'm so excited for all of that. And then I did a couple of years of that. You know, timing didn't work out. I ended up leaving Gaming After Dark because I couldn't do the timing anymore because work. And then Primetime Gaming got in the way of work, and I couldn't do that anymore. And then all of a sudden, I get this fateful call from, of all people, Gaz, the scumbag, we know. And Gaz is like, hey, man, Colt Eastwood and I, and I'm like, fuck, I know Colt. Like, Jesus Christ. Like, Colt is huge, right? And he's like, Colt and I want you to guest on the show. And I'm like, oh, okay. Now, what I didn't know is that there was something behind that. Of course, I didn't know this because Gaz was planning on leaving the show because his job, I mean, he's a lawyer and stuff like that. So, like, you know, his job was obviously very involved and everything else. And, you know, he couldn't be farting around till like 2, 3 in the morning UK time. Right? Doing the show. And then the guy had to go to the office the next morning to do, like, you know, legal work. That's crazy, right? So he was looking for a replacement. Both of them were, but they didn't say anything to me. I was just guessing on the show. So I did a guest on the show. It was awesome. We had a great time. It was the 3 of us on the show. A lot of laughs, a lot of good times, whatever. And then they invited me again about a month later, and then I did that show, and I'm like, what? That was really quick. Why are they inviting me again? So I did the show with them again. And then all of a sudden, out of nowhere, Colt hits me up and says, hey, man, I want you to replace Gaz on the show. Gaz is leaving. And I'm like, what? And that happened 3 years ago now. So now this journey started in like 2009, first discovering Angry Video Game Nerd. Fast forward all the way till 2023, where Colt invited me and says, I want you to be my partner on XNC. And I was totally blown away. I didn't know what the hell. I didn't know what the hell was going to happen. And I mean, it was crazy. And the funny thing is, over the last 3 years, it's been we just passed our 3-year anniversary of being on XNC. It's been incredible. And the funny thing is, it's not just a collaboration anymore. Is that Colt and I have become very close friends. And that's the amazing part of all of this, right? And that you know, if everything else failed in this world, at least I found a fucking friend that I'd be like, you know, man, this dude is my friend, and I'll be there for him forever. You know what I'm saying? And like, and you know, that's the way it goes, and it's been great. And then something happened is that like 2 years into the show, I started getting this bug, and it started lighting a fire under my ass, and I couldn't sleep. I was lying in bed staring at the ceiling night after night, and my wife, of course, she's sleeping next to me. She's like, what is going on with you? You're not sleeping. I can hear you tossing and turning. You're thinking about shit. You're talking to yourself. What the fuck is going on? And I said, honey, I got to do this on my own. I said, I just need to get, like, I'm loving what I'm doing on XNC. I'm loving everything else that's happening. I said, but I need to get my message out there. I feel like there's more I have to say that belongs to me. You know what I mean? Like, I do what I do. Like, Colt and I talk, and we do our show. We do XNC and all that. I do tons of guest appearances on other people's shows and whatever. I said, but I need to get my truth out there as well. I said, I feel like there's something more. I said, there's more to me. And I say, I told her, and I said, I know this sounds crazy, but I'm like, what happened to me, that spark that entered me in 2009, I'm like, that was never meant to be on other people's shows. That was the longest roundabout in the history of the fucking world that took me 15 years. And I said, no. I need to do this myself. And that's what happened. And then I opened up Mag Show and I started doing my thing. And 6 years of podcasting or whatever under my belt. I mean, you know, I could have started this journey 6 years ago and I could have been way more famous now or whatever the fuck, who knows? Or maybe I could have failed and whatever. I could have just packed it up and never done this again. But the thing is, I feel that timing was everything. I feel that all of this was part of destiny.
It is unavoidable.
You know what I'm saying?
It is your destiny.
And I really do feel that God picks perfect moments for you to be like, no. I know you want to do this, but now's not your time. Your time will be 10 years from now or whatever. Or it's going to be 5 months from now or 5 years from now, whatever. And then on and on and on. And I just felt that was it. And I think that now is the time. And then it also coincided with a lot of personal things that happened where I feel like there was almost like some kind of divine intervention saying, "Oh yeah, you're stuck in a rut with doing this corporate job for the last 14 years. Guess what? You ain't doing that no more. Time to get you the fuck out of there. It's time for you to follow your destiny." And that's what I think is happening.
It is unavoidable.
And there it is.
It is your destiny.
That's the way I see it. Thank you, Nate Dogg. Deceiver, don't be such a dick.
Yeah!
He goes mag in bed thinking of Colt. Oh, Sniper, I'm not hiring anytime soon. I left the corporate world. I know, Deceiver. I know. You're just busting balls. LFL, I'm fully digital. Yeah, I'm fully digital. I even found a priest to bless the show. There we go, ladies and gentlemen. Here it comes. There it is. I know. We even found a priest. To bless the show. Yeah, I'm no longer in the corporate world. 14 years of fucking misery. For Frodo.
For Gondor! For Gondor!
Part of that came with a lot of hardships, but I feel that that's the road I was put on for a reason. I really feel that. And then it's given me even more strength, more will, more power to keep doing what I'm trying to do. And that's what you know what I mean? And that's what's pushing me forward. Hero Down Under, how are you, mate? Hey! Yeah, Ricky can't. And he goes, how long have you been mortgage-free, Mag? I'm not mortgage-free. I'm still got a mortgage right now. Still got a mortgage right now, man. It sucks.
Yeah!
Yep. Yep. Not you're fired. I'm fired. No, I'm not mortgage-free at all. I'm still carrying a mortgage now, man. It sucks. But, like, hey, man, it's part of the journey. I feel that I was put on this... I feel I was put on this path almost by force at this point, and be like, listen, some shit's gonna go down. Guess what? If you were gonna pursue this thing, now's your fucking time, because I just opened a lane for you. You know what I mean? So it became one of those things, and like that's why I said, you know what? I'm not gonna take this situation and cry in misery. I'm gonna grab it. I'm gonna grab the ball, and I'm gonna fucking run with it. So let's go. Bacon, what's he saying? He goes, you're never ready till you have to be. No kidding. Yeah, you're right. He goes, launched a fiction podcast a few years back. No podcasting experience, and it topped the charts. Let's go, Bacon. Put a link, dude. Put a link in the chat. Let's see it. Struggle makes us strong, though. Deceiver, you're 100% right. And sometimes, man, whether you believe it's a higher power or not, you don't have to. You don't have to believe in that. But I'll tell you this, man. There are strings that are being pulled behind the scenes that really put us in these positions and put us exactly where we need to be. I really fucking believe that stuff, man. I really believe that stuff. I really believe in those destinies and all that. I really do.
It is unavoidable. It is your destiny.
Struggle does make us stronger. Well, it either does one of the two things, Deceiver. It either makes you stronger. What doesn't kill you makes you stronger. La, 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 la. Stupid song. Still want to have sex with her. Anyways, it either makes you stronger or kills you. One of the two. You're either going to rise up or you're going to hide under the covers for the rest of your life and eventually just wither away and die like a bitch. That's the way I look at it. You know what I mean? Morgan Freeman said it best. Get busy living or get busy dying. And sometimes when I'm down in the dumps, and I do get down in the dumps, guys, don't get me wrong, because I have severe anxiety issues. Y'all know that. Y'all know that. And what do I say? Sometimes I have to pick myself up and just be like, get up my ass off the couch. Get up, stop doom scrolling. Do whatever the fuck. Get on the mic. Get out there. Do something. And be like, get busy living or get busy dying. Because there ain't no fucking in between in this world. So get out there and do it. You know what I mean? That's the way I see it. All right, I'm going to grab one more beer, and then we're going to call it a night, okay? One more beer, and then we're going to call it a night. I'll be right back. You know what's kind of funny? I was just thinking about as I was grabbing myself another beverage. And I know some people might find this funny. Oh, there we go. Crack another pint. Tall boys or pints, okay? I don't care what anybody says. Because I have tons of pint glasses, of course, from all my years in the restaurant business and all that. And I have all these pint glasses from like Stella and like Alexander Keith and Molson Canadian and Coors, Michelob Ultra, and all these different companies. Heineken, Guinness. I have all the pint glasses, right? Because what happens is when you buy the kegs from them, like from the restaurant business, when you're in the restaurant business, you buy the kegs from them. They send you like boxes and boxes of the pint glasses because they want you to pour their beer in their pint glasses, right? And so you pour a Guinness in a Guinness glass. You pour Heineken in a Heineken glass, whatever, and on and on and on. Well, they would send us way too much shit. So we would have like overstock of like cases and cases and cases of all these pint glasses. And of course I would take the shit home. So now my bar is filled with this stuff. So when I pour a tall boy fits perfectly in a pint glass. So it's a pint. So there you go. Sniper, I saw what you said earlier. He goes, okay, Eminem. It's totally true. It's totally true. It's kind of like an Eminem story, except I'm not making millions of dollars. I mean, he kind of had the advantage of like Dr. Dre finding him. That was a bit of a situation on top of his incredible talent, of course. But you know how that all goes. Anyways, what I was about to say was, you know what I find cool is that when I'm not on the air, like when I there's like this nagging thing in the back of my head, like fucking Voldemort. If you watch Harry Potter and the Philosopher's Stone or read the books, like you know how like Voldemort was in the back of, spoiler alert if you don't know that Voldemort was in the back of like Professor Quirrell's head talking to him. You know what I mean? Kill the spell, Harry Potter. You know what I mean?
Control your emotions. Discipline your mind.
Thank you, Professor Snape. Thank you very much.
Control your emotions. Discipline your mind.
When I'm not on the air and talking to you guys, I feel like there's something missing. And like I'm walking around the house, I'm doing this and that or whatever. I'm like, all right, I got some shit going on. Unless I'm taking like a full off day and I'm like, no, fuck that. I'm doing an off day. That's all there is to it. But there's other days out there where I'm like, I don't know if I want to do anything today. I mean, there's no news. I don't know what to do. But there's always this nagging thing in the back of my head going, get on there and talk to everybody. And it's wild because when I am out here talking to everybody, this is when I feel most at home. And it's crazy. You know what I mean? It's wild. Like, it's just like I always feel like, get on there. I want to talk to everybody. It's like, and the thing is, you know, I know some people make jokes like, oh, Mag, if you ever make it big, you know, don't forget us or whatever. I would never forget you guys. Never in a million years. If I had 1 million subs, I would remember every single name of everybody who was there from day one. And you got, you know, like the way I look at it, this is like an online family. And that's what I wanted to create here on this channel. And it's been fucking awesome, man. Sniper, you're drinking a Coors Banquet. Let's fucking go. Oh, God damn it. Beer's such a problem, isn't it? You start with the first one, you're like, yeah, it's all right. And the second one gets better. And then the third one gets better. By the time you get like to 5 pints, you're like, all right, this is awesome. Like, they just keep getting better and better. It's such a problem. You know what I mean? I know my Australian friends know all about that. Just be well and succeed. That's the plan, buddy. That's the plan. That's the plan, Hero Down Under. I know, like I said, like I know my Australian friends know. Each pint gets better over time. Mag, it's 2 a.m. Eastern, so it's 11 p.m. your time? No, it's 2 a.m. Eastern over here, buddy. It's past your bedtime, young man. Oh, hell fucking no, it is a drunken shaman. I ain't going no place. Yeah, dude, it's like we're the Fast and the Furious crew family, man. We may argue, we may disagree, we may slap each other, digitally in the face or virtually in the face over comments or whatever, but we ain't fucking going nowhere. Ain't nobody going anywhere. Fair dinkum, yeah. My dad used to say that. My dad's not dead. He's still alive. He just used to say fair dinkum a lot more when he was, a little bit younger because he was closer to those Australian days. My dad grew up his first 22 years. He grew up in Melbourne, Australia. I know that he's, hey, good morning from Spain. That's what they're going to. Well, good morning from Canada, my friend. It is morning time over here. Although, it's technically 2 a.m. over here, but, Yeah, my dad used to say fair dinkum all the time. You know, it was a funny joke my dad used to tell me when he moved from Melbourne, Australia to New York. He used to smoke. And in those days, he'd be like on the sidewalk in New York or whatever. And then he'd see somebody smoking. And he put his hands out. And he goes, see your lighter, mate? As in, see your lighter. Lighter. See your lighter in order to light a cigarette. So he'd be like, hey, mate. He goes, see your lighter, mate? And the guy would go, see you later. Just keep walking. So here down under, I thought you'd think that'd be funny. So he kept saying it and he couldn't figure it out. So like he would talk to his friends and be like, he goes, I don't know what's going on. He goes, I don't know what's going on. He goes, I kept saying see you later. And he goes, they kept saying see you later and they just keep walking. And they wouldn't understand that he was just saying see you later. Yeah, so it's pretty fucking funny. So yeah, he would always tell that story. He'd be like, hey, mate, see you later. They just wave at him and just keep walking. And he thought everybody in New York was a dick, which is, I mean, it's New York. I mean, what are we talking about? I have family in the Bronx, man. They're fucking best people, man. Italian New Yorkers are the best. But don't ever accuse them of always being nice. You know what I'm saying? Like, I mean, it's New York we're talking about here. They'd be like, hey, go fuck your mother, all right? What are you talking about? You know what I mean? Like, it's New York. Pretty funny. Yeah. Yes, we are, Bacon. We're going to be here for many years to come, buddy. We ain't going no place. Buenos dias. Let's go, Ryder. How you doing? Pistol Pete, he says, no spoilers. How are you liking Daredevil? I have not watched the new episode. That's my Wednesday routine, just so you guys know. So what I do is on Wednesdays, I watch the new episode of Daredevil that drops on Tuesday. The reason why I don't watch it on Tuesday, obviously, because I have MAGGCAST. And then after that, I watch The Boys. So I do like a back-to-back episode kind of thing. And yeah, I'm walking here. And so what I do is I watch Daredevil, and then I make myself a little snack, and then I sit down and I watch The Boys. So I do like the little back-to-back every Wednesday. So far, I will say this. Daredevil has its moments so far. Spoiler free. There are some villain characters that are great. There are some that are okay. I can't get into detail. Like, I mean, I don't want to do that. Oh, Seth Monsters, I didn't miss it. I didn't miss it. It's there. I see it. It's still there, brother. I see you. I see you. And so, there's a lot of like current political allegories happening in that show right now that are pretty fucking eye-rolling. It is just like, oh my god, are they really fucking doing this? Like stuff that's happening in the U.S. right now. It's like, do we really have to do this? Like, everybody, like, come on. Like, you know what I mean? And trust me, if you're watching the show, you know exactly what I'm talking about. And like I said, I'm trying to be as objective as humanly possible and trying to be as spoiler-free as humanly possible if you haven't watched the show. And we got JLV, just subscribe to the channel. Let's fucking go. There you go. You get your name and fancy lights right up at the top. And now that you're subscribed to the channel, here you go, buddy. This is just for you.
Welcome to hell, motherfucker!
Welcome to hell, motherfuckers. Let's go. Oh, it's beyond that, Ryder. It's beyond that. Like I said, I'm just trying to say, I'm trying to be as like spoiler-free as possible. Like, you want to watch the show. Great show and everything else, but there's a lot of like current political allegories that are happening there that are very eye-rolling. It's so fucking heavy-handed and obvious that it's even worse than The Boys. I would actually say that The Boys' current political allegory is actually far less heavy-handed than Daredevil's. Daredevil's is so obvious that you're like, okay, we know that Kingpin is representing a certain somebody. We get it. Oh, he has a task force? Okay, we get it. Like, you know what I mean? Like, it's so fucking obvious. You know what I mean? Netflix Daredevil was far superior. Pistol Pete. Netflix Daredevil was far superior. I would say that Netflix season 2 of Daredevil with a Punisher in it was fucking awesome. Yeah, that was great. And Seth Monsters, in order to get you, buddy, I got you right here, man. I got you, my friend. There it is. Seth Monsters drops $5 super chat of the day. There we go, ladies and gentlemen. He says, for $5, thank you, Seth Monsters. Your donations have been more than appreciated and just been so generous. It's been unbelievable, my friend. And he says, for $5 US, let's go. He says, always take your shot in life. Always take your shot in life. Always. And he says, I'm facing medical crap that scare the hell out of me. Cardiac procedure Friday. I'll take all the positivity I can get. Dude, what the fuck? Everybody, send some love to Seth Monsters' way. And Seth, do me a favor, dude. JLV, let's fucking go upwards. Come on. Let's go. Seth, do me a favor, man. DM me after the show. Send all your love that man's way right now. I don't want to talk about it on the air. DM me as soon as I finish this beer. When I finish this beer, I'm going to clock off anyway, because we're almost at 6 hours, which is insane, by the way. By the way, as I always say to everybody out there, my DMs are always open. Always open. I may not answer right away. Sometimes it might even take me like half a day or a few hours, or maybe it takes me a day and a half, depending on like what's going on. There's a lot of shit going on. Abdul, we're still waiting for word. You're not actually the only person who asked about that. Yeah, Seth Monster, we'll talk afterwards, okay? I don't give a fuck that it's 2:15 in the morning. You and I are going to talk, all right? Abdul, yes, I did hear about the DRM situation. Now, we talked about it in the show about 3.5 hours ago when we actually did. Yeah. Hit me up on X. Hit me up on X, on DMs. We'll talk. Yeah. Anyways, sorry, I got a little bit distracted. The DRM situation, we talked about 3.5 hours during the show. I think it was at the hour. Hold on, I got it right here. If you want to go back, Abdul, we talked about it at the 48-minute mark. So at the 48-minute mark of the show tonight, rewind back to 48 minutes. We talked about it there. I presented everything that has already been presented to the public from users, YouTubers, tech guys, whatever, people who talk to AI chatbots, all that kind of stuff. Now, the only thing that we have there, Abdul, is that we don't have a solid answer from Sony. So the problem is, and what I did is I took everything that was already put out there, all the different angles, all the different aspects, all that kind of stuff. And what happened is we're not getting a solid answer from Sony because they haven't come forward to say anything. So everything else at this point is just speculation, educated guesses, that kind of stuff or whatever. And some people are like, oh, it's a fact. Oh, it's been debunked. Oh, it's a fact. Oh, it's been debunked. Well, which fucking one is it? Because every 10 minutes I'm getting another story. So what I figured I'd do is I took a bunch of articles that I had, a bunch of screenshots, a bunch of different tweets, posts, articles, and I presented all of it. And what I did tonight is I reacted to all of those in real time and gave my opinions on if this is going to happen, this is what I think about it. If that's going to happen, this is what I think about it. If this is going to happen, that's what I think about it. So what I did is I gave my opinions on every single scenario that was put out there. So that's what I did tonight. And I did it for about an hour. So it was an hour long talk. It was wild, man. It was an hour. I went and broke down every fucking detail I could possibly get into about this entire situation and try to take it from there. So we shall see how this all goes down. But either way, we still need Sony to come out. But the thing is, here's the thing. The longer Sony takes, the worse it is for them. Like, this is the kind of thing where you're letting a small fire turn into a fucking turning into a forest fire. You know what I'm saying? Like, Twitter is ripping itself apart. YouTubers, Twitter users, console gamers, everybody's like just tearing each other's throats out. It's like, Sony, fucking put the fire out, dude. Say what you gotta say. If it's negative, people will deal with it. If it's positive, people will deal with it. If it's neutral, no one will give a shit. But say something. And I think, in my personal opinion, Sony fucked up by not saying something today. If they were going to say something, they should have said it today. And Sony has been, at least for several years now, have been experts at putting out fires in their own camp, so to speak, right? Whenever something is bad, like Concord, no, we're not just like letting the game rot. We removed it from the store and hopefully remove it from people's memories. Like, they don't fuck around. They cut that shit off, throw it under the rug, and carry on with their lives, right? But to let this fester the way that they did makes it 10 times worse. The Rambo, what's up? Yeah, Sony fucked up, man. They shouldn't have done that. They should have, like, if they had something to say, they should have said it. But the thing is, here's my thought. Here's a thought. The longer they take to say something, the worse it makes them look. Because in my opinion, if you're avoiding the conversation, that means that you had nefarious reasons for doing what you're doing. You know what I'm saying? That's the way I look at it.
You're fired!
Now, it's just a perception thing. I could be completely wrong. But the problem is once the mob, especially the Twitter mob, gets a hold of you and they have already, projected their perceived outcome of the situation, they've already paid. You're guilty before proven innocent. You know what I'm saying? That's the way the mob works. And if you don't put a stop to it, well, then you lead people to believe that you are actually up to no good. That's a logical explanation. Shout out to Asha Sharma for being in the chat tonight, by the way. The longer you take to answer the questions, the worse you look. And even tomorrow, if I wake up tomorrow morning and they're like, guys, no, it's not this. We were trying to combat, there was a loophole that some of these fucking assholes found about, return policies and this and that. So we tried to shut the door on these guys or whatever. Well, you could have fucking said that today. The fact that you didn't say that today makes you look worse. That's all I'm trying to say. I'm not saying you're guilty of anything. I'm just saying it makes you look worse. And when it comes to the Twitter mob, perception is everything. Because once they've made a decision about this situation, you're fucked. You can't talk your way out of it. You can't talk your way out of it once they've made up your mind. You know what I mean? That's the problem. Yeah, Sony's borrowing, Xbox is rape. You know what I mean? Now, I understand. Maverick, I agree with you. Now, the funny thing is, now that we're talking about this, fine, fuck it. We just reopened this fucking subject. Colin Prime, what's up? How's it going, buddy? Yeah, I'm still up. I don't give a fuck. It's 6 hours, man. Let's go. What are we talking about here? Oh, yes, we're talking about the Xbox thing. A lot of people were tagging Asha like, hey, you got an opportunity to do this, that. Listen, man. She ain't doing none of that. I'll tell you that right now. She ain't doing none of that. She ain't making funny videos going, this is how we share games on Xbox, and get handed over to Matt Booty. That shit ain't happening. It's not happening, so don't expect it. I know that's what people want. It's kind of funny. Ha ha ha. But like at the end of the day, they're not going to do it. You know what I mean? They're not going to do it. Xbox is not going to clown Sony for whatever. It's not going to be it's not going to be a thing. Sniper, knock that shit off. What are you talking about over there? He's like, you're totally right. Xbox Frog Mag needs more chump change. Cut that out. Oh my god. Anyways, that's all I'm trying to say. All I'm trying to say is that at this point, like, don't expect Xbox to clown on them. It's not gonna happen. Just cut that out. Asha's not that kind of person. I've been looking into her a lot. No, not for obviously bad reasons. I've been looking into like her business practices from the past and the companies that she's worked for and everything else and her track record. And you know what I mean? She ain't going to be doing none of that bullshit. All right? That's not going to happen. So don't look for that. If you guys want to make funny videos of that, go ahead, make funny videos. But she ain't doing that herself. Anyways, that's not what I'm talking about. The point is that the fact that the longer they take, the worse it gets. Because it's kind of like, you got a festering boil on your foot. Okay? And instead of dealing with it right away and going seeing a dermatologist and then be like, oh, okay. And then they they do some, whatever the fuck, the carbon monoxide shit or whatever the fuck, not carbon monoxide. The fuck is it called? That freezing stuff from Terminator 2. they put that on your warts and whatever. Like, go deal with it right away. The longer you leave it, it's going to fester and it's going to turn into an infection. This is the one time that I'm telling Sony to not shut the fuck up. You know what I mean? Like, Sony has a long history of keeping their mouths shut and just letting shit just kind of blow past them. Like, for example, the PC port thing, I'll tell you right now. They ain't going to tell the public nothing. They don't have to. They're the market leader. They can do whatever the fuck they want. And they'd be like, we're just not going to do it. I talked about that in XNC last night. Colt agreed with me. The same thing. Like, you could be sitting there like 85 years old and like, you know, and with your fucking cane in your chair and be going, here's Wolverine coming to my 2030 Ti. And you're still going to be asking questions from 20 years ago. You ain't getting it. And they're not going to tell you. They're just not going to bring them over there. That's it. You're not getting it. Period. You're just not getting it. That's the way it's going to happen. No store launcher, no PC launcher, no nothing. You want to play the games? Buy a PS6. That's it. You want games now? Buy a PS5. You want the better games? Buy the PS5 Pro. That's it. That's what they're going to do. They're not even going to tell you. They're just going to, here's the product. That's all there is to it. They're not going to tell you nothing. But this is the time that you don't shut the fuck up. This is the time where you open your mouth and go, guys, ho, way, oh, hey, oh. You know what I mean?
You fucking warrant. Don't ever go over my fucking head again. You motherfucker, you.
This is the time where you be like, everybody calm down. This is what we're doing. This was the reason. Your digital games are fine. Stop. Don't worry about it. But the longer they take, the worse it looks. That's all I'm trying to say. Next-gen consoles, LFL. I would expect the PlayStation 6 to be somewhere between $700 and $800. I would expect I was about to say the series consoles. I would expect the Helix to be between $1,000 and $1,200. Well, the thing is, Colin Prime, if they tell their investors, then it's going to leak out to us. Right? And that's the thing. That's what's going to happen. Next gen, $1,000 base price for the Helix, yes. PS6, no. PS6 will be significantly cheaper, from what I understand. A true pony talk again. Ryder, this is for you.
Ponies and ponies and ponies and ponies and ponies and ponies and ponies.
Ryder, you want it once again? I'll give you another one.
Ponies and ponies and ponies and ponies and ponies.
Ryder, that's for you, buddy. He goes a true pony talk again. CDB, they're going to be subsidizing it by quite a bit. Like at least $200 from the last meeting they had, they talked about or whatever. And it won't be as powerful as the Helix. Nate Dogg, you're actually pretty close from what I understand. PS6, $650, that sounds about right. Helix, $899, I'm not so sure. But you're pretty close. I would say between $900 and $1,000 minimum. That's why I'm thinking that. Now, the thing is, Asha came out and literally said there's going to be short supply and it's going to be more expensive. Right? Because she talked about RAM and stuff like that or whatever being more expensive and it's going to be an issue and blah, 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 blah. She's basically setting you up for the minimum 1,000. That is a guarantee. Now, the internal projected prices before Asha took over were $1,200 to $1,500. Now, that was an internal projection before Asha took over. So before anybody gets their panties in a knot, that is no longer the case moving forward, but it's going to be an expensive, hard-to-get console, pre-built PC, whatever the fuck you want to call it, and it's going to be very expensive. And then she's talked about it again. She literally just talked about shortages again that are going to cause prices to go up. That is a precursor for telling you, like, hi, remember when we said, yeah, it's going to be fucking expensive and it's going to be hard to get. It won't be hard to get. It'll be easy to get. They're just not going to produce as many because they literally have, again, those internal projections. That's the one thing that has not changed, that they project to sell less than 10 million of these units based on price and customer wants, so to speak, of the actual hardware. Demand. You could say customer demand of the console. Or whatever the hell you want to call this thing. That's just the reality. That's just the way it's going to be. And I mean, if you don't believe me, she said it her fucking self. She literally said it herself. Do I have to pull it up? I'm going to have to pull it up. Asha Sharma. Hold on, Asha Sharma. Hold on. Asha Sharma. Console prices. Let's see. There we go. Asha Sharma hints memory costs will impact pricing and availability of next-gen Helix consoles. There you go. Right? I'm not saying that the PlayStation 6 is not going to be impacted by this, but they have the affordability because they have 100 million people in the PS5, and then it's going to be beyond that once Wolverine, Call of Duty, and GTA 6. That could go up to 120 million. They have the numbers behind it to be able to subsidize. What subsidizing does, for anybody who's not understanding what subsidizing does or how it works, what they do is they subsidize the hardware and then make up for it with software and, of course, sales of their software. And then what they do is they take a percentage of that software and put it back into the loss that they took on the hardware. So eventually, it might take 2 years, it might take 3 years, but eventually they pay that off. With such a huge player base already there and established, that's how they do that. They take a small percentage. It might be 0.25% of a sale, but you multiply that over 100 to 120 million consoles, that's how they make up for that subsidy. Right? That's how it works. Now, the thing is, the last generation, and this is why I want to bring this up. I know I see somebody, I see you guys in the chat saying, "Oh, I can see them subsidizing like $50, whatever." No, they subsidized $100 on the PS5 generation. That was 6 years ago, before inflation almost tripled. You could easily subsidize $200 now, if not more, based on current inflation numbers. So therefore, it's not out of the realm of possibility that you could easily subsidize at least $200 off that console and that hardware, and you'll be able to make that up easily. The funny thing is, speaking of inflation, if you want to know, and you can look this up too, the PS5 has been the most profitable generation of all time for Sony. Not last gen, not this gen, of all time. Why? Because inflation plus profit plus player base or whatever else and spending habits have increased over time, but mostly prices have as well. Therefore, they could use those numbers and utilize that and say, hey, we've had the most profitable generation of all time. That's a fact. You can look up the numbers right now. I'm not going to do it here on the show. You could do it yourself. Therefore, they are in the driver's seat in order to be able to subsidize minimum $200 based on current inflation prices. Easy math. Easy economics. This is not even like difficult. This is very simple economics here that you could do that. And therefore, by all reasoning, they could easily charge $650 for a PS6. Easily. And that's their goal. That's their target. Somewhere between $600 and $700 for that console. Now, the thing is, people say, well, Mag, that doesn't make any sense because the PS5 Pro right now is $750. Well, that's based on the current market conditions on the hardware that is available now. That will not be the same case in about a year and a half from now. And in a year from now, when you get those prices, well, it'll be longer than that. You won't hear the prices until late summer 2027. When you get the prices for both consoles, you'll know that I was right. CDB says Sony thinks they will sell into the 100 million PS6. They will. They will. Just like they did with PS5, just like they did with PS4, just like they did with PS3, just like they did with PS2, just like they did with PS1. It's the same shit, dude. Every fucking generation, everybody says they're not going to do it, and they keep fucking doing it. They keep doing it, brother. I'm just telling you, that's just the way it is. Xbox Frog says they will both sell over 1 million the first week. Absolutely they will. Because you got to understand, with the, for example, let's take Xbox. Xbox has got what? In the current generation of the series consoles, about 30 to 35 million people out there. Of those 30 to 35 million people, easily 5 million, I think, will buy the Helix day one, right? Because that's a percentage of the hardcore. They will 100% buy it. They'll sell 1 million in the first week easily. Helix will sell very well right out the gate. That's not the proof of the pudding. That's the hardcore. It's very much like the ROG Xbox Ally X. Sold out the first week. Everybody was talking about, turns out it wasn't a financial success. Because as soon as the hardcore finished buying it, nobody fucking else did. And it was not because it was bad or Xbox bad or whatever fucking console war bullshit. No, it was because of the price wall. The price wall, once once the wave hits the wall, like, you got your waves crashing in from the ocean, right? And that first wave that comes crashing in, that's the hardcore. They come right in the way. Boom! As soon as that hits that wall, everybody else is gone because, like, the casuals ain't spending that shit. Ask the Switch 2. Switch 2 prices fucking died on impact over the holiday season. Why? Because of the price tag. People are not, but the people that bought the Switch 1 and the Wii and everything, those were affordable consoles, couple $100, whatever. Casuals were buying. Fucking retirement homes were buying Wiis so old people can play Wii bowling in the fucking dining room or whatever the hell, or in the activity room. You know what I'm saying? That's not anymore. Not for $1,000. Not for a $900 Switch 2. Not for, who knows how much the Helix or the PS. What, you know what I mean? This is no longer a casual game, so to speak. Now you've excluded a lot of people out of that equation. So now the new war is not going to be the hardware, the next-gen hardware. The new war is going to be accessibility for the casual market. That's the new war. And it's not going to be one that people can argue about and, flibber flabber their little flabby lips on fucking Twitter about. It's not going to do anything. What are you talking about? Accessibility wars? But that's what it's going to be. It's not going to be Helix versus PS6. It's not even a competition. Especially that she literally just said it's going to be fucking expensive and hard to get. I mean, I think the hard to get part is just kind of preparing people for the fact that they don't plan on selling a lot of these things. That's just the reality. And the price tag has got everything, not something, everything to do with it. I've made videos over and over on this channel about this, where I talked about it when I said, guys, at the end of the day, price is always king. It always will be. It always has been. It always will be. Why do you think the Neo Geo failed? Why do you think the 3DO failed? Why do you think the Atari Jaguar failed? What? Because they're too fucking expensive. The consoles that sold the best were affordable until the Xbox Series S. But by that time, there was a different thing that was going on. That was damaged brand and whatever else, right? That was a whole different situation. And now look what's happening now. The prices keep going up, whatever else. We're facing possibly $1,000 consoles. We don't even know what the hell's going to happen next generation. But I mean, I have, some projected ideas from people that I know that are in the actual business of doing that. And that's fine, whatever. But the thing is that at this point, it's no longer about that. It's going to be about accessibility. It's going to be an accessibility war. Who's going to be, be able to get into what ecosystem at a reasonable cost or whatever? Because, like I said it before in the show. I said it like 3 hours ago. I'm the only one. And it was only because I was smart, not because I have money. I don't have nothing to do with money. It's because I got smart. I got a 2-for-1 trade-in deal at at GameStop. Okay? I'm the only one. My son, who has 30 people in his classroom. My daughter's got 25 to 30 people in her classroom. Like I said before, we're the only household that owns a Switch 2. And I asked other parents, I go, hey, you guys never got the Switch 2? They go, it's too expensive. Fuck that. And they didn't buy it because it was too expensive. Nobody owns the Switch 2 in our neighborhood, in my hemisphere of the world. Nobody owns one. It's the price. So the hardcore, yes, day one, they'll be right there. They'll buy that shit, no problem. I'm gonna buy that shit. I'll be right there. I'll buy one. I'll buy a Helix, no problem. I'll be there. I'll buy a Helix. I'm gonna buy a PSX, no problem. But to ask the casual consumer to dish out $1,000 US, $1,800 Canadian, get the fuck out of here. Yeah! You know what I'm saying? That's all I'm trying to say, man. Can't believe Maga's still up. Deadly, Headley, let's fucking go. Fanboys will be fanboys. I know, that's the way it goes, CDB. That's the way it goes, brother. Deadly Headley, you get one of these. Thank you for waking up and getting ready for your workday, my friend. And you know what? I'll give you one of these. There it is. He gets a rare achievement, ladies and gentlemen. He got 100 achievement points. That's it. CDB is exactly right. Pricing out the casual consumer, the casual gamer. That's exactly it. That's exactly it. And no, Rambo, Switch 2 is a fantastic console. The problem is people can't afford it. Period. Or they can't afford it. They just won't justify the fucking purchase. That's the reality. People are like, yeah, it's great. Like, I bring it over to a friend's house, like my neighbor's house, and their kids are friends with my kids. So they go in the basement, they go fuck around, and they play their little games, whatever. And then me and the parents all sit in the kitchen and drink and listen to tunes and party all night. Well, the Switch 2 is there. My son will bring it over, and they're like, wow, that thing's awesome. Look at that. Look at the graphics. Look at the performance. Wow, this is a great console. I'm like, you gonna buy one? Fuck no, it's too expensive. That's it. Conversation dies as soon as you get to the price tag. As soon as you get to the price tag, fuck off. That's what everybody says. Fuck off. We're done. Conversation over. You know what I mean? And Grandpa Barbecue Game Cat, ladies and gentlemen, drops a $2 Australian Super Chat. Let's go! And he says, dude, you still going? You mad lad. Oh, I am a mad dude. I'm mad. Thank you so much. I appreciate it very much. Grandpa Barbecue Game Guy, you've been an incredible supporter of the channel. Magnum says, everybody where I live have a Switch 2. Must be a Toronto thing. Yeah, we're getting taxed to death over here, okay? So nobody can afford fucking anything. Anyways, I got my Switch 2, and I'm the only one. That's fucking wild to me. And like I said, I'm not representing all of the city. I'm not representing the country or the province or whatever. I'm representing a demographic of approximately 60 students, kids, who are the demographic for a Switch 2. Not fucking one of them owns a Switch. Not one. They all have original Switches or Switch Lites that they bought during the pandemic. And that's it. Deceiver says, let's be honest, we're going to be using Series X and PS5 the next 3 years. They will be supporting it for more than 3 years, my friend. Deceiver, they'll be using those consoles for much longer. They will be actually supported minimum 5 years. Minimum 5 years. And then beyond that, because it's something that I talked about earlier tonight, for example. Something I talked about earlier tonight where we talked about how the hardware team for Microsoft, for example, are experimenting on the Series S and utilizing it, saying, well, you can get, let's say, for example, Blade coming out next year, and it will be coming out next year, and instead of playing a native version on the Series S, which would run like shit, what they're doing is they're experimenting as using the Series S as a gateway point or a hub for cloud gaming. And so you would actually see your tile. So like, let's say you either get it from Game Pass or you purchase the game. Your tile is there. There's no change whatsoever. But what happens is you click on it, you play the game, but don't realize that the heavy lifting is actually be done by the cloud. So that's the interesting part. The interesting part is that Microsoft talked about that all the way back in 2013 about the cloud doing the heavy lifting. Everybody made jokes. Everybody made fun of them. Hardy fucking har, blah, 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 whatever, right? But in 2026, that's exactly what they're doing. I see a lot of people asking about if Helix has a disk drive. I have no knowledge of the actual final, whatever the hell you want to call it, of the hardware. I have no idea what the hardware is going to be like. Yes, I have no idea. I don't have no idea what it's going to have. And we got Ginger here dropping 2. Oh, what is he dropping? Oh my goodness. It's British pounds. Let's go. Thank you so much. That's proper money, ladies and gentlemen. British proper money. And of course, the King of England is in Washington right now talking to President Trump. Who knows what the hell they're talking about, but they're talking about something.
Do not come.
They're talking about something.
Do not come.
I'm gonna come.
Oh! Thank you so much, Ginger. And he says, love the content, Mag. Are we going 24 hours? Oh my God. No. We're not going 24 hours. But I did lie. I did say that this was going to be the last beer. But I think I need one more. What do you guys think? You think we need one more? I think we need one more. What do you guys think about that?
Rise to the top. Oh, yeah.
I think we need one more. Let's get another one. Be right back. Let me grab another beer. You know what's funny? I still have the arcade machine. Whatever, man. They're just doing their thing. They're just playing themselves. You know how it goes. And we got My goodness. Maverick coming in with a $5 super chat as well. Let's go, Maverick. Thank you so much, Maverick. And he says, let's say, most people don't buy Helix PS6 because it's too expensive. Totally fair statement. When PS5 series lose support, do you think they drop prices or say sucks to suck? I say they say sucks to suck, unfortunately. Yep. That's what I'm talking about. I think they will. Now, here's the thing. Think about this for 1 second, Maverick. Thank you for bringing up that super chat. And thank you for the super chat, by the way. Here's the thing. Here's the thing. Okay, first of all, before I address that, I got to address another thing. We got Deceiver coming flying in with a £2 super chat. Let's go. British proper money, ladies and gentlemen. And he says, you can't handle 2 more, Mag. You're fucking right I can. Saturday night, I had 12 pints. 12 pints. 12. Do I have to say that again for everybody? For everybody who didn't hear in the back, 12 pints on Saturday night. Okay? This is number 6. This is pocket change. Oh, you want the pony song again? I'll play it for you.
Ponies and 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 ponies.
There you go, just for you, Deceiver. Thank you so much for the £2 super chat. I appreciate you, brother. Now, getting back to Maverick's super chat. Here's the thing. You've got... Now, this doesn't just go for... this goes for both consoles. You've got Xbox One and PS4 players in the tens of millions. We're not talking about, 500,000, a couple of million. No, tens of millions. The word is, last time we heard from metrics coming from EA and Ubisoft, that it's upwards of 40 million people still playing on last-gen consoles. Yeah! Okay? So that being the case, when Call of Duty, which is current gen only, and Grand Theft Auto 6, which is current gen only, a shit ton of those people are going to be buying PS5s, most likely the baseline PS5s, because let's face it, we're 6 years into this generation, and if you're still playing the PS4, I don't think you had any intention of buying a PS5 Pro, per se, or a high-powered PC instead of an Xbox. You're going to buy a Series S or even a Series X, baseline PS5 Pro, PS5, whatever. And there will be some people who do buy the PS5 Pro. That's whatever, that's totally fine. Now, the thing is this. If you just bought that console this fall in anticipation of Call of Duty and Grand Theft Auto 6, why on earth would you 11 months later buy a PS6? What the no, it's not going to happen. So you see what I'm getting at? So you got people buying these consoles literally within the last year of this generation. They have no choice, Maverick, but to continue to support for minimum 5 years, which is what they did in this generation. And even up to Call of Duty in 2025 was still available on the PS4 and Xbox One. You see what I'm saying? So therefore, like I said, if you bought into the generation now in order to finally dump your Xbox One and say, okay, well, I'm buying a series console because I need to play the new Call of Duty, I need to play Grand Theft Auto 6, whatever. And all of a sudden they're like, yeah, Helix, here you go. 11 months later for, let's presume around $1,000. They're not going to buy that. No one's going to buy that. I mean, not no one. I mean, those people are not going to buy that. You've lost those people. Those people just bought into the current generation, for Christ's sake. And so now, you know what they're going to do? They're going to say, well, I just invested X amount of dollars into this generation. What are you going to give me moving forward that will continue my patronage in your console? You see what I'm saying? Seth Monsters, I'm so sorry, dude. Okay, listen, we'll talk tomorrow. Are you gonna be home tomorrow? Whatever, dude. Whenever I'm gonna be waking up early anyway. I'm gonna wake up in like 5 hours from now because I gotta take the kids to school and all that shit. So, yeah. Exactly, deceiver. He's saying if you got a PS4 or Xbox One, you're not buying a near $1,000 upgrade. You're not doing that. You're not doing that because if you're on those last gen consoles, that means that price is clearly a situation for you, and that's totally fine. Everybody has different situations in life. Not everybody can afford a fucking Ferrari. Not everybody can even afford a Honda Accord or a Honda Civic or a Honda whatever. You know what I mean? Or a Hyundai Palisade, or a Tesla, or whatever the hell it is. There are people who can only afford a $5,000 car that they bought from Facebook Marketplace, or whatever, right? That's the way it's always gonna go. So if you're still sporting a 6-year-old, 7-year-old generation console, you ain't buying no Helix or PS6. You're gonna probably be looking for a discounted series console or a base PS5, period. And if you're not going to get that from the marketplace based on current market conditions, as they love to fucking say, then guess what? They're going to be looking for that console to support them well beyond Call of Duty and GTA 6 for this year. They're going to want that console to carry them into the 2030s. So yes, they will be supporting those consoles well beyond that. And as I've already mentioned previously, they're already experimenting, at least on the Xbox side. I don't know what PlayStation's doing. I just know on the Xbox side, they're experimenting with cloud implementation in the series consoles in order to use it as a hub and an accessibility point for cloud gaming on those consoles to get superior quality in terms of graphics and performance by utilizing the server blades from the cloud on those consoles and use them as a hub to do so. So very interesting. It's very interesting. No Talent, what's up, dude? He says, Seth Monster, a real friend? Everybody here is a real friend. Y'all can hit me up anytime. My DMs are always open. Unless you're a total fucking asshole who, like, sends me a death threat or something. I ain't blocking nobody. You can hit me up anytime. Messages, you want to hit me up. Hey, Mag, what do you think about this? Hey, Mag, what do you think about that? Hey, Mag, I'm having an issue with this. Whatever. Whatever it is, you guys can hit me up anytime. That's the way it goes. And No Talent, same with you. You got a problem? You want to talk about something? You hit me up. And by the way, speaking of which, I'd like to bring this up now because I know it's still early in 2026, but there's a new initiative that I do plan on working on beyond this. And I'm not going to launch anything until 2027. So it's going to be a while, but like I said, I'm thinking long term. You know what I'm saying? Now, it hits close to home to me because of, my situation. When it comes to mental health stuff or whatever else. I've told many of you before, and I know most of you already know this, I have severe anxiety issues. Okay? And it's a problem. It's a problem every single day of my life. And it's something that I have to battle from the minute I open my eyes to the minute I go to bed. It's something I have to battle. It's a monster that just keeps coming back. It's like fucking Returnal or like Sorrows. Instead of just going away, it just keeps coming back in a different form. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? So it's something I have to constantly deal with. But I did hear something very interesting, and it was a study done, and the study was this. The study showed that a lot of gamers carry a ton of mental health issues. And the reason why a lot of gamers gravitate towards gaming is because it tends to pull you away from any mental illness or mental issues or anything like that. Mental health issues that people may have. I don't want to say illness because that's not really fair, but let's say mental health issues. It pulls you away from that because it keeps you so preoccupied. Very much like exercise, for example. Like I told you guys before, I exercise 5 days a week. And when you're exercising, you don't have time to think about anxiety. You don't have time to think about depression. You don't have time to think about, oh, am I gonna die? Shut the fuck up. You're in the middle of doing chin-ups, bitch. Get your ass up. You're in the middle of bench pressing 200 pounds. You're in the middle of cycling 15 miles or whatever you're doing. You don't have time to think about that, right? So it pulls you out of that, and it's a very therapeutic thing. Same thing with video games, and there's all kinds of studies done that show that the reason why a lot of people tend to gravitate and lock into video games is because it pulls you out of those mental health situations. So this is something, by the way, I'd like to say I am going to explore in 2027, and I'm going to start. I'll tell you guys this now. Now, it's not going to come to fruition for almost a year, okay? But I'm going to start a whole new initiative of, and you know, on top of that, by the way, I just like to mention on top of all this, let's also not ignore the stigma of men's mental health. Because unfortunately, as men, a lot of us are victimized for different reasons, not the same reasons as women, whatever else. We're victimized for different reasons because men are supposed to be the tough guys. Men are supposed to be the one who carry shit forward. Men are the ones who are not supposed to show any weakness. Blah blah the fuckity blah. We all know the story, right? You gotta be a macho man. Yeah.
The cream will rise to the top. Oh yeah.
Right? I'm gonna be starting an entirely new initiative where we're going to be addressing men's mental health in video games. And on top of all that, I'm also going to be addressing men's physical health with video games. That's another thing that I would like to spearhead as well. And it's a movement. It's not even going to be like an idea, but it's going to be a movement that I'm going to be pushing forward, that we can all, as a group, as a society, as whatever, we're going to move together in order to better ourselves, put ourselves in a better place mentally, in a better place physically, and all that kind of stuff. So it's very important to me personally, and I think that my personal feelings project on a lot of people as to what they're going through as well, but a lot of people are afraid to talk about it. But a lot of people do reach out to me and say, hey man, I heard what you said about, you know, your anxiety and this and that. I suffer with this, that, and the other. I'm so glad that I'm not the only one, or what, you know what I mean? And that happens a lot. And I want that to become the norm. I want it to become the norm that people are not afraid to come forward and say, I suffer with this. Do I have brothers and sisters in arms that will be with me to help me get through my day, or help me get through my week, or if I have a bad moment, or I have issues with whatever, right? With addiction or anything like that, like, help me. And these are all things that I'm going to spearhead in 2027. And I'm not fucking kidding. I'm going to be going through a whole thing. I'm going headlong with it. It's going to be a whole movement. And it's going to be fucking great, man. Deceiver says, he goes, I had such bad anxiety issues I couldn't even talk to shopkeeper to order a sandwich. I started MMA and Muay Thai. It saved my life. Fucking right. CBD says that's why playing games takes us away from life struggles. Yeah, man. Robert Storm, I'm still on, buddy. I'm still on. We're still talking. Why doesn't it let you send me on X? Ginger? Maybe because I'm not following you. Because I get so many requests, a lot of times I don't see everything that comes my way. And it's, believe it or not, it's not my fault. It's not my fault. It just, I just don't get everything that comes my way, because I get bombarded with so much stuff that, like, a lot of things fall through the cracks. And, like, sometimes it'll be like, oh, I can't message you that. Listen, if you want to message me and you want to avoid all the follow back bullshit, all capital letters, all one word, I am the Mag, on PlayStation, on Xbox. Send me a friend request. I will accept it immediately as soon as the show is done. I mean, the show's done, but you know what I mean. I will accept it immediately. We start talking. So whatever you got to say, ask me anything or whatever. And that's the way it's going to be. Ryther says this. This is important, folks. He says, what if gaming was your escape zone, but lately you don't enjoy it as much? Well, then we've got to find a way around that, brother. We got to find a way around that. You know what I'm saying? Then we got to make gaming back into your passion. And we do that together. That's something, like I said, I don't know how I'm going to do all this. I'm still brainstorming the ideas in my mind and of how I'm going to actually put this into fruition, because it's easy to talk, right? It's very easy to talk and be like, oh yeah, I'm going to do this. I'm going to do that. I'm going to do this. I'm going to do that. It's very easy to do all that. But to put something into fruition is a whole different thing, right? To put it into practice is much more difficult. But when that finally comes to fruition, Ryther, we are here. And we continue to be here for each other, and we will do that. And then we're like, listen, man, we're going to get your passion back. You know, how Stella got her groove back. How Ryther got his groove back. That's what we're going to do. That's how we do it. And that's what we're going to continue to do. And that's something I'm going to spearhead, but it's not going to start till 2027. Now, the interesting thing is I've talked to a bunch of big YouTubers behind the scenes, and when I told them about the ideas, they're on board as well. And they're like, yeah, dude, this is fucking great. Whatever you need, signal boosts, whatever, you know what I mean? Like support, you want to guest on shows, whatever you need to do this, let's do this. And when I tell you big YouTubers responded to me, I'm talking big YouTubers. Okay? Big YouTubers are all in. You know why? And I'll tell you why. Because no one else is doing this right now, and that's why it's so important. Nobody is doing this right now. No one is out there to help prop each other up. No one's doing it. Because nobody gives a fuck. And that's not cool. That's not cool. To me, that's not cool. Everybody's out for their own dollar. Everybody's out for their own super chats and their fucking memberships and this and that, and about hoarding their cash and hoarding their cash, because at the end of the day, they're going to go hide in their fucking mansion and take all the YouTube money and just do whatever the fuck. They don't give a fuck about you. And that's not cool. And I've never been like that. I've never been like that. I do give a shit. I really do give a shit. I know that sounds crazy. Everybody's like, oh, that's just an act. No, it's not a fucking act. I actually do give a shit. Otherwise, I wouldn't be giving you guys my DMs. I would never fucking do that if I didn't give a shit. I do give a shit. And I want other people to give a shit. And because of that, that's how a movement starts. I want it to be something so big and so unstoppable that literally it'll be on CNN. Talking about it. That's what I'm talking about. Get everybody out there. Everybody holding each other up. Because I'll tell you this. Ever since the pandemic, I could tell you this. Because, of course, I watch this stuff. Ever since the pandemic, mental health has been getting worse and worse and worse and worse and worse. Every fucking year, it keeps getting worse. And someone's got to do something about it. I'm not saying I'm going to do something about it, but at least I can fucking try. At least I can try, because it doesn't seem like anybody else wants to try. And it's not cool, man. It doesn't seem like anybody wants to fucking pony up, so to speak. You know what I'm saying?
Ponies and ponies and ponies and ponies and ponies and ponies and ponies.
It doesn't seem like anybody else wants to step up to the plate and be like, hey, man, we should do something about this. No. Everybody's like, nope, you're on your own. Fuck you. Goodbye. I'm going to collect my money and do my own thing. Fuck you if you die. Whatever. I can't live like that, man. I can't do it. I can't live like that. And I'm not going to let my world and the world I live in, I'm not going to let my world devolve into that degeneracy. It's ridiculous. But anyways, we will reevaluate and we will revisit this conversation a long time from now. I just wanted to put it out there for everybody because I want to plant the seed in your heads, let you guys know that there's something going on, and when it really starts to move, you'll all be part of the seeds that's going to build this thing. That's what I'm trying to say. It's funny when you start to talk about this, more people open up. Yeah, CDB, exactly. Because you know why, CDB? The reason why is because people are thirsting for someone to pay attention. You see what I'm saying? People are thirsting for someone to pay attention. And they're just begging for someone to say, please recognize me. Please help me, whatever. Even if they don't want to say it because some people get embarrassed or whatever else. And like I said, that's a whole stigma around men's mental health and all that stuff. Because they don't want to talk about it. And then when someone else brings it up, then all of a sudden they're like, oh my God, he's saying it. Let me, you know what I mean? That's the opening I needed to be able to say, hey, you know, fill in the blank. It shouldn't take that much to do it. But you know how it is. You know, that's how it is. But anyways, before we sign off, we got 78 Inc. is back again, ladies and gentlemen. The man. And he gets another rare achievement for 100 achievement points. And 78 Inc. drops a $10 super chat. And he says for $10, he goes, I went to lunch and came back and you were still grinding away. You've come a long way, bro. Proud of you, man. Dude, thank you so much, man. Thank you so much. It means a lot to me. It really does, man. It means a lot to me. And thank you, 78, for all your support, man. You've been absolutely amazing. It took about 10 beers to get there. I'm only on 6. To be fair. But anyways, okay, listen. I'm going to finish this beer and then we got to sign off, okay? Because it is now approaching 7 fucking hours. That would be, ladies and gentlemen, an absolute world record, at least for the mag. In one day, I streamed and talked for 11 straight hours. What are we talking about? 11, not straight, excuse me, but 11 hours in total, ladies and gentlemen. 4 hours this morning, 7 hours tonight. Absolutely unbelievable, unmatched, and no one else could do it. Because I tell you this, everybody else would have lost their voice by now. I could go till 8 o'clock in the morning if I wanted to, but I still, you know, I have to get to sleep at some point, so we got to do that. But anyways, thank you very much, 78 Inc. I appreciate you, brother, and I appreciate every single one of you guys for being here tonight and for everything else. And like I said, that whole thing that I was just talking about, keep that in the back of your mind. Okay, put it on the back burner. Keep it burning. Keep the burner on. Don't turn it off. Keep it on there because that's something we're going to approach in 2027. But until then, have yourself a great night. Stay magnificent. And ain't nobody doing a 7-hour podcast like this, man. And I appreciate all your support. Love you all. And we'll catch you all most likely Thursday for another Soros experience. And then probably doing a Pragmata stream on Friday. But until then, I'll let you guys know what's going on. Have a great night. Have a great day tomorrow. Enjoy the Wednesday. Enjoy the weather. We'll talk to you all later. Bye now.